it's alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes gonna show the world tonight, the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Flaming the flames, I'm on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a trophies on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found. Calling out for the game. There's no time to hide. Won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of the line? Where I belong. It's my
13 plus.
Yang, aku pulang lebih cepet nih. Ini lagi OTW rumah ya.
Pulang, udah cepetan.
Teknologi Fast Cooling dan iFeel membuat ruangan dingin di setiap sudut. Dinginnya nyebar, langsung chill, auto nyaman. Dengan Add Garment, tumpukan cucian kotor gone, semua dan semua yang ada di dalam jadi lebih terjaga, lebih dingin, dan lebih segar dengan Power Cool. Nikmati gambar yang lebih real dengan Kilet Pro dan Dolby Vision. Rasakan pengalaman suara yang mengitarimu dengan Dolby Atmos.
Sayang.
TCL, semua jadi mudah.
Chúng tôi ở bên đằng mà, ở quên gì của, mẹ sao quên đi vào đây. Chúng tôi là sĩ bộ của, biểu lên này mẹ, quên gì bộ. E-sport ở đây bây giờ, lưu đại tôi không đủ này mà bu. Đại gia bán PC ở khu phiên này được luôn. Bộ tôi sau này nhà mẹ khi được khu lệ phiên này mà đây. Professional gamer phiên bộ cái, chúng tôi bộ của, biểu lên bộ quên gì chỉ được khu bảo vệ. 大家အားလုံးထက်အရေးကြီးပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဘဝမှာအခက်အခဲတွေအများကြီးရင်ဆိုင်ရပေမဲ့လည်း HOK ကြောင့်ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုကျွန်တော်ရခဲ့ပါတယ်အရာရာကိုပြောင်းလဲဖို့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ဆုံးဖြတ်ထားပါတယ် HOK မှာကျွန်တော်လိုဘာမှမဟုတ်တဲ့တစုံတစ်ယောက်ကလည်း game ကိုစိုးမိုးနိုင်ဖို့စွမ်းအားတွေရှိလာနိုင်ပါတယ်
It's Friday! FLCN Day! Yay! You do great chasing, huh?
Allah adalah sesuatu yang tidak disukai oleh siapapun. Atau mungkin aku memang tidak berbakat. Saya harus kerja seperti orang lain. Apa gunanya jika aku menyerah di tengah jalan saat mengejar mimpiku? Ingatlah mengapa kamu memulai. Yakini dirimu dan wujudkan mimpimu. Setiap kemunduran adalah langkah menuju kebangkitan yang lebih besar. BLCK, mimpi yang mendefinisikan kita.
Time away, travel through time and space. Let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me. Black hole gate, speed to look into, to landing the world, to make the call and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the why into your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The wind surrounding you, the colorful can steer away the dark. No longer be lonely, 'cause you've seen it is waves time. The time to be a part of the lightning from the start, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, 'cause you belong with stars. And if we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart.
我常常在想，如果我不执着于梦想，我的人生将会如何？这是我的热爱所在，可是这份热爱似乎不被认可。也许这只是梦。就让热爱、勇气成为我追梦的燃料。要实现这梦想，就必须马上行动，做就对了。FLCN或许就是我实现梦想的地方。
I feel a storm brewing. Time to take action.
Lady Diadema! The target has appeared! I observe every aspect of this world, connecting those who are fated to be together, and dealing with the dead whose spirits yet roam the mortal realm. Only the creator of bonds can give them release. This poor soul was a forest folk who died in an accident. His spirit remained in the mortal realm because he wanted to say farewell to the love of his life. Lord Ogran, is it really necessary to take him so soon? Hey, there's no hurry. He's simply longing for someone and has committed no wrong. I'll deal with it. How does that sound?
You watch over relationships. Why are you meddling with spirits?
All those with love in their hearts are under my jurisdiction, Lord Ogran. Under your cool and ruthless look, could there be love in your heart? I can look into your future relationships for you.
Don't.
1,000 miles of fate bound by a single thread. Your fated one is...
Farewell.
Huh? Hold on. Oh. Cerise, Cyan! Yaria! Huh? Where did she go? Hold on! I'm not done divining your fate!
I don't need it.
It'll be a bad omen if the ritual doesn't complete. If you leave now, you will walk alone for the rest of your life. Is that really what you want?
He's making this difficult.
Just have to take a shortcut.
I heard the mention of fate is great for relationship fortune telling. We should try it out.
Will they see us? It's really far.
Not at all. A breeze will take us there in no time.
He's right behind us. I told you we can't beat Ogren. We shouldn't have interfered. Not on my watch. Lady Diadea! Where's You can't fly now that you're drenched in the water from Lester Lake. Let me help you.
No.
How much longer?
Let's just go with the flow. You look like someone I know.
Lady Diadea, could it be him?
It can't be. Huh? been waiting for you. Go on.
Now they will part with no regrets. Hold on! Let us say their goodbyes!
Yes, when we part, we have to say goodbye. For some, they just want the chance to say goodbye. You're still here.
I'm waiting for the ferry.
Do you think that they'll see each other again in their next lives?
Maybe.
How long have you been a seer? You're a quiet one. Have you always been so quiet?
Probably.
Actually, I can swim.
I know.
Throw up the games, up at the show, we're not the same. Blaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth is, another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found. Calling out for the game. There's no time to hide. Won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Where I belong. It's my ride or die. Won't you yell out my name? Let's begin. Crush the foe. Look at me now. Ready to go. Victory. Power within. We're standing tall. Fight for your name. Ready to give it all.
Realme 13 Plus.
Yang, aku pulang lebih cepet nih. Ini lagi OTW rumah ya.
Pulang, udah cepetan.
Teknologi fast cooling dan iFeel membuat ruangan dingin di setiap sudut. Dinginnya nyebar, langsung chill, auto nyaman. Dengan Ed Garment, tumpukan cucian kotor gone, semua yang ada di dalam jadi lebih terjaga, lebih dingin, dan lebih segar dengan Power Cool. Nikmati gambar yang lebih real dengan Kilet Pro dan Dolby Vision. Rasakan pengalaman suara yang mengitarimu dengan Dolby Atmos.
Sayang,
TCL, semua jadi mudah.
Chino ye Baidama, a queen yego, me sharp in Nevada. Chino Lashi Boago, Bialan I met, a queen yebo. East boy a debega, Ludan to Mtunamabu. Taga, a bumpy at Kupin and the Lu. Boa to Shaolanya me, key the Kule Pinamade. Professional game of Piboga, Chino Boago, Bialan Queen Yeji the Kubabe. 大家အားလုံးထက်အရေးကြီးပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဘဝမှာအခက်အခဲတွေအများကြီးရင်ဆိုင်ရပေမဲ့လည်း HOK ကြောင့်ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုကျွန်တော်ရခဲ့ပါတယ်အရာရာကိုပြောင်းလဲဖို့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ဆုံးဖြတ်ထားပါတယ် HOK မှာကျွန်တော်လိုဘာမှမဟုတ်တဲ့တစုံတစ်ယောက်ကလည်း game ကိုစိုးမိုးနိုင်ဖို့စွမ်းအားတွေရှိလာနိုင်ပါတယ်
It's Friday! FLCN Day! Yay! You do great chasing, huh?
Allah adalah sesuatu yang tidak disukai oleh siapapun. Atau mungkin aku memang tidak berbakat. Saya harus kerja seperti orang lain. Apa gunanya jika aku menyerah di tengah jalan saat mengejar mimpiku? Ingatlah mengapa kamu memulai. Yakini dirimu dan wujudkan mimpimu. Setiap kemunduran adalah langkah menuju kebangkitan yang lebih besar. Di FLCN, mimpi yang mendefinisikan kita.
Jungling, huh?
Time away, travel through time and space, let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me, black hole gate, speed to look at you, to land in the world, to make the call, and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the lion to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The waves surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. No longer be lonely, 'cause you've seen it is waves time. The time to be a part of the lightning from the start, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, 'cause you belong with stars. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2024 Honor of Kings Championship Group Stage. Woo. All right, with me is Sabila Aprilia, and I'm not alone because I'm with.
I'm Darius Lin. I'm so excited to witness the challengers from all around the world have gathered here in Jakarta, Indonesia for only one goal. At the stage already set for only 16 teams, they face each other in grilling matches until we finally crown the kings above kings.
Wow, yep, I believe Darius, it's going to be a fantastic week of non-stop action and of
Yes.
course epic plays from all of the team. Tapi di sini kita sudah melihat sudah ada pendukungnya dari tim Indonesia. Mana semangatnya?
Raise up your voice!
Woo!
Ini rasanya udah kita dikelilingi 10.000
Yep.
supporters from Indonesia, right?
Yep,
Yes.
of course. But before we begin our battle for today, let's us see how the tournament will be played out.
Arena to see teams from all around the world battle it out and be crowned true kings of the world. 16 contenders are set to compete after completing their respective qualifying tournaments. First, the Honor of Kings Invitational Mid-Season 2024 qualifier Black Shrew Esports. Then, the following representing regions from their local qualifiers: Turkey, Brazil, Philippines, MENA, Malaysia, and Indonesia. We also have contenders from the SEA Wildcard Qualifier, the Pacific Play-ins, the America Play-ins, and the EMEA Play-ins. All eyes will be in Jakarta, Indonesia, where these teams will meet each other face to face for the first time on an equal stage. We begin the group stages from October 12th to October 17th. 4 seeded teams will be randomly drawn into 4 groups. The 12 remaining contenders will follow. With this, each group will consist of 4 teams each. Teams will then undergo a single round robin in a best-of-3 format. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage. So, which final 8 teams will stand above the rest? The challenge begins for the road to reign above all. Let's witness the action together.
Wow, that's so impressive to see the tournament format of HOK Championship 2024, right?
Of course, and we have a very amazing pool of prize, Sabila, to give out to the teams $1 million.
Woo!
And of course, the champion of the group stage, will take the lion's share of $300.
Oh, wow.
Woo! I wonder who will win this competition, Sabila.
Yep, me too. But as the tournament format said, 16 teams will split into 4 groups.
Let's raise up the voice. We'll see the group.
Yep, and starting with Group A, we have Dominator Esports, Mahadewa, FUT Esports, and Blacklist International.
And the Group B standings, Nova Esports, Team Balkans, Kagendra, and Team Vitality.
Moving on with Group C, we have Alpha 7 Esports, Boom Esports, Team Secret, and Influence Rage.
And of course, last but not least, we'll be facing each other in the Group D. There's Black Shrew Esports, Impunity, Fearless Esports, and Revenant Esports.
Wow. So we will see,
Yes, a very grueling match about each other and really wondering who will win the $1 million.
Oh, yep. And for today's matches, we have 4 matches with best of 3 series, so they have to win 2 games to get their winning point. But before that, Darius, I want to ask all of you in here, are you ready for this match? Oh, okay.
I don't think it's really the supporters. Can I say one more time, where are you ready?
Oh, okay, because everyone's ready. We are ready to.
Yes, so without further ado, let us all now begin the
2024 Honor of Kings Championship.
Para satriya saka saking manca negara samya prapta ing bumi Indonesia. 16 bergodo duweni pengajap sawiji dimen antuk jaya jayaning sayembara.
After our challenging times, I think we are much stronger than before.
Last time I checked, we're starving to take down any team. We see you as nothing but meat.
It is nice play in our home ground. We won't let everyone down.
上次失败是个意外，等着瞧吧。
We will not only defend our home ground, but we will strike them on it as well.
No time for clowning. Watch us unleash our wild side.
Big boys don't cry. Big boys make the little ones cry from defeat.
Far from home, it doesn't matter. We'll bring the sandstone to you.
Gumuruh warta sayembara gedhe wis sumrambah saindenging bawana.
We conquered the South. Now we aim for the world.
Novo oponente? Eu gosto disso. Vamos deixá-los cegos com o nosso poder.
I cannot wait to step onto the stage and watch them struggle to get a point against us.
Just wait and see. You'll find yourselves on our win streak list.
You win some, you lose some. No, we'll win it all.
You all are just rookies. We will send you home.
这里是战场，不适合弱者。
There's only one king. Remember the name.
Para pinunjul miwah para satriya ngaluhur sing kalah bakal kapikut pewayangan asoring jurit, ingkang menang bakal sinurak asma luhure kuncara saindenging jagat, gumregah kanggo bombonging manah, gumregut kanggo ungguling kaluhuran patut.
welcome the Dominator Esports! In the most recent qualifier in Indonesia, they rose to KAGE 2024 begin after sweeping the entire competition. They're here with their home buff, first place buff, and this is the Dominator Esports! Please give a round of applause.
And the next team, please welcome Blacklist International. The runner-up finalists at the Philippine qualifiers. They dominate their group stage but fell short at the grand final. They are out to prove that they've got what it takes to go for gold. And this is Blacklist International.
Please welcome the runner-up from Indonesian qualifiers, KAGE. They're out for the rematch in the world stage, and they have their eyes on the prize and also carry the home court advantage. So put your hands together for KAGE.
And next, please give applause for Team Falcon. Representing MENA, they make their way on stage to show the world they consistently rising esports scene. They will be only team from MENA in this competition as they carry the flag of their region, and this is Team Falcon.
We welcome the Impunity, the members hailing from Singapore and Myanmar. They're representing the wider region of Southeast Asia. And they're here to prove themselves after winning at the CWT qualifier. It's time to face the competition as they fight their way to the top. This is Impunity.
And next, we have Fearless Esports. Next, coming from the Pacific Play-ins after the tough battle to secure the slot at the Honor of Kings Championship 2024, they stood on top to represent their regions. And this is it, Fearless Esports.
Please welcome, this is the Influence Range, arriving after dominating performance at the American Play-ins. The aggressive team from Brazil is set to make waves in Indonesia to prove their strength out in international stage. Welcome, this is Influence Range.
The next team, please welcome Alpha 7 Esports. Introducing the Brazilian team, they participate in the Torneo de Ascenso, where they reign above the 7 contenders in this tournament. They're here to bring pride to their region and attention to their growing esports scene. And please give applause for Alpha Esports.
And the crowd favorites and runner-ups to the Malaysian qualifier, Team Secret! They seek their redemption against Nova Esports. But most importantly, this is the champion title, Team Secret!
And next, please give applause for Team Vitality! Sweeping the entire AMAA play-ins, they stay one more on an international stage to show what they've learned through this season. Hands up for Team Vitality!
We're also entering from Malaysia, they road to Indonesia, Nova Esports dominating, wow! Not only they did sweep the group stage, but continue to crush their opponent in the grand final. So give it up, this is the Nova Esports.
And next, we have Boom Esports. Reigning above the Philippines qualifier, they finished their run with a sweep against the opponents. They're first on an international competition for Honor of Kings, and this is Boom Esports.
Revenant Esports, the team coming from the CWT qualifier, a new organization entering the scene of Honor of Kings. Let's give them a warm of welcome as they stand for the first time in worldwide tournament. This is Revenant Esports.
And for the next team, please welcome Black Shoe Esports. After competing against teams from around the world at the first Esports World Cup in Riot, they stood on top as the best of the best. This time, they test their strength in Indonesia, introducing Black Shoe Esports.
FUT Esports, all the way from Turkey. They carried throughout the Turkey qualifier to stand before us today. As the only representative from the region, they're surely making their country proud. And this is FUT Esports.
And third, runner-up in Indonesian qualifier. They are among the Indonesian team carrying the flag of their home country as they fight to pride of the nation. Please welcome Mahadewa. Okay, Darius, I think both of team is ready to play on our first match.
Yes, so I want to ask for the FUT supporter, raise up your voice!
Woo! Dan sekarang jangan mau kalah, pendukungnya Mahadewa, mana semangatnya?
Oh wow, I think they're so ready. So let us confirm one more time, Sabila. So Honor of King Championship, all supporters, are you ready?
Yes, because we are ready to. So we don't waste any more time. Let's give it to the casters. Casters, the time is yours.
Have arrived. It is time to make it big in Indonesia. Right now, we have 16 teams with one dream, right? $1 million in the prize pool. And of course, you will have your favorites. But right now, it's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. With me is Holler and Blem. Let's start with Holler. How are you feeling today,
I'm
man?
feeling great. I'm excited. There's so much energy in the arena right now. I mean, they're all 16 teams in one single place. It's getting a little hot in here.
Yeah. A little hot indeed. I mean, we just saw all those 16 teams walk out on stage with a point to prove they want to be the King of Kings.
Oh, for sure. Now, this is a journey of 1,000 steps, right? And we're going to take you there step by step. First game of the day, we have Mahadewa going up against FUT Esports. Blem, I know you have some thoughts about FUT Esports. Let's talk a little bit more about them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, FUT Esports have been in this since like KIC 2023. Their origins go all the way back then, and it's a very similar roster. They had a very good Season 1 Invitational, got all the way to the semi-finals, lost to the BKS team there. But again, Season 2 was a little bit of a downfall for them. So this is their redemption arc, I think.
Okay, redemption arc is one thing, but right now we are in the home ground of one of these teams, right? So it's going to be Mahadewa.
Yeah, I mean, this is the third place team in the Indonesian qualifiers. They've kind of been almost overshadowed by some of the other teams that have done quite well, but getting themselves into this one, of course, getting into the top 16 is no small feat, so congrats for them. But this is one of those things where in Group A, I think it's kind of open, so Mahadewa could potentially make some waves here.
Yeah, we definitely want to capture all these moments, right? We want it to be crystal clear, pixel perfect. That's exactly what we have for you. It is going to be the Realme phones. Now, you know, when they placed these phones in front of us, I was like, okay, wait, hang on. What kind of phones are these? And then this brand came out real big. Realme 13 Plus. If you're looking for the best kind of phone out there for gaming, for pictures, this is it. And we have it live here as well. Now, there are a couple of sets here. I think it's safe to say we can, you know, test it out. Maybe we can bring it home.
I'm pretty sure we're not allowed to take it home. We might be able to test it out. They do have some demos in front of us, but I would be careful of this one in terms of any of these phones at this moment.
Well, I do have a SIM card that I can just pop in, you know. Yeah, so at this point, it is not just about that, it's also about the connection we have here, right? We are looking for the best kind of connection from the teammates as well. And that's what TCL is going to provide to us as well for this entire event. The best connection possible. We want to see those synergies coming in. And as we talk about synergies, right? In terms of synergies, who works out better for you? Foot Esports or Mahadewa?
I mean, they could have the homegrown buff, right? Mahadea could be taking this one, a 2-0, but I want to see a full best of 3.
Okay, Holler, we're looking at some new things coming into this competition.
Yep.
But maybe before that, there's one new thing that everyone needs to take a look at. And that's going to be the skin of choice. I'm not sure whether we play this hero a lot, but the new Zhou Yu skin, goodness me, it's so flaming hot.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's actually it's like almost all of the skins are quite nice, but this one is a whole nother level. It's very entertaining, and it just came out. But let's talk a little bit about Mahadewa right here. We have Mons, we have Amy, Surety, Enix, and of course Yep to round this one out. So this is of course the 3rd place team in that Indonesian qualifiers. I think that they might actually be able to do much better. Getting into top 2 on this one, Group A, might be a small or a big feat for them, but it would be huge for the team.
Yeah, okay, so we've already seen performances by them, but it's time to take a look at Foot Esports.
Yeah, so looking at the roster here, we have Void, Lost, Snape, 0307, and Ryuga. And like I was saying in the introduction, this team has been pretty stable since the KIC 2023. And all year, there are very familiar faces on this one, like Ryuga, like 0307, and Snape in the mid lane as well. So again, all that established connection is probably what it's take to actually win this series, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so we're in the live arena here. We are at MGP space, right? If you do have the time, come down, experience the entire event live as well. It's a totally different kind of experience. But right now, I can't imagine the players on the stage. This must be very stressful for them.
I mean, it's the biggest thing. It's the opener, right? You're on the home ground. I mean, yes, you might have that, potential, the fanfare, all of the ones that are going to be cheering you on, but at the same time comes pressure, right? It's one of those things where you need to step up. This is a single round robin.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Foot Esports have had their best performance all year. It was at Season 1 Invitational. Where was it? Turkey. So we probably see the same thing with Mahadewa here. So they could have that homegrown buff, and they are the 3rd seed within Indonesia qualifier, and it was a tough competition.
Yeah, but let me talk a little bit about Foot Esports. I mean, the fact that they're here, they got, what, 3rd, 4th in Season 1. You casted that one, Blam, and I know you have a lot of insight on this team. But going into Season 2 and beyond, it seems like they had really faltered. I mean, they got 13th place, which is unfortunately last place in that Season 2. They really haven't been able to kind of find their footing that they found in Season 1.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit of like an identity thing with the team, right? A lot of these teams are on the global stage now, are sort of still like building a brand for themselves, especially when it comes to like the likes of like VKS and other like Brazilian teams, very aggressive plays. Foot Esports are still looking for that charm, I think.
Okay, so they're still figuring out their style, their synergy across the board, right? I think we expect the same out of Mahadewa as well, right? So these two teams, they're new onto the scene. Technically, okay, Foot not as new, but Mahadewa definitely bursted onto the scene as well. One of the big 3s in the Indonesian competition world, right? And right now, we will take a look at what is the thought process behind their drafts. I'm curious to see what is it really like for Indonesians in terms of the drafting style, and for Foot Esports, what's going to happen for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's either that regional kind of difference, or it's going to be those meta bans, and we're seeing it right here, right? The Huan first ban on the blue side, as well as Lubang, and then you've got the Mai Shiranui, which we've been seeing for so many tournaments. That first ban, nobody wants that lady in that mid lane. She is aggressive, as well as the Arlie.
Yep, okay, so Arlie obviously going to be taken out, right? It's not someone that we enjoy seeing, but for the first time, it's going to open up the Dolia, and Dolia is one of my favorite supports. She is so sneakily tanky in the mid to late games when she gets the itemization and the refresh from the Celestial Melody, no joke.
Yeah, I mean, early game, you get that great healing, right, from the Dolia, and when you pair it down there in the farm lane with whichever marksman they are going to go for. But looking over to Mahadewa, they have the Lung, they have the Musashi. These are 2 huge picks right now within the meta.
Yep, and at this point, right, if they can provide a lot more room for this Loom to grow, it's going to be a very scary late game for this side of Foot Esports.
Yes, yes. I mean, that as well, paired with Monkey in the jungle for the side of Foot Esports, I think this is quite a new pick for them. We normally used to see the likes of the Lamb, the Kaiser, so they're actually bringing something that's been recently buffed. This hero has gone through some changes, and we've seen him already within like the mid-season invitational as well. A huge pick. And then we see that they're locking the Dharma into the Clash lane. What do we think about this?
I like the CC potential, right? End of the day, it looks like both teams are going for something similar. Let's have the protect composition. We have 4 very tanky heroes surrounding the main damage dealer. But at this point, you know, one of the strengths for both ends is the fact that both Menki as well as the Musashi offer decent amount of damage as well.
I just want to chime in here, here, because it looks like Mahadewa, when they're picking up the Zhangfei, they are 6-1 in the Indonesian qualifiers. They did very well. They've also got the Loom, who was 8-3, so they're going with their strong foot forward, or their best foot forward on this one. They really want to win this game 1.
Okay. Yes, I mean, has Foot really put their foot into this? With this draft, letting the Lung come through and the Zhangfei just like Holler said there. But we've seen hover on the Atta. This is not one of the picks that we normally see. It probably would have gone into the Clash lane if it was coming through, but they are going to take the Control Mage, Lady Chen, in that mid lane. We know this is a great pick in that mid lane.
Okay, so Mahadewa, they want to put their best foot forward, and they want to put their foot through the door, right? So at this point, Lady Chen, the 4th pick, I like the CC potential, right? Flowing Sai, Ocean of Tears, there's a lot of iframes to play around as well. And if you take a look at the composition on the side of Foot Esports, they don't do too well against CC-heavy heroes. Sure, Menki is the dream roam, but once that is gone, you can definitely expect Mahadewa to be really aggressive with the throwing of the skills.
Yeah, and just to like look at this last 2 picks on the side of Foot Esports here, they're looking to hover over the higher node to try and get that mid lane lockdown, the poke here, and then this was my next point, is that the marksman pool has been dwindled, the DRNG, the Lady Sun, the Ali have been taken off the board, so they go for the Ho Yi, which means we're going to see those blazing sun arrows come through with the Dolia. We generally see that quite often.
I have some concerns because end of the day, Amy, who is going to have their hands on that Musashi, right? That illuminating slash, going to be very detrimental to play against.
Yeah, because it blocks those long range attacks, right? So if that arrow comes through onto the wrong target like the Musashi, not only can he use extreme speed to get out of there, he can completely negate it.
Yep, so many different markers that the teams are looking to engage, right? At this point, I like the fact that Foot Esports, they have multiple angles of entry, right? Burning Sun Arrow from distance, gets the stun, they get the damage in as well. Dharma comes in with the mantras, maybe with the correct timing, should be able to deal one good punch against Mahadewa.
Yeah, we'd like to think so, right? Those Truth Mantras coming through is probably going to be the way they're able to get into the backline, or at least trying to suss out that infinite vastness, right? Waiting for that lung to land and then just like go in with the Dharma.
Yeah, for sure. It's like 2 parts to a fight, right?
All right, but here we go. This is going to be it. The first game of course, the Honor of Kings Championship. It's 2024 Mahadewa versus Foot Esports going into this one. All right, we know the matchups, but who in terms of team composition, who do you like better going into this one?
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, Mahadewa has such great access into the backline. They have the CC as well. You've got a lane being able to just dive in onto the likes of the Hu Yi, onto the Haino as well, with the Death on Sunset, using it as more of an engagement tool rather than sort of like pick up.
Yeah, I agree with you on this, right? I think it's really more options to explore. A lot of escape mechanisms that they can really just make use of if the game is even, right? If we're talking about maybe Foot Esports having an early advantage, which they're trying really hard to do now, maybe it doesn't work out as well. But as it stands now, if all things stay the same, it's still advantage to Mahadewa for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely seen a little bit more of an aggressive Foot Esports in this match already, right? Like, we saw a very coy, very cordial kind of Foot Esports in Season 2 Invitational, but they know they can't do that in KC 2023. They need to bring out all the stops.
Oh yeah, for sure. And one of the things that's a huge difference at this point is actually clashing. Less focus there this time.
Yes, up in the Clash lane, I mean, you have the Dharma against the lane, right? So a lot of CC immunity, so negating that Truth Mantra is going to be a tricky one for Void to actually overcome.
Yeah, and at this point, you know, with the Leaping Savior, the shield value is really important to help them maintain this even score around Mahadeva and Foot Esports, at least for the control of the map.
Yeah, at least for the control of the map for now. But we're kind of seeing a little bit of a poke fest in that mid lane between the Hino, the Monkey, and the Jungfei, and the Lady Chen. But nothing quite as yet. But the goal lead is actually going to go over to the side of Foot Esports for now.
Yep, it's really some small nuances across the map, right? Just one camp. That 300 doesn't seem like a lot of gold at this point, but as you progress later, you'll start to see the compounding effects, kind of like an investment.
Yeah, it's like a snowball effect, right? You get the itemization, it just keeps going, you get the attack damage, you get the magical damage, you get all that beautiful attributes from all those great items within the game. But Masashi is levitating around here.
Yeah. At this point, nothing too much, right, for the side of Mahadeva, similar to Foot Esports. But there is a big disparity in the mid lane EXP.
Yeah.
Take a look at it.
Sorry, if we're looking into this one, I mean, who do you think has the most pressure going into this game one?
Pressure. I feel like Foot Esports is starting to feel the pressure from Mahadeva, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Mahadeva, we see that they have a great presence on the map, right? In the gorge, they are here, there, and everywhere. Whereas, see, Foot Esports, they have very much stuck into those lanes. And I think this is the problem they're going to have. If they can't break free of these lanes, they're going to be able to be pinned down and destroyed. And that's where they're going to kind of figure this part out.
Well, 30 seconds more, and we'll see the actual challenge, right? They haven't had that face-to-face fist fight just yet, but 4 minutes, it's time. There's no escaping that fight.
Yeah, it's brewing, and you can kind of see that both of these teams are going to vie for the Tyrant, right? They need that extra damage in the early game. It's going to be really good for Lung. We know that his flaming palms can pack a punch.
Oh, for sure. And at this point, I don't think Enyix, his farm has been dwindled at any point thus far, but let's see, right? 4 minutes in, this could be the first big fight for either one.
Yeah, I mean, this is generally where it basically brews up, right? These new objectives already gone down is the Overlord. That, I blinked and missed that.
Yeah, I was like,
the Tyrant solo. Oh, it's going to be taken here. Lost. We'll just easily smite that one.
Yeah, like, what's happening, guys?
I mean, Masashi's got extreme speed, but I didn't think he was extreme clearing.
Oh, it looks like in the mid lane, Lost still up in front, very tanky. He's going to shrug most of this off, of course. Oh, but Amy going for the duel of death, and it looks like he's just going to back off of that one.
Yeah, looks like it's just a deterrent, right? They want to push them away, buy some time, because if you take a look at the rotations, they're starting to really start to look inside the jungle of Foot Esports.
Yeah, that's where they don't want to be, right? You want to make sure you can kind of keep away from them.
Solo, the Ferrari form. Oh, the Umbrella Outburst keeping him alive. He does have the shield, but he's going to take a lot of damage. He's going to get cut off. He's going to be ambushed on the flank. Yep, Solo is he able to get away? He does. He stampedes to safety, and he should be fine, but Snape on the tail. He is not letting him go. Oh, he does get him, and that's going to be first blood going the way of Snape.
And this is not the start they are looking for on the side of Mahadeva.
Oh, but here we go. There's another one. Amy going in for this, trying to take that blue buff. Amy continuing to fight, but he is so low. He's trying to run away. The extreme speed, doing everything with the bubble. Oh, and Amy looks like he's going to limp away.
Yep. I mean, Foot Esports now just living the dream, right? Because first blood going in, it's great, and you funnel it into Ryoga as well.
Oh, the Umbrella. Okay, looks like they're going to get infinite vastness on out of this one, but Foot Esports putting a lot of pressure early.
Yes, a lot of pressure going on to Foot Esports right now, and this is what they kind of need to do. Like I was saying in the introduction, keep in those lanes, but make sure you put in pressure. That's the key part, right? You don't want to be staying in your lanes and being very coy. Just letting them take that farm, especially when you have the look, right? All that itemization, all that gold going over to this marksman is just going to mean that late game is going to be painful for you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But, you know, for the Long, Enyix here doesn't have the best start, and this might be a catch.
No, not quite, not quite. The Destructive Deluge came in a little bit too early there, I think. A little bit of a deterrent, as we would say, on the casting desk right now. But we did see that Void is building the Axe of Torment, so those squishier ones on the side of
Bridal Outburst. Yep, just looking to go in. He gets a Stampede. He found 0307 with the duel to the death. A nice wombo combo, and they do end up getting the kill. And 0307 is down for the count.
Yeah, put it on the floor there. So Maha, they want to get one back, right? But at this point, Snape, the one with the first blood kill, extra gold, he's going to be a huge problem with the Substance of Fate.
Yeah, this is a huge problem here, right, as well. That tier 1 in the mid lane looking pretty low.
They're doing a little bit of chip damage, but they're going to back off in the end. They were taking that fight 4 versus 5. Foot Esports still thinking that they have a little bit of an advantage here.
Yep. Still thinking they have a foot into the lead here.
Yeah, for sure. And if you take a look at what Void is doing, right, he's literally leaving gaps in the jungle. So Mahadeva, Amy's not having a good time at all.
Yeah, when you kind of starve the Musashi, being a Musashi main myself, if you start to take my camp, I'm going to notice.
Oh yeah, for sure. And at this point, the pressure will start to shift away from FUT Esports, and you can see Mahadewa, they're trying their best to wrestle back control, but they're not given any space at all.
Yeah, nothing at all yet. But they were able to take the T1 down into the farm lane, right? So that's a bit of a consolation prize for the side of Mahadewa. But now they need to try and focus on keeping that T1 in the mid lane alive until they can take FUTs.
It's not going to be easy, right? Ryoga actually gets the redemption, and that's a lot of armor value coming in. Amy in the middle of 3.
Oh, he's going to go 1 versus 3. He wants to go for this duel of the death on the backside, but the Dream Roam keeps Ryoga safe. Mons had joined as well, but it looks like they want to just kind of push them away, and that should be the end of it.
Yeah, this is not what they're looking for on the side of Mahadewa, right? You can see FUT Esports just dancing around with them in the spaces of the jungle as well. And they're doing it so flawlessly just for the past 8 minutes or so.
Oh, the Burning Sun Arrow completely whips.
Oh yes, the Blazing Sun Arrow coming from downtown, completely missing there. That was beautiful. Beautiful display there. But right now, we've kind of seen a bit of aggression here into the mid lane for Mahadewa. And right now, they're kind of needing it. But that goal difference, look how close it is, guys.
Yep. That's pretty surprising though. But at this point, Tyrant is going to be of value for Mahadewa. They want to continue fighting, so they need to make sure they secure this. At the same time, top lane, this might be a scary situation for Assurity.
Yeah, you don't want the Lady Jane getting caught out by the Dharma there. The Truth Manta hits hard. They say truth is always the hardest pill to swallow, right?
Oh yeah. And swallowing, they might swallow their pride at this point because Mahadewa, they have to make sure they protect this T1 in the mid.
Yeah, they want to protect it. Oh, the favorite wind, it keeps him alive. He does, but the Unbridled Outburst now going to be committed, and it pushes them away. Not the greatest of fights or to start for this one, but on the backside, Mons going in. Nice meteor kill onto Lost, but he's the tankiest one. He will love to do that, but yep, going in. It looks like they found it. The favorite wine from the Celestial Melody lets it do it. X2, but the Dream Roll 4 connecting on it too. They found, yep, the Leaping Savior. He's alive. Enix throwing out those flaming palms, just trying to cover their retreat.
Yeah, they just give them no space at all.
Oh, but Amy over the wall. They're so close. They denied duel to the death. They found him with the Death and Sunset on top, and they found Boy. They got that kill, and now they have a little bit of an advantage here, but they lose the mid T1.
Yeah, they trade a kill, but for T1 in the mid lane, that's going to open up a lot of territory for the side of FUT Esports now. Looking for that T2, we do see Yep coming in.
Yep, and not only that, they didn't get the Tyrant as well. And as we go into the 10-minute mark, where darkness sets in, the shadow versions of the objectives will come out. It's not looking good for Mahadewa.
No, not looking good at all, right? I mean, that extra damage, that pressure that the Overlord can put onto you with the Vanguards is something you're going to want to be taking for yourself, especially...
Burning Sun Arrow! Okay, does not hit the mark.
Yeah, it doesn't hit the mark.
My butt clenching on that one. I was that was so close. I was like, oh, ma.
A little bit of a PTSD there for all ourselves. Thinking we're safe from Hui's arrow, but then all of a sudden it comes out of nowhere and collapses. But right now, Lost. May not get lost in.
I mean, it's a replay of our ranked games, right? Which is why we're clenching all our muscles at this point. But, you know, now with the shadow versions of the Tyrant and the Overlord coming out at this 10.5-minute mark, this is going to be an important fight.
I mean, they're looking to go in, but Lost is just so tanky. Nice Burning Sun Arrow, but they don't really have the follow-up. They're doing some chip damage. Mons taking a lot. He's a little under half at this point, but now the Tyrant is going to be started here. It's going to be pushed away. Lost still up in front. Yep, taking a lot of damage as well, but Mons, I don't know if Mahadewa can fight for this.
Yep, I don't see how the positioning is working out for the side of Mahadewa, right? They're so stuck in between. Burning Sun Arrow wasted from the side of 0307, but it looks like Mahadewa will give this up.
Was it wasted? Because in the end, it hit Mons, and it did a lot of damage, and now they pushed off, and they almost got a free Tyrant out of that.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, okay.
It was a pretty good trade, right? I mean, they're able to set that up, they're able to get the Shadow Tyrant, and now they're basically just brewing up the next storm on the side of FUT Esports here. We see the T1 down into farm lane, get taken down. Okay, Dharma may get caught.
Oh, Void taking so much damage. He formless this back to safety, but Void took a ton, just kind of face checked that bush.
Yep, this is a silver lining, right? At least they have some damage in their pockets.
Yeah, that's all that matters, right? They need to start to use that damage to get that goldly difference because it is edging in the favor of FUT Esports for now. But at any moment, it's that close of a team fight that can be taken away from them.
Yeah. And, you know, Lost gets the Ominous Premonition, so he is very tanky, slows him down both in movement and attack.
Oh, they found him. Oh, it looks like they're going to go. Oh, but the death, that sounds like he's trying to retreat. He does Moonlight Flash away, but Mon's taking a lot of Scepter damage, and they're going to back up. But yep, over the wall, he's going to be fine.
this is a huge concern, right? The level difference is one thing, but the damage output is really big in difference between Foot and Mahadewa.
Oh, by the win, they're going to find Void. He's just trying to go in, but the duel to the death, and they're continuing to go. The Formlessness is not enough to get him away, and he's going to go down. Void dies again.
Yeah, I feel like that was a bit of a miscommunication, right? We saw 3 members of Foot all the way mid, and then obviously Ho Yi was down into the farm lane, so there was no one to actually give aid to Dharma, so a little bit of miscommunication maybe.
Yeah, but this is the big opportunity here. All of the ultimates are up. Amy might go in.
Might go in, but Lost still up in front, so tanky. And they've been kind of riding him out. The Mankey here, just up in front, does not care. I mean, not only the fact he's super cute, but he's also very tanky.
I mean, Enix is just giving sucker punches left and right.
Death at Sunset. Oh, he's going to not connect. He's going to go onto 2. They want to go for this one, but Mons now has to run away. He Moonlight Flashes, but they've already got Snape. He was not able to fade rewind. And it looks like they got more, but Lost continuing to chase Yep now on the run. They Flaming Palm does some damage. Oh, just barely enough. Picks off Ryuga. They want to go for this one, and they got 0307 as well. The Flaming Palm onto Lost. They're doing a lot of damage. And Lost, the infinite fastness, he wants to go aggressive. Void, it looks like he's going to be on the run. Yep, gets Leaping Savior back to safety. Assurity going in, but Mons is so low, he's going to go down. Void continuing to fight, but 3 members down, all for the cost of 2.
Wow, that's a
Make that
final
4.
one! And then, I mean, this is the strength of the Indonesian teams, right? This is why they are the top of the league in Indonesia, right? Mahadewa impressing us so far. Look at the gold swing. It is 5,000 gold in their benefit at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the last time I actually mentioned that gold lead, it was literally a few hundred apiece, right? And now that's way ahead for the side of Mahadewa. But when we saw Enix just waiting and just prowling around that Faith Recall and just smash down the high note, that was the trouble point.
Yep, you know, his name sounds like the golden buzzer, right? And an X. Yeah, you're out, right? You're out of the fight. And that's exactly what he's doing. You know, we were talking about him having a lot of farm in the late game and he's going to be a menace.
Yes.
He truly is one at this point.
Yes, with the Flaming Palms as well, right? I mean, we saw them connect. They hit and they were deadly, but point out to Void, though, getting that double kill over with the Truth Mantra was pretty good.
Okay, so Amy, at this point, gets on that Dragon Rage. Is that something you like?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to help the team, right? It's definitely going to be a beneficial for the side of Mahadewa. Do they really need it going into this late point? They have great domination in these lanes. They take 2 of the high ground turrets.
Yep. I mean, it also deals health percentage damage, right? So it's something.
Burning Sun Arrow, Dream Roam, they're going to combo it, they're going to go with, but he gets on out of there with the infinite fastness, he gets on out, he takes the Uber, 0307, the favorite wind on back, but he's been knocked up, he's not able to get away from the Meteor kill, and they've gotten 0307 already, and they're continuing to go. Mons now on the run, he's trying to stay, Lost still up in front, Enix is somehow still alive, through this all, only 1 death, and that was by 0307, but this is huge, they're going to continue on, they have the Flaming Palm, and they do have the burst, and Void is down again!
I mean, they are just a better team at this point.
Oh, they got another pickoff! Enix is styling, give him the double!
Oh my goodness, the double for sure, and they're still looking for more.
The Destructive Luge coming through, obviously connected onto the Monkey, was just enough damage to draw him away. Get the higher ground in the mid lane. They're at ground 0, right?
Yep, and this could be the start of the end here.
Yeah, this is going to be it. They've got all the T3s, the Sunset. They want to just go for this one. It is one last hurrah, but it looks like Lost has been killed. I mean, yeah, he was tanky, but they have the damage. The Burning Sun Arrow, oh, that was too much. Assurity is down. Enix is down as well, so that will hold. But man, Super Minions pushing on all 3 lanes now.
Okay, so the base is barren. They have so many things to cover, right? 3 lanes of, you know, Super Minions at this point, and the map is practically open for the side of Mahadewa.
Yeah, I mean, the dam's cracking right on the side of esports. They're trying to hold it up with masking tape, but it's not quite working. It was a nice effort there from Lost to get the Dream Roll, able to get the kill from Mahadewa. A double kill as well, taking Enix early and then taking Legion as well. 2 of the biggest damage parts.
Yep, and the way they kind of switch between the people who are taking damage and dishing damage has been spectacular on the side of Mahadewa, right? At one moment, Amy is soaking the damage, dealing the damage. Enix is next in line, and everyone else just makes it out with a sliver of health.
Yeah, I think that's probably like the only saving grace, right, from both of these teams is seeing what they can do in terms of damage limitations when it comes to these team fights. But Mahadewa looking for another Shadow Tyrant.
Okay, so Tyrant definitely better at this point because they're looking for more fights, right? Yes. Who cares about the lanes? Let's just fight, boys.
Yeah, I mean, it's only going to benefit the look, right? I mean, those Flaming Palms are already hurting. They're already flaming saw onto the side of FUT Esports, but giving over that extra damage, that lightning effect from the Shadow Tyrant is going to be troublesome. We may even get...
Oh, to death. They're going to go for this one. They're going to have the Illuminating Slash as well. He's going to be running. Is he able to get away? Void trying to do it. He dashes over the wall. Formless says he will survive. Now all the lanes are pushing Enix. The damage that he brings to this table just clears waves so quickly.
Right, so now it's really a test about patience, right? Does Mahadewa try and close it here, or do they buy some time, get the Overlord as well?
I don't think they want to play to that point, right? I mean, especially with the Tempest Dragon going to be up in about 142 seconds. They want to finish it here.
They want to go, but the Unbridled Outburst, they've got 3 connected. They're trying to go for this Dice Duel of the Death. That's on the backside. They've got an Enix, but he's been killed. This might have been a bit of an issue. That's a lot of damage. Oh, they're going to go for Mons. He's solo, lost, chasing him out, throws out the bubble, and he's not going to be able to connect on this one, but it looks like they've gotten 2 for nothing, and FUT Esports will hold for now.
Yep, they were down, but you never count them out. FUT Esports smacks them back, so Mahadewa, I feel like the better decision, of course, hindsight bias, chill out, guys. You know, they could have gone for the Overlord, and at this point, it is in the bag of FUT Esports.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see here that Mahadewa are struggling to close this game, right? They've been given FUT Esports a lot of lifelines. The Hail Mary there was keeping those minions away from the Crystal, and they did it phenomenally.
Yep, and one more thing, the Blood Rage in the kit of 0307, really smart. He just needs to buy more time, right? The team does have damage, they just need him to survive.
Yes, and that is what they need to do. I mean, Enix getting cut off pretty early is a trouble for the side of Mahadewa. And I think FUT Esports knows that, and that's what they're going for right now, is making sure Lung is off the cards, but keeping the whole year alive from the lane.
Yep, and at this point, once again, the recovery on the goal. Look at that. This time, FUT Esports takes the lead, and this is not looking good because there is a very short window. 0307 does not have flash now. They need to catch him right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see that it's not going to happen just here. They're just trying to defend these lanes on the side of Mahadewa, trying to get a little bit more of that gold from those Vanguards, trying to just just equilibrium the gold.
Yep, and you know what? The real challenge is in 40 seconds. That's when Tempest Dragon is going to come out. Guys, first game of the day, Tempest Dragon. My goodness.
Did we expect it? I mean, this is the biggest competition within Honor of Kings right globally, so I was expecting this.
Okay, I mean, I would love a Tempest game any day. Not me playing, I would like to watch instead.
You don't like that prolonged gameplay, no?
No, I like it short and quick.
Either way, even on the losing end.
Yeah, you know, don't waste time. I'm ready for the next game.
Go next.
Yeah. But at this point, you know, this is important, right?
Yes.
Both teams want to walk away with that first point. They want to walk away with the first game. This is going to put them in a better position for the series. And here we go, the true challenges here. The night has fallen, 20 minutes in Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, the thing they've got to be careful for on the side of FUT Esports is these big waves of minions, right? Both in the side lanes, but they could easily backdoor them if they try and prio this neutral objective.
Yep, I think Mahadewa, the game plan here is let's just slow the game down, right? We don't take big fights, we win by the lane.
Flaming Palm, the Dream Realm lost. He's going to go for this one. Mons chasing him down. The Fate Rewind just used instantly, and it looks like he doesn't want to take that fight. Mahadewa found a good initiation. You burned some ults, but now what?
I'm not sure. It's a reset situation, right? Ryuga actually used that Celestial Melody for Snake, and that could be the turning point, hopefully.
Yeah, it's kind of using a little bit of a bait and switch, right? Just kind of force it, but then think, oh, he hasn't got it, but they got the Dolia, okay.
One-on-one, I don't think they want to really take this, right? No. Both of them can't afford the risk at this point.
No, yeah, this neutral objective is looking a little bit too juicy here. We can kind of see Masashi and the Lung already around here. Lost could come in with a fantastic crucial kill.
The Flaming Palm, they're doing some damage, and they found him on the right side. Forbidden Domain pushing him back. The Unbridled Outburst as well. They're just kind of gaining up a loss. Oh, that's going to be Sage's Sanctuary. That's going to be the first one. Fate Rewind for Snake, but the Dream Realm lost. He's trying to run. He has the Lingering Dream, but it looks like they want to go for bigger fish. They try to go for Snake, but unfortunately, Assurity is down for the count, and it looks like they've also gotten Mons and FUT Esports somehow hold. Yes, they're limping, but they've actually done the damage, and they won that team fight.
Yeah, they threw the crutches on the floor, right? But at this point, Mahadewa, yeah, they kind of down, knee on the floor. It's not over yet, because they still have the smite on hand from Amy, and more importantly, Enyix still alive.
Yeah, and they've got the smite from Zhang Fei, right? I mean, that's double smite you've got to try and contest with. That's a hard thing, but the thing that Mahadewa's got going for him is these lane priorities, right? There's so much big minion waves going on right now. The Blazing Sun Arrow connects, but is it going to be followed up?
Not too much to follow up. Mind you, they're still down 2 members, but Mahadua are continuing to push, being aggressive because they have the super minions, the Duel of the Death, and then Amy wants to go for this one. The Flaming Palm, Sage's Sanctuary, he's going to be back up. Boyd not able to get away. He's immune for now, but he's going to be picked off. Boyd got caught out, and it looks like they're going to take down the Faith, and they do end up taking Mahadua. We'll take game 1.
What a game, Mahadewa. They are supposed to be one of the strongest, and right now the message is we are the strongest, right?
Yes.
There's no comparison. So first game going into the hands of Mahadewa. Your thoughts about it, Blam?
I mean, first game going to Tempest Dragon as well. And KC 2024, we're getting a Tempest Dragon game, first game within the whole competition. That's exciting, and that's really where the plays really started to fall into place for esports. It was a bit of a lifeline. They had to even figure out, do they focus the Tempest or did they try and push these lanes? And that's what Mahadea had over them, right? Was those big side lanes coming through with those minions. It was inevitable defeat, I think.
Yep, and that's why you place the foundation, right, into anything that you build. The early game that they secure for themselves on the side of Mahadeva was so wonderful. It really perched them to be in a perfect position because late game, 3 lanes, what do you do?
Yeah. I mean, you were talking about it. I think you made a good point in the sense of just kind of slowing the game down. You have the super minions pushing on all lanes, so you just play to time, let that kind of push out, and it makes it very difficult for Foot Esports to even get to that Tempest Dragon.
Yep.
They had to constantly worry about the lanes, and then you can backdoor it, and you can kind of do the damage that you need to do.
You know, it kind of feels like he's complimenting Mahadeva, but it feels like he's complimenting my rank games. You know?
No, definitely not. It's Mahadua,
well.
all right? I just want to be very clear. It's definitely not Kindo.
Just set the record straight there. We're not bigging up Kindo Fu any more than what we need to within those ranked games. But yes, if you want to support your players, rate and win at this championship. So join Hot Camp to rate your favorite players in the championship and stand a chance at winning some exciting in-game rewards.
Yeah, you know what? Skins would be nice. The Zhouyu skin, this new skin, Blazing, whatever. It's too hard for me to remember. But oh my goodness. So it's a good start, right? For Mahadewa, you're in your hometown, you're in the live venue, you get the first win of the series. It's not done just yet, right? So what's to expect for the side of Foot Esports?
I mean, they got to bounce back, right? I think they did a good job of coming back. I think that's more worrying on the Mahadua side because they had such a good lead and they weren't able to close the game out. It became a lot closer than it should have been.
Yeah, I feel like the Foot Esports we're seeing right now has a lot of passion, a lot of aggression, and they're in it to win it, right? It really saw within this the early to mid game, but late game just really went in the favor of Mahadia. That fight in the mid lane where we saw the Lung pick up 2 kills, it was just kind of like easy street from there for the side of Mahadia. But I have to give props to Foot Esports, given the lifelines, given the Hail Mary plays, keeping that crystal alive very long.
Yeah, okay, one of the things that we will always love to focus on is NX, right? But there's one player that really spoke out to me in this particular match itself. It's actually Mons, right? So Mons, he was so tanky. If you notice in the later parts of the fight, he was handling 3 different Foot members by himself.
Yes.
That allowed so much room for both Amy and Enyx to really just go in. And Enyx, with these all this armor piercing, oh my goodness, it swung the game back in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the goal graph, right? It just paints the picture of what we just saw there. A lot of swinging, ebbs and flows, but that big red wave towards the air there was just going in the favor of Mahadia. But like you, I want to pick up on that point on the Elaine, right? Having the Elaine there to just initiate, go in, but then just make sure that the Lady Jin, the Lung, stay alive, able to just like put so much pain onto the side of Foot Esports was pretty much their winning condition, I think.
Okay, so let's turn into a coach mood at this point, right? So Coach Blam, let's hear a bit more about you, right? You play the jungle role. Any change for the Mankey or the Musashi?
Well, the Monkey had a great early game, right? We saw very good aggression. He has his base damage being buffed as well, so a lot more longevity for the side of Foot Esports. But then, obviously, Masashi was getting starved at those jungles, so he needs to like focus on that rotation.
Okay, now you play the roam.
Yeah.
So Hollow plays the roam. Zhang Fei, I know it's your stocks and the pick.
No, This is the traditional, what we've seen from Yep time and again, right? He's very good on the Zhang Wei. There's a reason they were, 6-1 in the Indonesian qualifiers, and then just rack up another win for them. Like, they're playing the percentages, they're playing their best heroes forward. I think other teams that are tuning in really need to pay attention to what's going on. You don't want to give up comfort picks. Maybe you pick the Zhang Wei yourself. I think Food Esports might have had a better chance, but they went for the Dolia, they went for the first pick because they wanted the Celestial Melody, but is it more of like a take it away and maybe you ban it out?
Yeah.
Yes.
What's the call here? Do we pick the Dolia again? Do we ban it out? What's the call here? What do we feel like?
Well, if you ban the Dolia, right? I mean, the other two big picks that were banned on the side of for esports was the Huan and obviously Lu Bang as well. So again, that gives great assets to your team, the teleport from Lu Bang. But then we know how dominant Huan has been in that jungle, right? Ever since mid-season invitational, we saw the KPL Dream Team pick it up a lot, and then the other teams just kind of went from there. It was like, oh, okay, this is a huge pick. Let's basically bring it in for ourselves.
Okay, so that also opens up doors for two other heroes, right? The first one, the new one, the new lady that is terrorizing ranked games all over the place, Diadea, my most hated foe at this point, as well as a Da Qiao, right? These are the two options, and honestly, I would prefer facing a Dolia against rather than these two.
That's true. That's true.
heroes,
And that's
right?
probably why they kind of let it go. I mean, the Dolia, we've seen it. It's so meta, right? It's definitely that top pick. There's just so many options that you can have with that Celestial Melody kind of comboing in. But going back to it, I don't think Foot Esports were that off. They did some good early, pushes. They got some objectives early. They continued on with Lost being just that frontline tank. That's kind of what you want to do. But they weren't able to capitalize some really good team fights by Mandua where they were able to turn this game around.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we can see the Monkey come through again in Game 2. I don't think it's going to be something that's prio banned, right? It'll either go over to the side of Mahadea, or it'll go over to Foot again just to try it again. But back onto the Dolia point, it kind of makes your draft a bit more predictable, because you know the key heroes you're going to go for. Go for the Kaiser, go for the Hu Yi, maybe even Lu Bu. But anything that just needs that double ultimate, you know that they're going to be going for that in that draft.
Yep. You know what? At this point, I'm just really curious whether it is a Mahadewa touch of gold, right? Because these picks, we've seen them, right? We've seen them for months. And at this point, even if my personal preference, I would change the Menki to maybe a Dun or a Kaiser, right? A Dun for me makes more sense because you get to dive in the backlines, which I think was something that Foot Esports was missing, because Enyix was on the sliver or on the cusp of death quite a few times, along with Amy as well, and they always managed to get out.
Yeah, I don't want to completely, bash Lost on this one. I thought he played well.
It's
right?
his fault.
Is it his fault, or is it more of like the hero's limitations? Because it doesn't do a whole lot of damage. I get the Dune, but it's like you're kind of trading off the tankiness for more damage and kind of, having that right balance. I just think that like if they're going to go in for Enix, they need to ensure that they target priority and just burn him down as quickly as possible.
Okay. Yeah, I think where they came in with the draft there, so it was all happening in the PB. So when they locked down that farm lane hero pool, that meant that the Hu Yi came through, and then when Hu Yi came through, the Elaine was the last pick, which was kind of like we've kind of messed up here, because once Hu Yi gets locked down, it's game over.
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of changes we're expecting, right? Do we keep with, Solari, the flaming sun arrows, the burning sun arrows? Do we keep that in mind? Do we have the Dolia back into the hands of Foot Esports again? At the same time, Mahadewa, right? We don't fix what's not broken.
Yes.
So it's exciting to see, and this could be, imagine, first series of the day, 2-0.
All right, okay. Well, you talk about the fact that if it ain't, broken, why fix it? But I saw some gaps. It's not completely broken, but it's kind of like scotch taped together. There are definitely some holes. They can definitely improve going into this game too.
Okay, so just to be clear, his name is Holler, right? I'm Kindofu, and with me is Blam as well. So, Holler looks like there were some gaps. And we'll see what kind of gaps that Mahadewa is looking to fill. At this point, for esports, they're going to start off strongly. Okay, Musashi, definitely a big problem.
Yes.
As well as the Mai.
Yeah, I think that's a good solid two prio bans on the side of blue side there. The Musashi and the Mai Shiranui. Mai, I think, is just going to be one of those heroes that just doesn't get past that first ban phase, right? We see it in every competition leading up, but the Huan is now taking the place of the likes of the Dolia and the Chao in that prio ban on the side of blue. Dolia actually does get put through there, so it does open up a little bit more room for the side of Foot Esports. Did they lock in the Lung first? Did they go for an Orgrin? They go for an Ali.
Oh, wow. Okay, this is a tough one. Okay, they get the Orgrin in the hands of Foot, but it's an Arlie, man. Like, I have not had the best of experiences playing against an Ali, and even for professional players, when we're looking at the scene, they have been destroyed by Alis.
Yes, yeah. They're very slippery, kind of a farm lane hero, right? Able to use the life step, the maple dance as well, being able to cancel out that the range as well with her ability and her ultimate. So again, it just kind of denies the Hu Yi if they decide to go for it once more. But I like the Zhongfei, I like the Orgrim. We all love Orgrim with the path of passing, the Conductor of Souls, the amount of tankiness that this hero can give into the jungle. But we are going to see the Lung here as well, right, for the side of FUT Esports.
Okay, so one major thing, one major weakness on the side of FUT's draft here, they are so susceptible to crowd control skills. So the fact that Tun and Lady Jun are in this together is not looking good, at least for the start, in my eyes, for the side of FUT Esports.
Yeah, I mean, we could kind of see that the Motsu could come through here, right? I mean, just literally laying down the Cannon Blast, being able to sort of lock down the Lung, lock down the Orgren, right? But we could see like a Prison Sprite come through here, right? The new common skill coming on the side of Honor of Kings. But before we demise a bit too much into that, the Diadea band, the Sun Bin band, they're trying to stop that counter engage mechanic, right?
But the funny thing is they didn't ban out the Changfei.
No.
So are they baiting Yep to say, hey, bring that beast one more time, we have the leash for him this time?
Yeah, I mean, the Zhongfei is going up to FUT, right? So they're waiting for him.
I turned blind for him.
It's fine.
But I mean, Ruga's quite a good Zhongfei player himself.
Yes.
He was what? I think 5-2 in the Turkish qualifiers. Very good for him. You know, the Lady Jean, they were 3-0. So these are the teams or the heroes that they want to pick going into this one.
Okay, I feel so validated. All right, Garden Mo not in the game. Unfortunately, I've been killing it, dude, with Garden Mo in my ranked games.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not professional, but now, huge burst. The rework of Garden Mo has been insane, right? Now you have so many more charges on your couple blades. It's a huge amount of burst damage.
Disgusting. But hey, we may be getting another Dharma pick here. So again, trying to lock down the Ali, maybe going for the Lu Bang, a little bit of a cross the map aid. But no, I think they're gonna go and settle with the Motsu.
They knew you were
then
better.
the Lu Bang up into the Clash lane. Okay. So we're not only gonna have the Dune that's gonna be able to get into those team fights, you're gonna have the Ali being able to be slippery around it, the Destructive Deluge to kind of just focus them in and zone a lot of damage, but then you're gonna have the Motsu to lock down the Orgren, lock down Lung, even lock down the Dharma. Anything that has a gauge that you're scared of, Motsu's got your back.
Yeah, it's a pretty scary draft coming out from Mahadewa, right? I like what I see, but FUT not really happy about this, right? So, and now Ryoga going to go with Zhang Ziya here. Ziya, is he the best pick at this point? Mobility is something that he struggles with, right? And from the looks of it, he is going to be playing in the mid lane. So this mid lane is either going to be a huge success where he hits that level 15, gets the sanctification over, or it's going to be a disaster. Either or.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about the Suya pick as well is the Universal Law, right? That is a great wave clear mechanic towards the end game or even in the early game. If you're just trying to get to level 4, which we know the passive of Suya means that you're going to get to level 4 quicker than your enemy team, hopefully, if you're not bad. So, we'll see here going into Game 2 between Mahadewa and FUT Esports.
Yep, it's all about the battlefield command, right? Coming out from the side of Mons here. He was phenomenal on that lane. Now the question is, can he repeat or even take it one level higher on that performance? And if he does, I think it's going to be a very tough time for the side of FUT Esports.
Of course it is, right? You think you're down a teammate in a team fight, and then all of a sudden Lu Bang comes out of nowhere. He's like, hi guys, shield, I'm here with the CC, bring it in.
Yeah, and you know what? Mahadewa, they seem to have figured out FUT Esports rotation. They knew about it. Hey, you want to pressure the Clash lane? Your Crimson Golem is under pressure now.
Yes, they're just making it very uncomfortable. Yep, still up in front. Oh, he gets knocked off, but Yep, so low. Void trying to play a little bit safe. They need to be careful here. Amy trying to go for the run. Void going in for this one. The Death Precipice, and they got the backside, and they got the Flaming Palm. They're going to pick off Yep as well as Amy, and it's a double kill, and this is a huge win from FUT Esports, especially with 1 minute into this game.
1 minute, 5 different members on the side of FUT Esports, all the way in the top lane. They get the kills here, and this is a very different team. And look at it, the cards have been reversed.
That's it. They now have access to the side of Mahadia with that jungle, right? They don't want to go down. The first game of the day, their first game in this tournament, they don't want to be losing a 2-0. And 0-3-0-7 here showing that the Lung is a pick that's here to stay. Flaming Palms is just doing so much damage.
Yep, and this is a costly mistake here because the EXP differential it matters a lot, especially when you have Snape on Anzuya. Sanctification, boy, it's coming soon, man. 15, I can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where we're going to see that level boost give over to his teammates, right? Does he give it over to the Ogre to give it, make it more tanky? Does he give it over to the Lung to give him a little bit more aggression? But right now, FUT Esports are definitely playing to their strengths.
Oh, for sure. Now, this is I wouldn't say very different FUT. I think this is what FUT was doing in Game 1.
Yes.
Just they didn't hit the timers as quickly as possible.
Would you say that this is the other I'll show myself out, thank you. But AB's down for the count.
It is, right? It definitely is another FUT because at this point, the pace has just been taken to another notch here.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great play there by the side of FUT Esports. Flaming Palm lands right onto Ali as well. We see that Enix is struggling to play this Ali, a little less competent than that Lung pick in Game 1, right? But we see 0-3, 0-7, having to take a 2-1 here in the farm lane, but he's dealing with it well. He's taking it on the chin.
Oh, top lane again. Mons is not having a good time, man. This time, with the combination of the Lost and Void together, it's a very tough one. You have the stun coming out from Void, you have the lifesteal, as well as the damage, consistent damage over time coming out from Lost. It's a tough situation to be in.
Yeah, very tough situation as well as he got FUT, who literally helped himself to a short
the universal log, they're gonna go in. Amy wants to get this one, and they've got Ryuga. He got caught out. They looked for a second. Lost getting a little bit low. Needs to be careful. He's gonna be killed as well. And Amy with a double kill, and they've turned this around.
Right, but is it enough, right? Because 2 kills now, they're still trailing by 1. I mean, at this point, it's of utmost importance to keep the cap on the players of FUT Esports.
Yeah. Not only that, but keep the pressure in these lanes, right? You can kind of see from 0-3, 0-7, putting the pressure onto the farm lane. But you can kind of see the difference, the flip coin there with Mons trying to do the push into the clash lane. So I think it's all about this early game, putting the pressure onto these team fights, but making sure we get in double objectives. Maybe sure get in those T1s, right?
Yeah, both teams really just bobbing and weaving around the map, right? Every time someone strikes a punch, they eat the punch, you know, save a bit of the pain, and they come back even harder.
Unruly Blade, Void. Okay, he's gonna be fine. But Amy was just kind of waiting in the wings. Just thought somebody would just go into that push.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of action, reaction, right? This is all about those trading the team fights. Neutral objectives are now up. Will we see FUT Esports go for the Tyrant? They go for the Overlord so quick. Like, they don't even give him a second to spawn. He's like, hi guys, bye guys. He goes down. They get the Shadow, the Tyrant as well. So trading that 50-50 split in the jungle is pretty much what we've been seeing in Game 1.
Yep, every time I feel like, hey, this a good gameplay. I'm getting the objectives really quick. 10 seconds.
Oh, the battlefield. They're going to go in. Ryuga. Oh, he's in for Ollie Farm. He limps away. The ride the wind, pushing him back. Oh, 307. Keeping his teammate alive, and FUT Esports right now playing on the edge. They've got Amy, and they will pick that one off. Boy gets the kill here, and they will take the blue buff away.
Yeah, I like that map, the map control they had there, right? They thought they were going to lose Ruga, but then they lost Amy down on the Azure Golem, right? So FUT taking a positive trade.
Yep, the reaction.
Oh, the foaming side doing some work. Lost. Oh, he has to back off. He is fine, though, but that was close.
Yeah, and once again, it's left and right, back and forth, right? Both teams are making plays just to counter the last play made by the opponent team.
Yeah, it's very reactionary, right? So they're not trying to wait till Mahadia make the move. They are trying to say, hey, make the move, but we're going to make a move that's going to counter it somewhere else on the Gorge. And right now, we see the T1 up at the Clash lane, falls at that 5-minute mark. So, again, another great game from FUT Esports. Early game, very promising. We're getting into that mid-game sort of like potential now. But it's that late game they need to formulate.
Yeah, if you notice, Mons hasn't used his Battlefield Command just yet. And you know what? I don't think he has time to do so. They need a little bit more help because they're dying too fast.
Yeah, a little bit too fast for my liking in my rank games. Right, the path of passing coming through. They've got a little bit of denial here, but okay, we can still see something. The Universal Law lays down. Nothing promising happening here, but a scary for esports nonetheless.
Yeah, it's always something else happening at the same time.
Oh, Ryuga on the run. Oh, the infinite fastness. He's going to stay alive. He's going to back off. He's going to be fine here, but that was a little bit close.
A wraparound. We're looking at loss. Maybe catching out a lost sheep here.
Yes. Okay. Oh,
the solo? Mons is down for the count. They've gotten Yep. He's going to go in the Umbrella Outburst. He wants to go. Lost doing this. He's going to get up with a Soul Resonance. He picks him off, and Yep is down for the count as well.
Yeah, percentage damage is really hurtful in this game. And for esports, right now, 2,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of troubling ground for the side of Mahadia. They don't want to let that kind of slip out of their palm just yet, especially with now Doom picking up the Blazing Cape arrow. Blazing Cape, sorry? That was a mix up of words, but okay.
Going in, knocks him back with the truth, but here we go. The Battlefield Command is going to be used. That's going to be the second one that we see. Zia's going to be down. That's Snape, that is. Void, somehow still alive. The Leaping Savior. Mons is on the run, but it looks like they're just going to invade the enemy jungle instead. Mahadua get a pick off.
Yeah, they just refuse to be shut down, man. Like Mahadewa, every single time for esports pulls something over their eyes, they're back with more.
Yes, yeah, it's kind of like, watch this hand, but get clapped by this one.
Infinite fastness, I think he's going to back off on this one. He goes in reverse. Mahadewa will take the mid T1, so they've gotten this one, and they're turning this around. The net worth lead has kind of shifted in there a little bit, at least a little bit less.
Yeah, so half the value.
Yeah, the pendulum's definitely swinging for the side of Mahadia. They're not counted out just yet. They were able to get that crucial T1 in the mid lane, so we saw that esports was able to get it last game. Weren't able to do anything with it, but Mahadia, as we saw, very aggressive. Let's see what they can do with this T1 now open in the mid lane.
Yep, they're finally trying to tie things up, right? So it is going to be the T1 on the bot taken. It opens up the farm lane for a little bit. So Enyix maybe going to find a little bit more pressure on him, but this rotation's coming in by Mahadewa. Now, what makes the difference?
Oh, Cannon Blast, the Tears as well. They've just comboed it and lost. It's just like, what was that? I'm at half-life.
I'm going to take the toll roll. You can't stop me. I'm taking the path of passive. Oh, Void!
Yeah, takes one for the team, unfortunately, but that's not who you want to give. So Mahadewa, they lose Enyix for the next 20 seconds, and right now, Overlord is alive. So does Foot want to go for this?
Yes. I mean, the neutral objectives are going to be very crucial here for the side of FUT Esports, just to keep and capitalize on that lead they have right now. Taking that T2 into the clash lane, a great focus into these side lanes, which we saw a little bit of a lackluster in game 1 from FUT Esports.
Tyrant
they don't lose it, but the fight will not go well for the side of Mahadewa here.
Yeah, Void just going to continue to duel with Amy here. And Amy's like, I'll take this one, but he gets enlightened, so to speak. Last is continuing to join, and he's Cannon Blast connected, mid, lost. Oh, he's got the shields, but is that enough? Amy going in for this one. The Umbrella Outburst on top of this, and Amy is looking to be the massive take, and they've already taken Void and lost down. They're going to continue on. Amy is a little bit low. He's going to die. They got Thick inside the box with the infinite fastness, and he takes the Uber, and he's on out of there.
Oh, they escaped by the skin of their teeth there. But for esports, this is a tough situation to be in. The waves are starting to crash in. Yes, they have the Vanguards, but is it enough?
Yeah, I mean, this is where their kind of weakness is that mid lane, right? You got Lady Chen waiting there. You've got the Motsu as well. Just waiting for that mini wave to rock raid. Try and give another go onto this T2 in the mid lane. Suya looking pretty low.
Yeah, let's take a look at the replay there. How did they actually get caught, right? Amy doing so much work for the team. It was a battlefield command by Mons that really changed the state of the game there. They did lose one, which was Amy, but it doesn't matter, right? Because now they have some sort of a strong map control for the side of Mahadewa.
This is the beauty of the Lubank, right? Like, you could be down a teammate that you are nowhere near of, but this is the only hero that has this within his grasp. So, using that battle command, getting in there, giving the shield over, just giving the onto the Dune as well. What an anchor of a hero. Like, he's already tanky. You give that shield over, he's just going to have a second wind, be able to tank so much damage, then allow time for Enyx to get back from the spawn into the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, it's an embodiment, right, of
Umbrella Outburst. Oh, they found Yep. Oh, what was he doing in no man's land? He's going to be picked off. This is a huge issue. Amy's still up in front. He's spotting this out. The Tyrant is about half. The Unruly Blade, the Wind Slash, and here he comes. The Battlefield Command with the Ferrari form is actually doing some work. The Infinite Fastness forward. Amy needs to be careful. They do have it. The Conductor of Souls on top, and they've actually taken out Amy as well, and 2 members down. Mahadua probably can't fight for this one.
Yeah, there's no way, right? Unless Mons throws himself into the fray, it's not looking good. But they will try for a trade.
Yeah, looking to trade the neutral objective here, just to give a little bit of pressure on the side of Mahadia, is to try and take that Overlord there, and they do get it, so Vanguards go over the side of Mahadia this time around, but the Tyrant is going to come through, give the Lung so much more damage, and those Flaming Palms finishing off that T1 in the mid lane, they do put down the Overlord to stop that push.
Yeah, this time a much stronger game in terms of control for the side of FUT Esports, right? They have a little bit more map control, and it's working out great for them. Now, the question of taking up the Tyrant rather than the Overlord, and granted it's the Shadow versions, do you agree with what FUT has done so far?
I mean, it's a little bit of an oopsie, right? They could have gone for it, but they know that it was going to be contested. So they went for the easy one, right? Not lose anybody, get the damage, just make sure they can clear these Vanguards off of the Gorge. You see the Cannon Blast coming through, trying to lock down Lost, but there is no follow-up just yet. They need to clear these Vanguards in the side lane, or else it's going to be trouble.
Yeah, the last fight, it kind of felt like FUT Esports edged that out. And now with the Tyrant's buff, maybe that situation won't be the same, having the same result once again.
Yeah, we kind of hope so here. I mean, FUT have played a brilliant early game. They've played a sizable mid game here. We can kind of see Mahadir trying to get a bit of a lead. They're formulating their mid to late game just a little bit better, right? They're pushing back.
Yeah, and at this point, once the situation resets, I mean, 10 seconds to go, that's the end of the Tyrant buff.
Yes, they've only got a little bit left on that Tyrant buff. I mean, are we going to see end of the Tempest Dragon come through? I mean, it's looking more likely. We're still a little while away from that. It's only just got to the 12-minute mark, but we can kind of see the Motu trying to be used as a play starter here. But Ali's nowhere near. We're seeing a lot of pressure into these side lanes, but going in maybe here.
Oh, Mon's thinking about it. He's been pushed away by Ryuga. He has a Leaping Saber, but Amy in the heart of the enemy team. Unruly Blades, he's going to be back to safety, and it looks like Void on the backside finds Mons, does a little bit of damage, enlightens him, so to speak.
Okay, we haven't seen a lot of Enix just yet. He might get caught out here. Oh no!
Oh no, he's solo lost solo on the Rattle outburst. The Universal Law on top of Lost continuing on. And they find Enix, and they do find the pickoff. He's not able to lift step back to safety. Ryugu continuing on. The Flaming Palm does some damage onto Yep. He's gonna limp away, and it looks like FUT Esports coming out the victors with just that one kill.
Yeah, he was dancing on the knife's edge, did not get into the sheath of the dagger here, and unfortunately gave his life away.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Ali, right? Putting so much pain game onto the Ulgrim, but this is the beauty of this pick. Mon's getting put out here.
Oh, Void. He's going to back off. He's going to let Mons go at this point, but they're still up in front. FUT Esports being the aggressors here.
Okay, but they do have a decent high ground defense.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, the Ulgrim able to soak up, they just basically sustained himself from the Ali, was basically the win condition of that last team fight to take. Enix off the cards was a great call. But looking at that gold lead right now, it is steadily going over to the side of FUT Esports. Nothing that a huge team fight and a neutral objective couldn't fix, but it's making sure Mahadir can set that up.
Yeah, but it's a 6,000 gold difference at this point, right? So it's not looking too healthy for the side of Mahadewa. There's a couple of things they need to do. And right now, if Lost, no, not Lost, yeah, Lost. If Lost gets his way, he's gonna pincer them in, and that should be the end of Mahadewa.
Yeah, just making sure that Lost doesn't lose his way, right? Lose his way, don't lose his shoes. He needs them on both fronts. Right now, going into this last part of the game, right? I mean, with Shadow Tyrant and Overlord back up in 6 seconds. They've got to be careful. Universal Law just being laid down. A little bit more. It's not being sparse. It's being used a lot.
Yeah, and here comes the benefit, right? I mean, all of the waves crashing in, this is a good situation for the side of Mahadewa.
Ryuga being chased here, the Overlord at half-life already. I don't know if FUT Esports can get there in time. Amy looking to burn it. He does use the smite. He does get that, and it looks like they get away scot-free.
Okay, so Ryuga was looking for the steal there, right? But probably did not have the Leaping Saber.
Oh, they found it. X already. Oh, Jordy got picked off Void at half-life. They're continuing on the Unruly Blade. Oh, but they get the second pick off. They found Yep. The Battlefield Command used on Enix, but that's not really the target they want. Amy still up in front. He gets bursted as well, and FUT Esports right now with 3 kills to their name are looking to end this game.
And with Amy dead, they can't control the release of that Shadow Overlord as well, so it's not going to be a safe situation for the side of Mahadewa.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense the fact they've gone for the Tyrant, right? Because those Flaming Palms, I think without that Tyrant, probably wouldn't have cleaned up those 2 kills. It would have done a lot of damage, but it would have meant a little bit more chasing for those kills, but they were in their realms. They have the privilege of the Shadow Tyrant, the extra damage, the lightning effect, and right now they're at the Crystal.
Yeah, it's a tough one to watch, but they might have to back off because the rest of the members on the side of Mahadewa, they're going to be coming up right now. So at this point, they survive, but they get the door broken, right?
Yes.
The mid T3 is down. So FUT Esports, they have 1 foot through the door. What else can they do?
I mean,
the other
take
foot
some,
in the door.
Yeah, another one. Just go double this. Take both feet off the ground.
Oh,
boom, into it. But look at this. The truth mantra really set up that whole fight there. The crucial crowd control ×3, man. Like, Void on the Dharma. This is like a beast of a FUT esports, right? They're able to get the high ground turret. They're actually making progression in the series, which is what we like to see, right? Not just two stomps, one after another.
Well, that's why he's called Void, right? He leaves a void in your team. That was 3 different members gone for like 40 seconds or something.
Yeah, a little bit of like, Papa, where are you? It's like Void just taking them into the void right now. Universal Law being placed down there, the Destructive Loot as well being exhausted. Dodge it, kind of the Lost actually doing very well to dodge that.
Yeah, at this point, it's a bit of a sticky situation for Mahadewa because they can only rely on Mons to get the spin push going. And at this point, if he travels too far and he gets forced to use the battlefield command, that's one save gone.
Yes. I mean, you can kind of try and put pressure into the lane whilst he's away from it, but then if he uses that battleground command like you just said there, it could be game over for the side of Mahadewa because all it takes is one clean team fight, and right now, minions going in.
It's not looking too good at this point. This could be the second T3 taken.
Oh, the bridal uppers cutting off the line of retreat. Amy taking so much damage, not able to unruly blade away. He's going to be picked off, and it looks like this is a bit of an issue for them. They have 5 members all still up for FUT esports. They're pushing on all of the lanes, the top lane excluded. Mons has been doing a great job. He can battlefield command back to it if they need to, but right now, Mahadewa are kind of looking up at this aggressor, and they're having a hard time.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the chinks in the armor already, right? So, right now, for esports, all they have to do is defend the top.
He goes in for this one. He gets the pick off of Shorty. Battlefield command, but it might have been too late. Mons and Nexus, and they take down the FUT esports take game 2.
They did not take their foot off the gas right there, and now they're rewarded for all of that hard work. Look at the faces of the players as well. Now, we are tied dead even 1-1. Boys, what a game that was.
Yeah, what a phenomenal series, right? We're glad that FUT esports have found that identity that was alluded to within the introduction. They are definitely a lot more clued up than they were in Season 2, right? Actually getting one game on the board is already improvement from that last tournament, so they're here to stay, I think.
Yeah, we were kind of poking and prodding. Are they alive? And yes, they are alive and kicking as well.
I mean, FUT esports knew how to do it, right? They had the lead, and they knew how to close out the game. That's super important going into this one, because you don't want to give the enemy team a single chance to get back in the game.
Yep, they didn't, right? It was kind of like pulling out the straws from underneath a straw house, one by one, and it just crumbled, right? Mid lane T3 done, bottom lane T3 done. We don't even need the top lane. Let's just take everything.
It's basically like they were pretty much monopolists, right? They were taking the tyrants, making sure that the territories were taken. At first, we was even questioning their tyrant takedowns, right? That is objective guess.
My bad.
But hey, when you got Lung on your team, going for that, those flaming pobs hit differently when you get the tyrant.
Yep, and if you take a look at how they performed in the early game, it kind of gave you a foreshadowing of what's about to come, because that initial early aggression coming in from Mahadewa, I was scared. It felt like Mahadewa was just going to wring the life out of them in that first invasion, but it did not happen.
Yeah, it didn't happen. I mean, this is one of those things where, I mean, we're going to have to check the replay in terms of how Mahadewa can kind of bounce back for this one, but it really seemed like they were on the back foot. They were struggling throughout. They weren't able to take any of the objectives that they really wanted to and get themselves back in this game.
Okay, so with that being said, in the first minute, you get crushed by 5 different members on the side of FUT esports. You lose the game in the second series of this second game of the set. How do you recover this confidence, right? Because if you take a look at the way the game ran, it was just FUT esports slowly but surely getting control of the game.
I mean, was it really slowly but surely? I mean, it seemed pretty evident from the early point, right? Like, we were seeing an invade, level 1 invade. They weren't too bothered about it. They got some double kills up on the board. They, lost a little bit here going into the 9-minute mark. Like I said, Mahadewa always having a great early mid-game. Not quite the best early, but FUT esports really able to put that aggression on in the early game. Like you said in the closing statement, kid, not taking that foot off the gas.
Yeah, and at this point, I'm just curious to see how is it going to be like in the last game of this series. I mean, this is the first series of the day. We have gotten the Tempest Dragon, we've gotten a tiebreaker, and we have seen so many highlight plays from all the different players as well. So I'm going to ask you a very unfair question. who do you have in the last game of the set, based on what's happened?
I always look at the momentum of teams, right? I think the first game, Mahadewa, we're lucky to have won that first one. And going into this one, Foot Esports really dominating that one. They're going to have a lot of momentum going into this third game.
Okay, but of course, with the win, we need to see how this came down. So Blam, just educate us for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Void there, giving the MVP, I think that is a very well-earned MVP, right? He was sitting in the brushes, he was getting those truth mantras, that triple times, like crowd control, crucial crowd control, really came through plenty of time for Foot Esports. But again, Orgren coming through is still showing that this pick is troublesome for whichever team decides to go for it and whoever faces against it. Because even though they go for the Dune, right, who was pretty much the kind of counter pick, unless you go for like a Liam Poe or a Kaiser, that the Burning Cape is able to try and mitigate the Orgren. But then when he gets that level cap, just completely choof.
Yeah,
he gets way more
right off the ropes itself.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to highlight the fact that 0307 6-0-3. He was perfect. He somehow survived almost all the crowd control with Thick inside the back. Everything. He was able to get out in every single team fight where he was kind of threatened. He had perfect positioning in this game.
I mean, what do you think the 0-3 stands for?
Oh,
Zero deaths? 3 assists?
I thought it was 0 kills.
Not quite, not quite. I mean, he proved that he can get the kills on the board there, right? But I think the thing that I'm really interested in Game 3 is how influential is this Lung in the BP, right? Because, I mean, both games, he's now sitting on the 100% win rate. It seems to be, even though he managed to get the early, Enix didn't quite work out the same way.
Yeah, but I think they took a risk, actually. I'll be honest about this. I think the pick by Snape on this was a huge risk because he's so immobile. It's really easy to catch him from, based on the members on the side of Mahadewa, and they just could not catch him. And take a look at that. We were asking who was he going to give that sanctification to. He gave it to the Orgren.
Yeah. I think it makes sense, right? Especially when we saw that Lost was basically being the initiator, having that path of passing means that he's just able to access that enemy team a lot faster. You can kind of see here, this gold graph completely different.
And really curious, it is actually Foot Esports that takes lesser overlords, yet they have the map advantage in their favor.
Yeah, only one overlord, and they was able to dominate with that one overlord. But again, it gives over that damage to the Lung, which we saw plenty of times, not only claiming the kills, but putting the smackdown onto those turrets.
Yeah, I mean, I love this series, and this is what you can expect, right, for the games today, because it really was back and forth. Like, there was never a clear moment where it was like, oh, it's a guaranteed for esports win. Oh, it's a guaranteed Mahadewa win. No, this was back and forth, and at any single moment, it could have swung either way.
Yeah, and I think we didn't really talk too much about it in the pregame, but Group A going into this, I felt like was one of the closer of the groups. Like all the team skill levels is kind of the same, so we're going to see a lot of competitive games in Group A.
Yeah, I mean, after that game, I feel like it's even more closer than I expected, right? And I think this is the best thing about KC 2024, right? It's like we all had a little bit of expectations, but we didn't want to sort of set really high ones. We want to be very reactionary. We want to see how these teams have progressed throughout the first year of the global esports.
Oh, for sure. You know, one of the things I didn't expect I'll be doing today is actually stretching, because there were so many moments I was clenching, whatever muscles you have, dude, I'm clenching all the way. I'm like, oh, shit, he's doing so much work, right, at this point. And a lot of big surprises coming in from both teams. So it's really hard to tell who's going to take this final series.
Yeah, I mean, going into this one, I like the fact that you have a lot of momentum. I think that is a huge, one of those factors that could really sway the game going into this one. Mahadewa are kind of like, whoa, we just lost that one. How do we come back? It's like getting punched in the face, and it's like, oh, what do I do now? I'm kind of dazed, but do I fight back? Like, I'm in that kind of awkward situation.
Yeah, you kind of like playing with your back against the wall, right? You didn't want to bring out your trump picks in the first day, but they may not have any choice, right? All these teams want to make sure they get the best started in this first day, and right now, Foot Esports really upset that.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things, or sorry to cut you off, but it's one of those things where, hey, it's a single round robin. You have to be top 2. You might play 3 matches and go home, and this could be the first one. That is a huge issue for this team.
Okay, so we will be starting the next match really, really soon. Like we established, right? All points matter. It could be the difference between maybe 1 point, 1 win, 1 loss, who knows? And as we established, it is really close in Group A. So every single moment matters, and you definitely want to be there when it happens. So as we go into the last game of this particular series itself, maybe let's set the stage first. you are going with momentum base, so
Yes.
I
Foot
presume you're
esports.
going with Foot right here. Blam, what about you? Are you behind him? Are you?
I think I'm going to, you know. This is a team that we've been keeping a watchful eye on from the Season 1 Invitational, from the Season 2 downfall, and now they're rising up, basically representing Turkey very well in this one. We all thought that, hey, maybe Mahadia, especially being the 3rd seed within Indonesia, it was a tough qualifier, could have taken this one easily, but Foot Esports was like, hey, hold my beer.
Okay, so I like the fact that you guys have put your input. I'm gonna keep silent for the moment, but no, I'm just joking. Okay, so we will go into the game. Here's my thoughts on it. I think Mahadewa does have what it takes. I'm gonna sit on the opposite camp at this point, but it's up to the coaches and the players to seal their fate, right? At this point, your destiny is in your control.
Yeah, I like the fact that you actually went on that side, the Mahadewa side, because you're going to be wrong on that side.
Yeah, I'm gonna be wrongfully hated because everyone's gonna be like, no, why are you supporting this team? Because I'm right.
No, because you're being held hostage in Indonesia. That's why. And what was the thing that we learned at EWC Hauler? What's L for when it comes to Kindofu?
Learning?
For learning.
Whoa. Hang on, hold your horses.
Prepare to
here.
learn, kid.
Okay, learning is my best trait. But here we go. Mahadewa against Foot Esports. This is the final game of the best of 3 series. We're gonna cut it straight with an Arlie ban.
Yeah, Ali ban Hugh 1 again. I mean, I was asked in an interview, right, how many times we're going to see Hugh 1? I mean, we're seeing her, so I'm kind of still winning here. I said 7 times. But it's in the bans. So maybe we'll start to see this lady come through towards the other series of the day, but Mai Shirinoi was just basically guaranteed that second ban. But once more, Mahadia being on the blue side means that they can go for something that's a prio pick, like the Dolia. If it doesn't get banned, they could go for the Organ or the Lung themselves.
Okay, so we haven't seen her yet, but I'm really interested to see the Shangguan. I think it works wonders based on how these two teams are playing.
Yes.
So maybe we might see that. And the fact that Dolia is open for picking, it does provide some sense that we might see this judge of a lady come in.
Yeah, I mean, like we were saying when it came through in Game 1, it gives a lot of Celestial Blessing. I mean, they give over the Dolia for the Lung, but NX on the Lung in Game 1, it kind of makes sense. He was very aggressive on that. The Infinite Vastness was just timed perfectly.
Are you in agreement with the pick? Do you like the Lung pick over the Dolia?
I mean, hey, it's got 100% win rate right now, so that could be the lucky horseshoe that these teams need. But Ryuga going for his staple pick again, the Zhongfei, and then Lost going for the Orgren that may take the Dharma though.
Okay, so we're going with business mode, right? There's no place for emotions, right? Numbers matter. It's about the stats, and it looks like we're going to have the lane. Okay, this was the special, probably gonna go into the hands of Mons again.
Yes.
And we have seen the performance by Enyx on this Lung. And so far, it has been wonderful. But Snape, once again, teetering on the edge, you know, teasing us with the Tsuya. He played a mean Tsuya in the previous game.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? I mean, these 3 picks were probably one of the staples other than the Dharma, right? Obviously, they did take it off the cards for esports. They may do it in this second ban phase. They do go for the Lady Sun instead. So making sure they lock in that farm lane before it gets taken out here. But I honestly would have thought that Mahadia may have even gone for like the Diadia ban or even the Dharma ban. But the Naza ban coming through, is that a pocket pick like intel for esports now?
No, it's really smart, right? Because with the rolling rate, there is a chance that 0307 does get out of position sometimes. And that's a perfect situation for the Nerds that are coming with the Skyfall as well.
Yeah, I like it because it's going up against the counter pick against the Elaine, right? Who jumps on you, you have some mobility to get out, you're still going to do the damage that we expect from 0307. So it really gels well. I like this pick up here.
What I find troublesome though is they've gone for the Nazar, they've gone for the Monkey Ban, but they've got Dolia. They could go for Kaiser here. This is like the perfect opportunity, right? Because they have Mons on the Elaine again, great engage, ban out the Dharma, ban out the Guan Yu. But having that Kaiser with the Lung could be a monstrous team comp here.
Yep, you know what? Heino also works perfectly here. Oh! Wow!
Kindofu, it's your birthday!
It is. Hang on. Do they really want to do this? They're pretty squishy at this point. I'm not sure if this is the play here, but I like this. Mengya is one of my favorite heroes. Now they're just teasing us. Okay, guys, if you didn't notice, Mengya is the next hero coming out. He is one of a kind. I mean, Just wait till you see him on the gorge. I promise you.
No, I mean, there we go. I mean, I've done a lot of learning, right? I've done a lot of watching. The Kaiser makes sense. The Princess Frost makes absolute sense as well, right?
The Ganemo.
The Ganemo, yeah, I pointed that out for you. I was like, this is your birthday.
Debut pick. I love this hero. It is, okay. You know what? Do you like being the third wheel? This is your chance to be a third wheel. You're watching love coming out onto the battlefield here. You can expect a lot of snipes. And at this point, based on what's happening, I like this Mayin as well as the Zhang Fei combination because they will be the ones keeping you at bay. And when you're at distance, who works well? Ganemo, Lady Sun, the rolling raid, the couple blades.
Yeah.
Oh, there's so much damage that's going to come.
And if you manage to dodge all that, I mean, the ultimate shell coming through and just landing on your noggin is going to do some damage in that late game when she gets all those items going for her. But yeah, I really like this Kaiser and Dolia pair up. It's a pretty staple thing within Honor of Kings Esports, no matter the region, right? If you're stuck with what to go for, Dolia and Kaiser, it's like bread and butter.
Yep, and Princess Frost as well. You have the double winters here. That's a huge AoE covering with icicles as well.
Yeah, that's 2 seasons of winter in one. It's kind of like the plane in Britain right now. But hey, we're on to the last game within this series, so only one team can win this. Right now, looking at the drafts, I'm kind of liking Mahadir, right? Even though I've gone for FUT Esports, I'm liking Mahadir.
Yeah, I was right about to say that. I mean, it's one of those things where I was like, Kin actually chose the team, but I like their draft. So it's kind of like putting me in this bad situation where I'm just like, oh man, are they going to actually win with this? Because they have so many good options for the Celestial Melody here.
You guys are just making my life so fun right now.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing I have to cheer for the FUT Esports Ganemo that you've been touting since the beginning of this tournament, and you want to see it, and it's here. I don't know if I can handle this, man.
It's very conflicting, right? I've got conflicted interest right now. We've gone for FUT to take it, but then Mahadir is like, hey, look at these shiny jewels of picks, right?
Well, nonetheless, it is now who wants it more, right? Because at this point, Mahadewa and FUT Esports, both of them know what's at stake. Points are available for the taking. And it's one-on-one. Does speak volumes as how this game is going to go, right? Because they start punching it at each other, but who is the one walking away?
I mean, FUT Esports, right, within that 1v1 interaction, the Mayin kind of comes out on top of that one for now, other than like the CC Beauty from the Elaine with the Moon Slash. But you've got the HP regen from Mayin. You can go and sit back at your T1 and just gain health. That's the hard thing when you go 1v1 against Mayin.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's just not a fun one to do so. And at this point, Amy,
it's going to take about half a little life. But okay, let's talk a little bit about the jungle, because this Amy Kaiser versus the Lost Ogren, I think is going to be actually huge here. Lost had a great game too with it, but Amy's so low. Oh, he's going to be fine with that Invincible Warrior. But who do you give the edge to? Sorry, in this jungle matchup.
Jungle matchup, like I said, I'm a big fan of Kaiser. I'm a Kaiser main. I would like to be an Ogre main, but everybody bans it. But from last game, the reason why they ban it is that performance right there, right? Like, it was so good. Lost was just able to just navigate, get those engages, but the Flaming Palms are going to be an issue for the Ogre if you can't have that great early game.
Yeah, for sure. You know, at this point, it's really around the 14, 15-minute mark where Mahadewa is definitely going to be in their strides, right? So at this point, for esports, I think what they're trying to do here is just try and slow the game down, or maybe hidden punch, right? Get a kill or two, get the advantage to outside instead.
Yeah, I mean, First Blood comes with a nice little juicy bonus gold, right? So that's what they're probably going to try and go for, but Mahadir got 3 down into the farm lane. They're going to try and probably set up something here, but they don't want to lose this mid lane. It's a nice little trade here. It gives Kaiser a bit more gold, but my gosh, that damage with a couple blades.
Yeah, okay, so at this point, Snape is just embodying me at this point, right? This is the way Ganemo is supposed to be played, right? Reforged Blades is going to be really weak.
Oh, they're going aggressive. Void, nice. Get serious. He's going to back off here. They're taking a decent amount of damage, though, but they really want this red buff. 5 members of FUT Esports to ensure that they get it. That's a huge commitment.
So are we looking at a replay of history at this point?
So far, I mean, it's not a level 1 invade, but it's an invade at some point, right? And they get the Crimson Golem. It's a positive invade onto the enemy's jungle, but Kaiser, he's more about that blue. He needs that Azure Golem, right?
Yeah, and you know, one of the cool things about the combination so far by Mahadewa is the fact that Yep has taken Prison Strike. And if he gets that combination off, it's a guaranteed winter as you have full duration damage.
Yeah, and that's troublesome, right? I mean, it's not only slow, but it's also that damage, that nuke damage that comes through from the Princess Frost. But to get that nuke damage, she needs that resource.
Oh yeah, for sure. She needs Frozen Breath, maybe Master of Agony, so many things that, you know, can work against the likes of esports.
Yeah, we can kind of see the neutral objectives for esports. Try to test it, traditionally going for that Tyrant. It doesn't look like Kaiser's going to be around there to contest it either, but they haven't run down the Overlord the first time within this series for the side of Mahadea.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, right, he definitely wants to prioritize that Azure Golem for the side of me.
Yeah.
So I think it's a worthwhile trade for now.
For now, yeah. I mean, right now, you kind of see that the gold lead is actually going in favor of FUT Esports right now, which is pretty huge, especially when they have a Lady Sun on their side. Yeah, that late game hero, she's just going to bring pain with the likes of the Master Sword, the Siege Breaker, the Axe of Torment as well. Just so much damage can be given over to this hero.
Okay, fortune telling for a little bit. So Void does have the Axe of Torment. He might be the first one to get first blood across this game.
Yes, yeah. We got the surprise discount as well coming on here if you see it on the screen if you haven't bought it yet. But hey, Amy taking some blows here, but we go in an Ogre 1v1 on the Kaiser. It's not looking too good for him. The minion waves are there, but it means that it keeps Kaiser away from this bot lane.
Oh, and the Crimson Golem now open for the side of FUT Esports.
Flaming Palm lost. It's going to be a little bit low. Does he actually go for the smite? He looks like he does. He gets it. Path of passing on out of this one. But Ryuga, he leaping Sabers back to safety, but he's being chased here. He's going to use the Umbrella Outburst, but on the backside, Amy looking to fight 1 versus 3, and it looks like Mons is going to give out first blood. Lost is still up in front. He might go down, and he does. But here we go. The Infinite Fastness on back on this one. Void not afraid. He gets serious, and he picks off Yep as well. And FUT Esports coming out with a 2-for-1.
Yeah, and this is why FUT is so scary, right? They never walk away with the loss, especially since the second game of the series. They know exactly what they need to do. And once again, they maintain this 2,000 goal lead. And like you mentioned, Lady Sun 0307, it's been an absolute perfect game for him so far.
So far, yeah, he hasn't been able to get ganked. He hasn't lost any lives. He's just been able to just farm up. But let's check this replay here because we saw that Ganemo was able to get the kill onto the Elaine as well. But this was a great engage. The Elaine goes down, so that means that they can't access the likes of the Ganemo, which really kept FUT Esports into this team fight. But the Flaming Palms coming through from the onto the Orb and just laid some damage.
FUT just understands the timing so well, right? Because Assurity, he could not go in. He did not have his ultimate. He did not have his first and second skills as well.
Yeah.
There was nothing they could offer to the fight, and Amy was left alone for the good 3 seconds. And even with Invincible Warrior, it doesn't do too much when you're dealing with Lost, dealing with Snake.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing about Kaiser, right? He only can be an Invincible Warrior with the items. At level 4, you may get away with it because your enemy team doesn't have those damage items. But right now, 0307, I can imagine, is getting onto his second fully built item. And then you can kind of see that the Scepter Reverberance as well was gone on for Ganemo, and that's already laying the smackdown, right? We saw level 4. He was doing damage onto Kaiser, and Kaiser's a tanky guy.
Well, the moment Snape gets the Void stuff, it's bye-bye.
Yes.
Because that means Enyx and Yep, as well as Surety, instant death with Reforged Blades.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of pays like an opposite side of the coin, right? They've got the Flaming Palms, but they've got the couple blades. So, again, 2 very hard-hitting skills for both of these teams. It's whoever lands it the best and makes the best opportunity out of them because... Hey, Celestial Blessing comes through. The Infinite Vastness means that NX is able to just get out of there, hopefully, without exhausting both of those Infinite Vastness. But right now, this gold lead is still going into the favor for esports.
Yep, and you know what works best for them? Vision.
Yes.
So this important first part, getting control of the map. Hang on.
Oh, the Umbrella Hoppers, they found him, they slaughter him, but Yep is getting solo all the couple blades, not able to pick up what they do with the passing, and Yep is down for the counts. They want to take the blue buff as well. They're going to continue on. They have a slaughter, but the Invincible Warrior keeping Amy alive. He wants to not give this up for free. Amy now on the run. He's been pulled back by the whatever, and that's Sunset trying to cover his retreat. They do have the knock-up, but Amy has already been killed. Lost is still up in front. Mons is going to run back. He's going to limp back, excuse me. FUT Esports, though, they're trying to maybe go for Enix. They're looking to cut off the angle of retreat here. Pushes them back, but the Infinite Fastness will be expended here.
Yep, now you can see the major difference of the gold, right? 3,000 doesn't seem like a lot, but when you have someone like Snape...
Oh, they found Enix! Oh, but Snape! It's a 1-for-1, so they got something, but nonetheless, Void gets the kill onto Enix.
Yeah, it's a big difference, right? It might not seem like a lot, but look at the damage they're able to output on side of FUT Esports.
Not only that, right, I mean, they've opened up so much. They've got the T1 down into the farm lane, they've got the T1 in the mid lane as well. The Crimson Golem is a lot more accessible for the side of for esports, but we did see that Amy was able to actually smite that one for himself, so they did all the hard work, they did the graft, but Kaiser came out with the Crimson Golem.
Yeah, but it's no big loss, right? Because it's Ryuga anyway. He does have one smite, but so what? Lost has another one in store as well. So it's a lot of advantages going on the side of FUT Esports simply because they have more options to explore. Once again, this is why the draft is so strong. But I'm just gonna keep it here, right? Mahadewa is still my team of choice at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Shadow Ripper coming through there for the Lung, right? So that's going to be a lot more crit damage coming through and a bit of attack speed as well from that item. But it looks like the T1 may be a bit sacrificial here for the side of Mahadia. Void going in 1v1.
Oh, they're doing a little bit of... They're just trading. They're just kind of, you know, pillow fight in the top lane more than anything else.
Yeah. Just battering each other with feathers, right? Feathers and air at this point, but soon it's gonna turn to brick.
Oh, here we go. The Death at Sunset. Who gets this one? It's doing some damage. Void needs to be careful. Lost uses the Conductor of Souls. He's gonna heal up. Path of Passing back to safety.
Okay, they reset the Death at Sunset, right? So this, they want to go for more, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is the point where you make it, right? Because he doesn't have the Death on Sunset. Well, he has the Death on Sunset now, so going into that back line, trying to take out Snape, trying to take out 0307, this would be the prime opportunity. But speaking of prime, we do have the Shadow Tyrant and Shadow Overlord up right now. Are we actually going to see a neutral objective finally go over the side of Mahadia? Only time will tell.
Yeah, I mean, the skies go dark at this point, 10.5 minutes in. For esports, they still have that foot on the gas pedal, right? It is about a 5,000 goal lead at this point, and it doesn't look like they're slowing down anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, that's great for the side of esports. They get the damage buff, they get the lightning effect as well. And it's not like Snape needs it, right? It's not like 0307 needs it. They're doing a lot of damage right now. They take the T1 up into the clash lane as well. Orgren's taking maybe a 2v1 potentially there, but it looks like he's just there to just take the vision away from that clash lane.
Can we talk a little bit about Lost being level 14? Amy's only level 12?
Yes, yes, that is a crucial XP outmatch.
Yeah, there's 2 levels, right? 2 levels. It is a lot, especially as we're in the mid game now, 11 minutes in. T3 is being threatened.
Oh, the Invincible Warrior. He's looking to turn this around. He goes on him. He goes right into Snape, but he's a little bit low. Void, he's going to continue forward. He does get the pick off, but they want to go for this one. Slaughter, the Death at Sunset. He's trying to connect. Does connect onto 2. Gets 0307. Void dashes over the wall, but he's going to be picked off for that Moonlight kill. And Mons with a double, and now Lost is on the run. Mons is chasing him out. And it looks like Mahadua are finding ways to get back in this game.
Yeah, they come back swinging. That was a huge uppercut in the face of FUT Esports. Now mid T1 opened up. Probably more to come as well because the rest of the map going slowly in favor on the side of Mahadewa.
Yeah, I mean, we see that Orgren and obviously the Zhongfei is still up here, but Kaiser comes up now, so they could take that T2 just like that, and we can see that Mons is already starting the Shadow Overlord, which means they could get some really good pressure going for Mahadewa to come back in this game 3 because this is their last chance, right?
Yep, and cooldowns definitely in favor of Mahadewa, right?
Yes.
The Prison Sprite's still available, and this could be a huge marker for Mahadewa against FUT Esports if they catch the right targets.
Oh, the Overlord solo, and it looks like maybe he's going to get the smite. The Death at Sunset, he Moonlight flashes to safety. Void over the wall. They have a couple blades, which did a decent amount of damage, but it looks like Mahadua are looking to regroup, but Lost chasing after him. The Death of Precipice. The Soul Resonance is not enough, and it looks like Mahadua will survive with that Overlord kill.
Yep, the sheer state not really working out too much, and that's a surprise, right? It was a 5,000 goal lead for the side of FUT Esports.
Yes, yeah, I mean, that was a great play by Mahadewa. It's the final win. They still have the gold lead on the side of FUT. They just need to make sure they can take some of these high ground turrets, get those empowered minions, and I think that pressure is something that's everlasting, right? It's not something that goes away.
Yeah, and at this point, it is going to be Amy holding on towards that Shadow Overlord. So which lane would be priority to really just cut out all of the pressure from?
I mean, you kind of want to make sure that that mid lane doesn't fall, right? Because it just literally gives access, and it doesn't give Mahadewa that safety to go into their own jungle.
Okay, so they're thinking a little bit differently. They want to have a 3-pronged attack on all different lanes, right? So they have a few members on the top, a few members in the mid, and the Shadow Overlord is making its way, taking flight down on the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, we had a little bit of a juicy minion wave there into the Clash lane, able to take a bit of damage onto the high ground turret into the Clash lane as well. But if
Amy being slowed down, Invincible Warriors has to be used. He's going to just kind of run away at this point. I don't think he's going to get any value other than staying alive at this point.
Hey, but surely that winter is here, very big deterrence, right? And once again, Yep, it's just keeping that prison sprite as an insurance, right? He wants to scare them with it. Until it's used, Foot Esports cannot go all in.
Yeah, it's a cash grab, right? It's like, hey, come and take us. We've exhausted that Invincible Warrior, but now we've got another Invincible Warrior. We have plurals, baby. But the Shadow Tyrant's up. Snape, they need to keep him safe.
Oh, but Ryugo gets a little bit low. He's going to take a decent amount of damage. Leaping Saber's back in. 0307 covering his retreat. But things are a little testy at this point with that Tempest being started at this right now. But Lost still up in front.
Ooh.
Will spot this out. Does have Smite if they wants to go, but it looks like the Tyrant is going to go back into his cave. He's going to heal. Lost still up in front, finds Amy. They're going to look to duel the Infinite Vastness on back. Ryuga a little bit low as well, but the backside, the Death at Sunset connecting onto Void. Void, the secondary Death at Sunset finds Lost. He's about half-life. The Tyrant getting whittled down at this point. Who's going to take this one? And it looks like, oh, he Lost will take this one. And Foot Esports somehow still alive. Lost again with there, but Amy is down for the count.
That's why Foot Esports take it at this time. Look at the wave management, right? Yes. Now they have 2 lanes they are crashing in. Top lane, they can easily deal with that.
Yeah. I mean, either the Lady Sun or the Ganamo here, right, can just wipe this lane out. But let's take a look at this juicy replay here. It started off as what could be seen as a bait for other side of my idea, but it didn't go in their favor. We have the Orgrin just able to soak so much damage, go in with the Path of Passage just to make any kind of access to that neutral objective that he wants. When you're against an Orgrin, you can't stop him. He can make his own way.
Yep, and all of a sudden, the comeback factor, gone.
Yes.
Look at that, 5,000 back in the lead again. Foot Esports, full control of all 3 lanes right now.
Yeah, no, you can see some big pushes here. The T2 looking very low. We're seeing that Amy's able to clear this minion wave up into the Clash lane as well. Able to take T2, so it is going to be a buzzing trade, but 1v1.
The meteor kill just to try to stay alive. He does have the shields, but the Death at Sunset. Okay. Oh, Snape getting picked off on the backside. Amy's going to get this one, but it looks like, they've gotten Snape. Ryuga both down for the count, all at the cost of Amy. Lost, limping away. Infinite Fastness. Does he go forward? No, he's going to back off. They're going to play a little bit safe. It's 4 versus 3 at this moment. 0307 still has the minion wave. Rolling rates, and it looks like they're going to back.
Oh my god, the bobbing and the wheeling is insane from both teams. Mahadewa, that was so smart. They committed onto Mons on the side of Foot Esports, and they unfortunately, hang on.
Finds Mons, the Death at Sunset. Does connect, but Void tanks most of this one. Mons is going to recall back.
Yeah, that's why I can't be a professional player, because I can't keep pace, right? They stop me from talking at this point.
Kin starts to think he stops the talk, but there we go. We're seeing that Foot Esports has still a chance to win this Game 3, but Mahadia, we can't actually say that they aren't doing well, right? They're doing everything right to keep this victory within their grasp.
Yeah, they're keeping it even, and that's a really hard thing to do, right? The expectation that, there are 16 teams. These are the 16 teams that are the creme de la creme, right? Cream of the crop out of all the teams in the world.
Yes, I mean, you could argue saying the Indonesia qualifier was
Amy, invincible. No, he's going to continue to stay in fights. Lost now is on the retreat. Amy's still fighting even with less life. He doesn't want to go, but they have the side. Pushing him back. They have the Wavebreaker, but Mons, he's going to actually look to cut off the end of the retreat. Mons still up in front. He gets rolling rated. Doesn't need to be careful. Lost is taking a ton of damage. The Death at Sunset Lost. Conductor of Souls, but it's not enough. That's Sage's Sanctuary. That's going to be life number 1. Amy's already down for the count. Death at Sunset landing on top. Gets the return kill, the Unbridled Outburst. They have the Stampede, the Infinite Vastness back on for Enix. He's going to look to retreat here, but they've all been pushed back. Mahidua survive. It's 4-on-4 still.
Okay, so junglers are gone, right?
Yes.
Right now it's an honest fight, I guess.
Hey, what are you trying to say? Us jungle mains aren't honest, but we're seeing here they still have the smite on the side of Foot Esports, are able to take that Shadow Overlord. But hey, Flaming Palms coming through. I don't think they want to push this on the side of Mahadir, but
they want to go. The Death at Sunset connecting onto 3. The Moonlight Flash, the 0307 taking a second one. The Death at Sunset 0307 taking so much damage, and they do get the pick off the Meteor kill. He went all in, and he does get the pick.
That was a good trade. Mahadewa, they did play their cards right because they got rid of 0307. He's down for the count for the next 35 seconds. And right away, Amy is already up. They do have the potential to go for that Shadow Tyrant instead. And that's going to help them in team fighting for sure.
Yeah, I would have played the Devil's Advocate here. I mean, I think the Mons trade was actually a lot worse for Mahadir because they can't get the Snake now.
That's true. Okay. But nonetheless, right, anything can happen. At this point, we're closing in towards the last stages of the game. We're at 19 minutes in. One more minute to another Tempest game, boys.
Yes, it's been a long but just so hype-filled, right? Sometimes you get series like this and it's a little bit loving up a back and forth. But this right now, we can't control it. The tempo is going crazy in this Game 3. The control is going over to either of these teams, but right now, the good thing about FUT Esports is they still have that goal lead, and that's what they're going to hold on with pride.
Okay, so that goal lead might be something they're going to hold on for a couple more seconds because NX already has the Siege Breaker. That's the most damaging item in this game, and right now, it's all about positioning for both sides, right? The one with the better positioning should be able to walk away with a dub in the next fight, and maybe the game itself.
Yeah, I think not only trying to focus for the neutral objective, like we saw in the last game, they need to have some sort of lane being pushed, right? They need to have a little bit of a double objective, which we've been commenting and knowing and being aware of through this whole series is that FUT Esports are a double objective kind of team, and that's what you need within Honor of Kings. You can't just be a singular objective in mind. You need to have your eyes both on the prize.
I'm so curious as to what's the heart rate of 0307, right? As well as Mons, because these are
my heart rate. That's what I want to know.
These two players, right now, they are the win conditions. And as long as Mons gets his hands on the 0307, it's not going to look good at all.
No, yeah, it's all about this fight here for the Tempest, right? I mean,
Amy getting focused in here, taking a decent amount of damage. The Invisible Warrior, he wants to fight for this one. The Death at Sunset, Unbridled Outburst is going to be expended as well. The Ultimate Shell, oh, but he's out healing it. 0307 is looking to get picked off, gets slammed down with the Death at Sunset, but Mons all the way up in front, but Amy's been killed in return. Void continuing to fight. Here we go. NX is looking to go, but they've gotten lost. They found him in the pit. They do get the pick off, but NX has been killed. He's going to be back for life number 2. He dies. He's a Gemini in that sense, but they're continuing on. Void wants to go for this one. Yep, now looking to push them back, but it's a 2 for 2. This is so dangerous at this point with this Tempest Dragon up.
Yep, nobody's going to be able to take the Tempest at this point. They don't have enough damage that's quick enough to take it without being threatened. And at this point, it is going to be map control. And at this particular juncture, I think FUT Esports definitely has a better advantage.
yeah, I mean, they still have that gold lead, right? So they have the itemization going in their favor right now, but they just need that wave, right? They need to make sure they're clearing like a side lane that's far away from the Tempest so they can kind of make sure that somebody's always having to be putting their pressure over to the side and giving vision to the Clash lane.
Yep, and they're still 2 tier 2s. They have a lot of work to do on the side of Mahadewa.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's very much fortified on the side of FUT Esports, but let's have a little quick look at that replay because it was a juicy one. A lot of Sage Sanctuary getting taken off, but then Snape coming in, the kill going over to the Mayim, but being able to aggress here because she herself has the Sage Sanctuary.
Yeah, and at this point, okay, there is a pause. Okay,
pause.
We're going to take a breather, right, for a moment. Now, we have already established this. When Mons gets his hands onto 0307, it's not a good time for FUT Esports. But at the same time, they have a saving grace because they have a double smite composition. They have Ryuga, they have Lost. So, which position would you prefer to be in?
Well, whatever position is ahead, right? That's the position I'd rather be in.
Yeah. What a smart
I don't
answer,
want to be playing from behind at this point where Tempest Dragon's coming through. I just want to be straight ahead with the gold with that lane priority.
Okay, so at this point, it's a sticky situation because one mistake does cost the fight.
Yes.
And at this point, Mahadewa, I think they're in a slightly worse position because they have lost too many turrets. It is tier 3s that are instantly threatened if they lose the fight, and in fact, even the crystal might be at risk.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the thing that Mahadewa has going for them, right? Is the fact that they have the Dolia. I think if they didn't have the Dolia, having that Celestial Blessing is basically been a blessing in every right for the team. Because if they didn't have that, they wouldn't have the double Invincible Warrior, the double Infinite Vastness, the double
Death by Sunset, right?
Death by Sunset, which has been very clean within this game.
Yep, exactly. But you know what? As Mons, what you'll be looking for is to hopefully be able to take out 0307 with a singular Death at Sunset. Because I think they still need more. Nobody's dealing with Snape, and NX is suffering because of it.
Yeah. And we're seeing that obviously Lady Sun, it needs to go for the Sage Sanctuary, right, to keep alive from the lane. But I think as soon as that one Death on Sunset comes through, it kind of just negates that Sage's Sanctuary. You've already got a lane on top of you. He's got the CC immunity coming in from the Moon Slasher as well. So even if you do get a reset, it's already pretty much all up in your face, trying to get you knocked down. And that's pretty much the win condition, like you said earlier on, Kin, is that taking out 0307 on that Lady Sun means that they have one less damage output. It then all puts rely reputation and responsibility onto Snape, right?
Yeah, okay. Besides that, I think Assurity is one of the members that I actually keep my eyes on quite consistently.
Yes.
And simply because the winter is here, it's
Yes.
really a big change in the way that the fights go. And if you take a look at the past few fights, he has been landing it very consistently onto just Ryuga.
Yes.
And I think that is an opportunity that they missed.
Yeah.
If he could land it on Snape, he could land it on the back lines on the side of FUT Esports, it will be a very different picture right now.
Yeah.
But of course, with that being said, it's not as easy. It's easier said than done.
Oh,
because the Mahin, he has been working hard against Mons, man. But you know, certain gaps that has allowed Mons access into his farm laner.
Yeah, I mean, it's all well and good saying lands the winter is coming onto onto Ganemo, right? But he has guard her grave. He can jump back. He has Splendor within his itemization as well. So if you try and land one, you've then got to make sure that you either get in the Splendor off the board or get in the guard her grave off the board, right? But it's then also making sure that Prince of Frost gets out of there alive. I think that's like the double objective that they have to kind of try and do with Mahadir.
Yeah, and that's the risk, right? Because if you take a look at Lost as an Ogren, it's the path of passing, like, hey, welcome to your death, right? And with the Death's Precipice, so far, he has been pretty clinical with it, on point with the placements, and it does separate the team, split the fight quite successfully.
Speaking of splitting the fight, we are back into it. 21 minutes, guys. It is the final game of this series.
Tempest Dragon about half-life already. Ryuga spots this one out. He's going to be standing up in front, taking the Flaming Palm as well, but lost all the way. He's dueling with Amy, and this is a huge one to see, but the Umbrella Opera's on the backside. They've got Ride the Wind connecting onto Void. Ryuga getting a little bit low. The Death at Sunset. He really wants to go for the tankier ones. He goes for Void. He goes in for this one for the Infinite Fastness. He's maybe circling around. Does he go back? He does, and it looks like ults were expended, but no one had died.
Yeah, but advantage in lanes to Mahadewa at this point.
Yeah.
So all FUT Esports needs to do is to make sure that the waves go back in their favor. They can then play the long game, reset the Tempest Dragon over and over again. They should be able to win the fights because the cooldown for Yep's ulti, Celestial Melody, not that fast for now.
No, yeah, it's going to be quite a while, but I think FUT played that very well, right? They was able to get 0307 out of there alive.
Oh,
but
lost. The Death at Sunset on the backside. He wants to go. He does connect 0307. That's Sage's Sanctuary. That's going to be life number one. Do they have the damage to burst him again? Oh, not yet. The secondary Death at Sunset. They do get the pick off. Lost has been killed, but at the cost of Mons, who is all the way up in front. Ryuga getting focused here. Mahadua are finding the opportunities. They've got a 3-for-1 here and are looking to push this. Maybe they go for the Tempest Dragon. It looks like that's going to be the call here.
What a team play coming out from Mahadewa. The way they pincered that in on the side of FUT Esports was so phenomenal. And at the same time,
Amy. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Right fighter.
got the Sage's Sanctuary,
Yeah, I mean, he does the
it's good.
Sage's Sanctuary, but you don't want to expend this here on the Tempest Dragon, but they do have the burst. They're going to take this one up.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is beautiful gameplay from Mahadewa.
Yeah.
And guys, I just want to say, I'm right. You guys
Game isn't
Not
over,
yet.
my friend.
Not
Game
yet.
isn't over. But I did say I like their draft.
We've been seeing a lot of fights at the Crystals, right? So we could have half a point for me and Hauler, right? We're just like, hey, we like the draft. We don't think they're going to win, though.
I'm
But
just
right
coming
now,
back with a vengeance. That's all.
Yeah. But right now, it's the odds are stacked against for esports because they have the Tempest Vanguards.
Yeah, I want to say the FUT Esports hasn't had such a great game, and they're actually losing because they have the gun in mode. Boom.
Salt in the face.
Well, okay, so here's what's happening, right? 5,000 gold difference, still the same, right? But at this point, the first waves of the Tempest Dragons are marching down, flying down actually, as the kill score finally even out and maybe even in the favor of Mahadewa, 14 to 13.
Yeah, I mean, it's a disruption of these turrets, right, that gets for the Tempest Vanguards, right? If that's the key thing, is that they're able to do a lot of damage.
Invincible Warrior, he's all the way up in front. He's just going to zone them away. They take that bottom T3. It looks like they want to go for more. The loss has been knocked up. Mons looking to fight this one. Oh, Void somehow survives, but lost. Not as lucky. The Death Sunset connecting onto 2. He's going to go all in for this one. He gets 307. The secondary Death Sunset. They want to go for more. They've gotten the mid T3 as well as they top. They've gotten everything. Ashority, the base is again wide open, and they do it.
There
Taking
we
it
go.
We'll take game 3.
Mahadewa, they win the first series of the day, a nail biter for sure, and this is why they have been representing Indonesia as one of the top 3 teams. They walk away the winners, they get some points in the bag. Boys, this was a spicy one.
2 words. I'll remember. 3 words. If you split it. I'm not Shakespeare, okay? I come from the same place, but I'm not as good with words. But Homegrown Buff may be the winner there for Mahadewa, but that was a very close game.
Yeah, for sure. You can see, right? The Foot Esports players are not happy with it because it really was by the thinnest of margins that they lost that fight. A simple positioning error.
Yeah, simple one. I mean, that's the thing, right? When you have 2 evenly matched teams, it comes down to who makes the least mistakes, or in that case, a crucial one, unfortunately for them, giving up that Tempest Dragon in the end, and Mahadewa were able to close that game out.
Yep, they couldn't catch the footing at this point, so they actually were taken out, they fell down. But end of the day, don't worry, it is going to be 6 days of, round robins. Yes, it's a best of 3, so at this point, they may have lost 1 series, but there's more to come.
Yeah, it's all about how you bounce back, right? Like, if you can't kind of take the aggression, you kind of got to focus that, right?
Yeah, so at this point, let's find out more from the host itself. Let's see who we'll be interviewing right now.
Wow, that's the first match of the day, Sabila.
Yep, and congratulations once again, Mahadewa!
Mana suaranya pendukung Mahadewa?
Boleh dong teman-teman Mahadewa, boleh yuk langsung ke tengah kita ngobrol-ngobrol dulu.
Boleh,
Let's
silakan
go,
kita ke
please
tengah.
join with us, Mahadewa.
I
Ini
feel-
temennya mana yang lain? Coba, pakai mic-nya coba.
Pakai mic-nya, mana panggil temennya?
Coba maju lagi. Jadi ini kamu yang disuruh interview sendiri?
Ya, capek katanya.
Capek kan? Iya sih, kita
Capek,
yang nontonnya
oke.
juga capek
Iya,
sebenarnya
oke,
lihatnya
oke.
ya.
Tapi kalau misalnya dari aku sendiri ya, apa pilihan kamu gitu? Kenapa memilih Lady Zen selalu di game yang pertama dan game yang kedua dari teman-teman Mahadewa?
Karena kita udah dari latihan kita begitu. Dari latihan udah pick begitu terus, jadi kita
Oh, because they
okay.
say it's practice makes perfect ya. Jadi
Yep. Oke, dia tuh maksudnya kayak gini nih, Drew, aku kasih tahu ya Darius ya. Jadi
Oke.
kenapa sih why Mahadewa always pick Lady Zen in the
Yes.
game 1 and then the game 2? Because when they scream, they always use Lady Zen. So Lady Zen is one of his comfort hero. Jadi itu adalah hero nyaman, right? Betul?
Ya.
Betul?
Oke. Betul.
Oke, kira-kira nih dari tadi kan pendukung dari teman-teman Mahadewa itu udah pada wuh gitu. Apa yang pengen disampaikan buat teman-teman Mahadewa yang udah ngedukung?
ya buat kalian makasih banyak lah yang udah hadir dukung Mahadewa. Jangan cuma dukung Mahadewa lah, dukung tim-tim Indo juga.
Oke. So, tadi kita dibilang translation-nya adalah not just support the Indonesian Mahadewa teams, but also the other Indonesian teams.
Yes, oke. Sekarang last question ya.
Oke.
Apa yang pengen kamu sampaikan buat siapapun tim yang akan menjadi lawan kalian?
Yes. Show them your fear. Show them the fear.
Buat tim yang akan lawan kita, ya semangat aja, semangat.
Oke, semangat fighting.
Yes.
Cayo.
Cayo ya. Sportsmanship ini katanya nggak masalah karena
Ya.
kita juga pasti akan menang kan gitu Mahadewa. Jadi semangat aja ya gitu ya.
Oke, dalam hatinya gitu ya, deep
Yes,
down.
yes.
Oke, thank you so much Mahadewa. Congratulations
For the
once
first
again.
match.
Woo!
Yes.
Thank
you
so much.
and you can take a
Yes.
rest now. Okay.
You can go back to your friends and you can go back to your backstage also
Yes.
because we're gonna give it back to the casters. So casters, take it away.
All right, thank you so much for that interview as well. Now, this was a big game and a big start to the tournament itself. So we need to break down the highlights as well. I mean, this game, is this what you expected of the first series of the day.
I mean, it was a show reel, right? I mean, this game was full of highlights. Like, there was not one moment you're thinking, oh man, like, there's nothing happening. It was just like, bam, 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 multiple objectives. The Death on Sunsets coming through. Dolia and obviously Lung, I have to say, as well as the Elaine, was probably the winning conditions within the BP.
Yeah, what a great game. I mean, what a great series, right? Really, two heavyweights going back and forth, punching left and right. But we're going to check out the highlights on that last one, which was probably the best game of the series, dare I say?
Yep, and of course, it's going to be the highlight reel of Mons, man. This guy was the GOAT in this particular series itself. He was just all over the place. And of course, yes, he did have a little bit of help with the Celestial Melody, but nonetheless, the Death at Sunsets, the way he got his hands on the back lines of the side of Foot Esports, so scary, so painful.
Yeah, I think what separates Mons is like gameplay with Elaine with the Celestial Blessing. Rather than using it as a crutch, he was using it as a tool, right? He was using it to get what he needed to, like 037 and also Snape within these team fights. But it was just a beautiful series overall. Like, for esports, just needed a little bit more, like, oomph. They needed to take the Elaine out, but it was just so hard when he has double the airtime.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the things that they do really well on the side of Mahadewa is to take the attention away from the important members, right? So Mons, as well as Amy, they were constantly, hey, look at me. I am the captain now, right? Don't touch NX, don't touch Yep. We want to get the win.
My only concern with Mahadewa is Mons is that, you know, high risk, high reward type of guys. Some other teams are going to catch him out and they're going to control him and they're going to pick him off because he likes to go a little on the solo type of style and he does get some pickoffs and he did kill 0307 many times and that's what you want, but you got to be careful going up against some of these other teams here.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point, right? Because, yeah, we like to see it, but the other teams love to see that as well. So let's take a look at the items, man. I mean, Mons was a monster for this.
Yeah, I mean, you can't spell monster without Mons, right? I mean, you take an S away, put a TER on the end, you've got monster. But I think all this was aided by Amy as well. We can't discredit the Kaiser. The Kaiser and Dolia combo was huge, like having that Invincible Warrior. But again, I can't take it away from any of the side of Mahadewa. You had the Princess Frost with the Winter is Coming. You had the Infinite Vastness, the Flaming Palms from the Lung, right? 622. And he was getting into that fully 6-slotted build there with the Affinity Blade there. You got the Shadow Ripper, the Daybreaker, and obviously the Siege Breaker as well. So a lot of damage coming from Lung within that team comp. And then look at that 0307. You can see that he was the real victim of this one, a victim of Mons.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even with the Destiny, they really just held on to the Fate, right? Which was a 2-1 win for the side of Mahadewa.
Yes.
And really impressive. Take a look at the damage, right? Enix, now, a lot of people might not find it the best item to build, but in the professional stage, the Sky Dome made so much difference because Enix was able to one-on-one against Lost. One-on-one with the help of 2 other members, but I count it as a one-on-one, right? So
what?
Yeah.
Where's this math coming from?
I don't get it, but okay.
Yeah, so Enix really made the world's difference, but it's all due to Mons, Amy, and the rest of the team. This is the kind of synergy we're looking for, especially when you're on the world stage, playing live in your hometown as well.
Yeah, like I said, homegrown buff, baby. It really helped there, but it would have been possible without that Elaine and Dolia combo, I don't think. Like I said, he wasn't using it as a crutch. He was using it to just basically finish this series in the favor of Mahadewa. But you can kind of see here that gold graph was always in the favor for esports. They just didn't know how to actually utilize it towards the end of that game.
Yeah, and you know what? Important lesson based on what's happening here. Don't take the Tyrants, right? Just take one Tempest Dragon and we win the game, guys.
I mean, look at all the objectives. I mean, almost everything. That was a great game by Foot Esports. They really kind of botched it in the end, unfortunately. They had a huge net worth lead. They didn't know how to close out the game. And honestly, really good teams figure out ways to win. And unfortunately, Foot Esports weren't able to do that.
Yeah, there was like neutral objective. One of those! It's like, I don't need them. I just need one Tempest Dragon. And it really helped there. With the Vanguards as well. I mean, that last push towards the end for Mahadewa was just exactly what they needed. Disrupt those higher ground turrets, get into the crystal, and just basically run the game down.
Yeah. So we know the difference between a good team and a great team, right? understanding when it's a marathon, when it's a sprint, right, and blitzing your opponent at the right times as well. So of course, with that being said, if you are watching us on various platforms available, YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, whatsoever, remember to like, follow, and subscribe to our content for more, right? If you want to learn how to use that Death by Sunset, you want to know to use when is the perfect time to use Celestial Melody, you have now 3 or 4 different platforms to watch it on. If TikTok doesn't work for you, you can't see, never mind, go to YouTube, right? You can watch the replay again. And of course, with that being said, we hope that you're enjoying all this time right now. I am feeling very, very tense because I've been clenching my muscles for the entire series. I'm pretty tense right now. I need to go for a stretch. How about you guys?
I mean, that's the craziest thing. That was just the first match of the day.
Yep.
We have 3 more, and this is going to be every day for the next 6 days of just games back to back to back to find out who's going to make it to that knockout stage where only 8 teams move on.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, all these teams that are in this one, we've already said it many times, and we saw them get introduced on stage earlier on. These are all the best of the best, the creme de la creme. Obviously, there is teams out there that just missed it just by the skin of their teeth getting here, but there's other teams that have taken their place, and that's what happens when you take the eyes off the prize.
Okay, so with that, we are looking to break down more games for you. But before that, we need to take a very short break. But, for this short break itself, it's time to kind of wonder, right? $1 million prize pool, a million ways to get to this $1 million prize pool as well. So we'll leave you to ponder for a bit. And right now, we'll go for a short break. When we're back, we bring you the second series of the day. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
Throw up the games after the show, we're not the same. Flaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing up against, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sharp fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth is it, another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found. Calling out for the game. There's no time to hide. Won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of the walls? Where I belong. It's my ride or die. Won't you yell out my name? Let's begin. Crush the foe. Look at me now. Ready to go. Victory. Power within. We're standing tall. Fight for your name. Ready to give it all.
Realme 13 Plus.
Yang, aku pulang lebih cepet nih. Ini lagi OTW rumah ya.
Pulang, udah cepetan.
Teknologi Fast Cooling dan iFeel membuat ruangan dingin di setiap sudut. Dinginnya nyebar, langsung chill, auto nyaman. Dengan Edgarment, tumpukan cucian kotor gone, semua dan semua yang ada di dalam jadi lebih terjaga, lebih dingin, dan lebih segar dengan Power Cool. Nikmati gambar yang lebih real dengan Kilet Pro dan Dolby Vision. Rasakan pengalaman suara yang mengitarimu dengan Dolby Atmos.
Sayang.
TCL, semua jadi mudah.
Chúng tôiရဲ့အပိတ်တံမှာအခွင့်အရေးကိုအမြဲရှာဖွေနေပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်လက်ရှိဘဝကိုပြောင်းလဲနိုင်မဲ့အခွင့်အရေးပေါ့ e-sport ရဲ့အတိတ်ဘယ်ကလူတိုင်းအတွက်မတူနိုင်ပါဘူးဒါကအပန်းဖြေစရာတစ်ခုဖြစ်နိုင်တယ်လို့ဘဝအတွက်ရှောက်လန်းရမယ့်ခရီးတစ်ခုလည်းဖြစ်နိုင်ပါတယ် professional gamer ဖြစ်ဖို့ကကျွန်တော်ဘဝကိုပြောင်းလဲဖို့အခွင့်အရေးကြီးတစ်ခုပါပဲဒါကအားလုံးထက်အရေးကြီးပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဘဝမှာအခက်အခဲတွေအများကြီးရင်ဆိုင်ရပေမဲ့လည်း HOK ကြောင့်ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုကျွန်တော်ရခဲ့ပါတယ်အရာရာကိုပြောင်းလဲဖို့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ဆုံးဖြတ်ထားပါတယ် HOK မှာကျွန်တော်လိုဘာမှမဟုတ်တဲ့တစုံတစ်ယောက်ကလည်း game ကိုစိုးမိုးနိုင်ဖို့စွမ်းအားတွေရှိလာနိုင်ပါတယ်
compared to previous tournaments, now this time we got a big change on our roster. We were 6 players, now we got no substitute and decided our main roster for like 2 months ago. So we know our main roster and we changed, like now we got a new ADC player. So this is the big changes of our roster and that's why we feel confident about it.
Cukup puas tapi masih kurang puas lah. Tapi kita bisa ngeboost mental kita buat internasional. Gua pede sih, 100% bakal ngalahin tim-tim Inter itu.
I think they're not bad. Since we came here, we played in Indonesian server. Server is good. We played scrim against Indonesian teams. I think they can be a good competitor for us. I don't think they are such a big threat for us. This is what I think.
Mungkin setelah kita nonton game-game mereka di qualif mereka, kita mungkin respect hero-hero mereka. Mungkin junglernya sih lumayan jago juga main assassin kan, seperti hero Jing, Luna gitu. Kita jadi nganggapnya sosok lah sama mereka, jadi ngeboost mental kita buat ngalahin mereka juga. Watch out, Foot Esport, we might win 2 points from you.
Okay, about the Mahadeva, we know a little bit about them. We know their team. They are the 3rd team of the Indonesia and we are the best team of Turkey. I think there is not such a thing we fear or afraid of Mahadeva. I don't want to underestimate them, but I think it's gonna be an easy one for us. They better prepare for their next matches, because I think they get no chance against us.
Kalah adalah sesuatu yang tidak disukai oleh siapapun. Atau mungkin aku memang tidak berbakat. Saya harus kerja seperti orang lain. Apa gunanya jika aku menyerah di tengah jalan saat mengejar mimpiku? Ingatlah mengapa kamu memulai. Yakini dirimu dan wujudkan mimpimu. Setiap kemunduran adalah langkah menuju kebangkitan yang lebih besar. Di FLCN, mimpi yang mendefinisikan kita.
Shining far away from me, black hole gate, speed to look at you, to landing the world, to make the call, and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the lion to your heart, even if you miss the gravity of from on the start. The waves surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. Don't go be lonely, 'cause you see. Time to be a part of the lightning from the star, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, 'cause you belong with stars. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. You've walked through the darkest night. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream I've had, and it never dies. I surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Hey, welcome back everyone to 2024 Honor of King Championship! Oh, with me, Darius Lin, and with my partner, of course.
Sabila Aprilia, and you know what, Darius?
Yes.
It was an intense match from both of
course.
teams from our first match for
Yes.
today. And after this, we gotta see our next match
Woohoo.
between Impunity versus Fearless. That,
yes.
that with the same best of the series system.
Okay,
Ooh.
so 2 points to
Yeah.
get the winning point, yes?
Yep, I'm agree with you.
So are you ready, Sabila? Because we will witness the second match.
Yep, I'm ready. I'm super ready. But before that, hello guys, who do you think is gonna be the winner? Impunity
Can I hear the voice from here?
or Fearless? Oh, okay.
So this, I will still don't know who will, because everything can be happen, yes?
Yep.
In every
All
match.
right. All right then. So without any further ado,
Yep.
so please welcome the team's gonna play
Yes.
on this match. Oh.
Okay, oh yes.
So Darius, what do you think is gonna be the winner on this match?
Because I think when I see the first match, I think the second
Yeah.
match will
Yeah.
always have like, if you win in the first match,
Yeah.
it doesn't mean you will win the second
Whoa.
match. Yes?
Whoa.
So yes, I mean like preparation, like he say, we just prepare every day and we can win the match, right?
Okay, that's a
Yeah.
Darius. That's
Yes.
a Darius thing, right?
Because I think that's the because I think the mentality of the match.
Yeah.
Yes, it's like you have to keep prepare at every
Yeah.
every inch of the moments.
Yeah.
Because everything can be just come back. Yeah.
Ooh, okay,
Like if the
okay,
epic
okay
comeback when we see like this.
Yep.
I really love the MVP.
Yeah,
of
that
first
is the
match.
recap of the game one or the match one on the first
first
match.
match, yeah.
Yep. Game 3. Yep. Ooh, as we know, a line from Mahadewa. Ooh,
Oh.
so.
Because I thought that.
I'm so scared to see a line from Mahadewa.
Yes, but you know that FLCN,
Yeah.
I almost think like, come on, I think they'll just come back from the second matches.
Yeah.
I think they will win the third match.
Yep.
But yet, anything can happen. So
Yep. And once again, congratulations from
Yes.
Mahadewa.
Yes, from our Indonesian team.
Yes.
Don't worry, because we still got a lot of match for all
Yep.
of you.
Because we still have 3 more matches for today.
Yes.
With the same system. It's a best of 3 series. So.
I think we have to see like the team are going to prepare, right?
Yep.
So, Sabila,
Yeah.
I mean like for today matches, the second match,
Yeah.
which one do you think like, who will the role that they will be choose?
The
Who do you
role?
think? Yeah, the role. I mean like from the Fearless or Impunity.
Fearless or
Yes.
Impunity.
Which one do you think, what kind of
What kind
role
of
they would choose?
role or hero, right?
Yes, what kind of
hero.
hero.
Okay. For hero, I think Dolia.
Andolia.
Yeah,
okay.
Dolia.
But-
Dolia and
Is it from
Lady Zen.
Lady Zen.
Yeah,
Also from like the first
yeah,
match, Lady
yeah.
Zen again, yeah?
Dolia, Lady Zen, and Long or Algren.
Long. Yes, okay. Oh, why can you tell me why one of the reason you choose the hero like that?
Because as we know, Dolia when I met Dahlia on the rank,
Yes.
I just want to surrender.
You just want, please run. I don't want to face it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, like if I was in the match,
Yeah.
I think, I don't know. I feel like
Yeah,
if
you
I
feel
choose,
like-
because in the match like
Yeah.
this, everyone choose their best hero,
Yep.
right?
Yep,
But
of course.
even their best hero.
Yep. So Darius, I think we're gonna start our second match for today. So please welcome Fearless. Okay, but please do a fish bump before you go to your seat. Cause we have to play our second match for today.
Yes, and now we have seen that both teams have come to the stages and preparing. Nabila.
Yeah, of course. And don't forget to support your favorite team or your favorite player on our YouTube channel.
Yes, so don't leave your places because the match will start now. Yes?
So, Darius, without any further ado, let's give it to the casters. So, casters, take it away.
Welcome to the second series of the Honor of Kings Championships, and we're about to witness another match from these two who have been so-called rivals in their own qualifiers. So I'm excited on how this match is going to be a banger for everybody. I'm OSX, I'm with Blam and Holler for today's series. How are you feeling about today's matches, guys?
I mean, I'm feeling a bit different, right? I mean, I was over there.
Oh.
Now I'm here. That's as much different as I can feel right now.
That's
so.
how quick we transfer.
Yeah, I mean, I feel great too. I mean, I think that this seat is a little bit on the cooler side. I left that one warm for you, Blam. You're welcome. But this is the second series, especially after that barn burner of a first match. There was really back and forth going into that third game. I didn't really expect that one, but this one could potentially be there as well.
Speaking of the first series, well, I was having my lunch. Sorry.
Yeah, right
I was
there.
having my lunch right
Right
there.
there.
And
we were watching you.
When I saw the lineup of a Menki and a Hino, I was waiting for like, give me 9 more minutes. I'm going to chew my food. And this is not going to be a 2-0 sweep. And it happened. Completely. And that's what we expect on the first day of the Honor of Kings Championship. But everybody has sets up the caliber really high. Now, going into today's matchup, man, this is between Impunity versus Fearless Esports. We saw how they entered the stage, very fearless, how they entered, completely, man. And speaking of how they want to do this game, based on my data, man, I didn't get any much of a research from that team, Fearless Esports.
Both of them strong. I mean, going into this one, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Impunity was the SEA wildcard winner.
Yeah.
Fearless Esports was the Pacific play-in winner. And both of these teams getting into this group of, well, you know, I would say, what, is the group of death, dare I say? Kind of a scary one, especially with Black Shrew Esports in that one. So every single win is going to matter.
I think that win, Blam, as we talk about this kind of team fights between Impunity and Fearless Esports, I think one thing that stands out is how they matter with no data. As you said, they have qualifiers, yes, but how they play, because they're close to, what do you call this? How KPL plays back in the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, so, I mean, Impunity had a better run MSI compared to the other teams. I mean, they was able to take Kagendra out, they was able to take Vitality out, and this was with their previous roster.
Yep.
Now they have a new roster. This is why I think that this match is definitely going to go the full mile.
Well, speaking of that, now, since you guys are looking at our screens, this is the TCL X955 QD Miniled with HDR 5000. So, get your screens on, because this match is going to be a hot series as Impunity and Fearless about to enter on the second series of the day. Now, going back on how these teams move, I've seen how they went through on the qualifiers of the of Singapore. Mostly they want to play with the Don Musashi and the Lady Zhen, right? So it's more likely is it a common thing nowadays?
Very, very common, to be honest. Yeah, Lady Shen, obviously Control Mage in the mid lane. very high prio.
Yeah, and so far, one thing that all stands out is this skin that you were asking during breakfast. The Zoyu skin, man.
Yeah,
it's
very nice.
It's very nice, and you can actually get it during the Championship of Honor of Kings. Log in to watch the championship with exclusive skins happening with Zoyu Purple Thunder Blaze. Go get it as you watch the games of today. So I'm excited, man. Like, looking at how the meta forms in the first day of the Honor of Kings, what do you expect from this one?
I mean, there's a lot to be sought for, right? This is Fearless Esports. They pretty much had an undefeated streak here, only losing one round from Open Series to Players.
Wow. It's a crazy time. I mean, you know, going into this one. But here's the thing is that when these kind of stomp in, they haven't really faced that adversity, right? And it's one of those things we joke around where you either win or you learn, right? And so when you're not really losing, dare I say, you're not really learning. And it's one of those situations where if you continue to stomp, we're going to have to find out once they hit that brick in the wall, so to speak, and they might come out with a loss, how do they react to that?
Yeah, that's exactly how these teams matter in the first day. Because again, you mentioned about single round robin heading to day number 1. It's more important how these teams learn, because I had a chance to spoke about with the teams earlier, with some teams from Boom Esports as well, on how they actually set the expectations here, because everybody's coming in like fresh.
Yes.
We just had a patch, and we have teams preparing for new heroes and metas coming in for this championship. So I'm excited how these two would actually matter for the points moving forward in the group stage. As you said, the group of death.
Yes, Group D titled very well and very fittingly.
Yeah.
Death.
Well, I'm excited, man. Completely on this one. So, as you wait and be excited for our match of the day, new hero Mangya, okay, is now available. Well, for 588. We've been watching this VODs during breakfast, and completely, for the marksmen and the gold laners out there, this is the best farm hero there is.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't do the greatest damage, but it's that pressure, the constant applying of damage is going to be nuts.
Well, for me, for being in the farm lane, if you want to have a great pair, I know you play Rome, man.
Yeah.
Completely. Would you have this partner with you when it goes out, or would you rather ban it?
I mean, for myself, it depends on, okay, whenever I see like a new hero come out, generally speaking, they are absolute trash when they're on my team, and they're amazingly like gods if they're on the enemy team. So it really depends on that.
I had experience one time about having the Zilong.
Yes.
The Prince of Lunling.
Yeah.
Man, like, when will I get that chance? But having a win with the Prince of Lunling with you, or even the Sima Yi for some instance. But it never happens on my side. Same as you.
Yeah.
How about you? You are an assassin. You played Musashi yesterday.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, the thing about like Prince of Lanling and obviously Sima Yi, you need to have that solid early game. You need to be getting those ganks early on, because if you don't and you're playing from behind, good luck to you.
I think that's one thing that the first series mattered, right? I think it's all about how the momentum smoke. Man, I have seen Ogren and Long in one composition.
Yeah.
Regardless how the team's like, oh yeah, they have been nerfed, they have been adjusted. I think not.
No. I mean, they're still meta at the end of the day. We've seen the win rates, and you can't really argue with the data.
Yeah.
They're very strong. They're going to be highly contested. And it looks like some of the players have kind of really specialized into that one. So going into this one, enemy teams need to be aware of this. They need to do the good scouting. They either need to ban it or pick themselves. I mean, it's one of those situations where the draft is very important.
Yeah, speaking of the draft, and one thing also stood out was, I think the front line nowadays is very important on how where could be the Ogren falling down. Will it be the Clash of the jungle? In the case of the first series, more importantly, it falls in the jungle. Then you have one, maybe the Mankey was one of the options that actually stood on how that team had a recovery back then in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I think for esports should have done, rather than going for Ryuga's comfort pick, which was the Zhongfei, the Motsu against the Ogren really stops those plays, as well as the Elaine as well. You're like able to just like cannon blast, boom, you're locked down.
That's the combo that you're all looking for, right? And especially on the farm lane, we want that. Now we're looking on the players here right onto the stage, Impunity versus Fearless Esports. I'm excited, man. What excites me most on teams that I have no data with is to let them play on day number 1.
Yeah, this is a team that had a little bit of a shakeup. Blam, you talked about it a little bit earlier. X-Hero was formerly the mid. He's going to be in the Clash lane. Lin Feng has been picked up, as well as both the farm lane. Both of these are brand new heroes. Zhao Lin has actually shifted. It looks like he's going to be taking the mid lane here. And Megumi, of course, the roamer that we've all seen, he's going to be continuing on. But Fearless, or Impunity, excuse me, they actually took their licks in the EWC. They coming back on this one. I expect to see big things, especially with these two new additions.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with Impunity as well, this, I mean, Megumi, Zhao Lin, and X-Hero, these have been the staple roster all the way from KIC 2022. So these guys have experience. So having Limfeng and Up in that mix, I think it's going to be a little bit of a dark horse in this race.
I believe it's going to be a challenge. With all teams had this kind of synergy on times of how they were formed through challenges. It's all about how they want to be formed in this kind of competition. Again, having the imports Up in Linfeng from China. Now, this is going to be a test of composition and synergy right here. Now, we're on to the bans. Dolia and the Musashi, you've spoken out how this picks actually matter in the early game, as well as the early and the Mai Shanui. On the first series of the day, man, I did not expect the Art to show up that early.
I mean, the ban rate, right, of Mai Shiranui is always going to be a huge pick. But I want to pass this over to you, Hauler. Look what's come through that was banned for the entire of the last series.
All right, look, Yuan has been picked up here with a lady soon. We haven't seen too much of the Yuan because, again, the power of this hero could just completely change the game. But it's a situation where Impunity need to go back into their bag of tricks, so to speak. They need to figure out ways to control it. Maybe emotes. You have some sort of AoE control. Xiaolin has the winter is here, potentially going in for this one. But it looks like they're going to pick up the Ogren as well. So I'm kind of liking how this draft is kind of rounding out right here.
I'm agreeing with you, man. I mean, this kind of day that you don't give a damn about the Luong and the Ogren, this sets up for like, oh yeah, go ahead and take it. And it's a test for how teams now adjust to the nerf and how they manage to go up with it from our early game recovery.
Yeah, it's really weird, this patch, right? Because, I mean, in the Open Series, in the KC planes and the qualifiers, the Dolia and the Dechel were always that prio ban onto the blue side, and then you'd always have the Mai Shiranui and the Ali on the red. So it's still going through, but the Masashi's the new thing that opens up so much.
Well, it's a good thing that you mentioned about the map being open to these things, because this composition alone from Fierce in the first 3 picks, it's all about mobility, right? Mobility, you have the AoE, you have that continuous damage from the flowing side, and also destructive deluge from this Lady Jean itself. So with this, it's a test of how the front line of Impunity going to be a priority on the next picks since Mai's banned out.
Yeah, but I mean, Fearless Esports, I mean, they're a little on the squishier side. Obviously, the Yuan is a little bit different in that sense, but they need to protect the backline. They need to keep themselves in. You know that the Ogren is going to be running at them. Dharma's going to be looking to make some truth plays, just kind of controlling the battlefield. Covering your flanks is going to be super important. They need to understand how to kind of keep themselves away. Again, positioning is going to be super key in these team fights.
I think that's one great way to point it out, Mr. Hola, because since we're English now, the Hola and Blam. Yeah, because looking back on how this band's prioritized on Mayin and the Elaine, they don't want a backline entry from this kind of composition. It's just something that tells me that this is going to be a very important farm lane pick, that they don't want this kind of disruption, because Mayin on Series 1 has one big factor on how to initiate team fights right on.
Yeah, and they're going to have to just figure out ways to kind of deal with this. It's the Dharma and the Ogren. What can you do to kind of keep yourself shielded for this one? If you're looking at what Impunity have banned out, they've banned out the Mayin and the Elaine here, but boom.
Yeah, I kind of expressed too much there, but the idea. Finally, she shows up. But again, having this kind of roam and this kind of composition, since it's mostly mobility from Fearless Esports, you have to get that timing right to get the passive on for the idea.
Yes, yeah. The thing is, like, I've literally just even written that down on my iPad. It's like, it's taken this long for Lung to even be considered, but they was going to go for the D-Range. I'm not too sure about that. Yes, you've got the ultimate that CC's, right? Like, and the cleanse, so you can try and get away from the destructive deluge, and obviously the Huon slow, as well as the immobilization from the Diadea. But Lung, just the flame in palms does so much damage.
And the escape as well, right?
Yeah, for sure. And the idea is kind of like, it has so much mobility, so much control, it adds quite a bit to it. But again, it's one of those things where it's kind of on the squishier side. If they're going to get bursted, they might have a problem. It looks like Impunity have kind of answered with, we're just going to run at you, we're going to track you down and potentially kill you, because if they catch you out, you're going to get bursted.
Well, speaking of being bursted, the last pick of the Design was so beautiful up against this idea pick on the 4th pick of Fearless Esports. Why? Having the Princess Frozen, as you mentioned, the Long and the Ogren, I call them the uncles of HOK right now, mainly because it's a staple in our region. It has been played so much, and it could still be OP. But on the other side, they want to go with damage. They don't care at all.
Yeah. They're going all in, guns blazing.
Yeah, no, this is the way, and plus they're kind of themed out. They've got an all-female lineup, which is great for this one. I think that there's going to be a lot of potential going into this, but it is a strong one, right?
It is, and it's just to extend how this team, Fearless Esports, would pull this one off, because one thing that I'm seeing, okay, the idea being in front, but one thing that also they need to weigh out is, what if the Zhang Fei gets early level 4, and that sets up for another situation on how to counter that outburst right away from that team.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of damage coming from the side of Impunity, right? That the fact that they must have been thinking something on Fearless Esports Hong Kong, right? Because they banned out the Garo, they banned out the Ho Yi as well. So clearly they wanted to kind of get rid of any long-range CC, right, from the Ho Yi.
Yeah.
And they wanted to get rid of that shield shredding from the Garo.
Yeah. So, I love going into this one in the sense of how the team fights are going to eventually happen. Like the initiation, obviously, you're going to see the Ogryn up front or the Yuan, depending on which. They're going to kind of attract a little bit of attention, and then the fights are going to kind of start from there. But it really comes back to how does, Fearless Esport keep their backline safe? What do they need to do to kind of, ensure that they have that safety so that they can get off their skills and do all that damage?
That's a great point to ponder, because as we go in for a short, quick pause here before we enter the game, we're not in on a pause, right?
Pause.
But looking back on the how the composition is for Fearless Esports, they have so much trust on the idea right now. It only tells how these teams actually synergize. Again, I don't have complete data on how Fearless Esports manages to go with the scripts. I talk with teams a lot, and for this can actually be a surprise on how they want to pull this off, just having the idea and the Charlotte with them.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way you win a tournament, right? Is you don't give as much information as the next team, because I've always thought of Fearless Esports as one of those teams that kind of just keeps themselves. They want to just perform when it matters.
I think that's one thing too. I think timing, timing and how to make that perfect swing. Have you tried that idea recently? How's the feel? I know at one point yesterday we both tried it, right?
Yeah, it wasn't
the
great.
idea.
I kind of blocked that out. It's one of those things where it was a negative situation, and again, I like to just think about the positive things that happened. Let's not bring that one back up again. But if we're going into this one, I think that these teams right now, very important. Single round robin. You could potentially play the 3 best of 3s and then just get sent home, unfortunately, right? Yeah. So every single match is super important. You want to ensure that you come out with a W on this.
I think that's one thing that we might need to see, because if we look at the tournament format once again, from groups from A to D, only the top 2 would move forward. And on the first day, either they treat it as maybe a download situation or maybe test the waters, because they don't know how these teams approach their day 1. Now, let's begin. Let's find out for ourselves. It's Impurity Esports versus Fearless Esports in game number 1.
All right, okay, going into this first game, who do you give the edge to?
Well, I am leaning towards the lineup of Fearless Esports if they want to make this work. Because for an early game, if you lose that kind of front line or barricade up against Impurity Esports' hard front line, you have a devastating way of losing that grip and getting your items in.
Yeah, my concern with Fearless Esports, though, is that it's, again, very squishy, and this is like, everybody has to be on point. Understanding target priority so that you can kind of take out the Linfeng Ogryn rushing in on you. How are you able to control them? How are you able to kind of slow the pace of the game down so that you don't get bursted? It's going to be key for them to kind of execute, and I think that's going to be difficult. Impunity, on the other hand, a little bit more on the stock standard type of draft here.
Yeah, you can kind of see Impunity using the Flaming Palms to keep Megumi alive. There's the knockback, just trying to keep him away, keeping up in spirits.
Well, speaking of being up in spirits in Impurity Esports, I think one thing to say about specific targeting for this kind of lineup for Fearless Esports, it matters because it's being forced by Impunity Esports to react on one specific lane. You notice how Fable just completely is on patrol on how they manage to just keep this line on themselves?
Yeah, you got to control it here. That's the biggest thing with Fable. He's going to look to just kind of clear the wave and kind of make way and put a little bit of pressure in the other lanes. And you might even want to give Dao Dao some of the farm, right? Yuhan can kind of definitely scale. You don't want to fall behind the Linfeng Ogryn. I think that this is going to be the matchup to watch in terms of that jungle and ensuring that this Ogryn doesn't pop off.
Yeah, also, speaking of the Ogryn, add the Zhang Fei having the smite as well. So these are 2 possible ways to have, you have no reason to not secure an objective. So it's one way to see, like, you have more responsibilities against Fearless Esports. What if they had a way of getting back their first items right away if for Lady Sun to work out? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we saw that the rotation into the mid lane for the Lady Sun is a good position, a good method, so she can get the wave clear in the main, go down to the bot wave, and then get some more of that gold. But then also have the open up of those side creep camps as well. Because the Lady Sun is a late game hero, she needs those resources as ASAP.
Okay, so you're just saying right now that there's a window but that they need to cross. So right now they need to build a bridge,
Yes.
completely build a bridge against Impurity Esports and have that late game capability as a walking winning condition. But the question is, will Impurity Esports let that happen? Because with the front line, it's a complete hard control, just like this. Yeah, they just build a bridge, but that's Impurity.
That's passing. But this is a situation where both of these teams came in very strong. In both of the qualifiers, they were almost dominant. They didn't really face that adversity. So going into this one, it's going to be super important to kind of set the tone. Take the fight to the enemy team, invade the enemy jungle, make them uncomfortable, contest every single buff, ensure that, hey, Linfeng hasn't having that time of his life just happily farming and just stealing the enemy jungle.
Speaking of farming, Hauler, like looking at the gold leaders advancing to almost 1K, maybe it's slowly being decreased. Okay, but Fearless Esports is not letting on what's important right now. There's no first blood yet, as of this moment, because this is one thing they wanted to secure on. Items for ladies like KK for Fearless Esports. That's why, as you've mentioned, they want to make them uncomfortable down bottom.
Yeah, it's going to be super important, especially early. And again, we saw this in the last series. Again, you know, with the first one of the day, you don't want to play anything risky. You want to kind of play things stock standard. Just let the fight come to you because you don't know what the enemy team is going to do. And this is the brilliance of Honor of Kings Esports in the sense that you want to just kind of see what the enemy does so that you know how to counterpunch, so to speak.
Counterpunch.
Yeah, and look at this here. We get a lot of the mobilization from the Diadea coming through into the mid lane. But nothing quite is going to happen here. I don't think Shaolin is going to get picked off right yet.
Yeah, it could be something else. But look at the positioning, though.
Yeah, so we get a bit of knockback, a little bit of a lingering behind the Tyrant camp right now. But again, I think it's going to be reset. We don't want to see a first blood go over to either of these teams if you're on Impunity or Fearless Esports. You want that bonus gold, considering that Fearless Esports is already ahead.
Yeah, one thing to note, though, how Dao is managing to rotate as fast as she can or he can against the camps of Impunity Esports. Looking back how they react by just seeing one or two enemies here, they're just being cautious in making the wrong move, but because that specific loss could generate a win for KK right away.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, KK wants all the space in the world and is going to be aggressive here. Megumi just kind of backing off here. But again, you know, we saw it in the last series where the Overlord and the Tyrant were taken right at minute 4, right? They were bursted down. They were very quick in that sense. This one seems to be a little bit harder because it's a bit of a contest here.
Yeah, that was a nice little bit of a breakaway for Zhongfei there, getting picked off. A lot of damage going into Megumi, but they were able to get that Tyrant over to the side of Fearless Esports. So on the likes of the Lady Sun, that is going to be huge damage coming through going into the 6 minutes.
Yeah, speaking of damage, now we're looking at the defense items of Impurity Esports. How is this looking, Hauler, for you have 2 active tournaments you're present right away?
Yeah. I mean, look, the net worth lead is already 1.5K. Fearless Esports, again, this is their MO. They start with an early lead, they learn to close out games, and they've done it very convincingly. And I think that this is a situation where Impunity needs to be a little bit worried here because they haven't been able to find the farm, they haven't been able to find the gaps, and Fearless Esports are kind of dictating at least this early game, which is scary considering it's not even 6 minutes in.
Yeah, right now, I'm just seeing how they want to paint the picture here. It's more likely of a macro move that we're seeing from Fearless Esports, just taking the first tower out of Impurity Esports, but they just don't want to commit to any possible cure there is. I mean, we're going on a record here on day number 1. Who's going to get the first blood? Who's going to be the longest first blood in less than 10 minutes?
Yeah, 6 minutes in, no deaths, but this is a game not about fight, it's about objective play. Xinling maybe getting taken out here. Yuan comes through to save the Charlotte as well. Whilst we see the Lady Sun, Diadea, and the Lady Jen looking to push this T2 into the farm lane. They have the minions, but it looks like Impunity's going to be able to clear that out.
Yeah, I feel like I'm watching a game of football right here, Roller. Yeah, how they managed to hold the macro and the map this far, Fearless and Impurity, but just by looking at the goal, they are not missing out.
Oh, it's funny that I thought you were going to go a different route with that football comment because the score was 0-0, right? We haven't seen anything happen in like the first phase of this game. What's going on? We are watching football, no?
Yeah, but looking at this, how they managed to hold this kind of front line and seeing how building up the damage, I don't know, man. Fearless Esports is just on a verge to activate themselves early on, as early maybe as 11 minutes.
No, all jokes aside, I mean, this is the way you want to play, right? You don't want to play anything risky. Continue to take the farm, and then just try to build that lead. You have a 1.3. Impunity have found ways to kind of get back in this game. The Overlord is still up, something to take note of. But it really comes back to this jungle. Dao, level 11. Linfeng, level 10 right now.
Okay, Win getting a bit caught out there. He's able to dash back to the Lady Sun, giving a bit of a lifeline over to the a dire idea. But like you were saying, the T1 has gone down into the farm lane. It's a little bit like a football match, 0-0. I think we can all shout Ole when the first blood comes onto the board here. Okay, the Unbridled Late Rage come through. Untargetability, it is going to be an Ole for Fearless Esports right now. Going over to the Lady Sun is the right place this wants to go. But we see the Dharma with the Troop Mantra coming into the back. X-Hero trying to escape the immobility coming from the idea. It's coming through. Charlotte with the second kill right now for Fearless Esports. But it wasn't a no spilling the blood. Fable does go down.
8 minutes. Yeah, 8 minutes in. I mean, yeah, the first blood took a while to get going, but I did not like that fight. Shaolin had died early, and then X-Hero was like, oh, I had this amazing truth. I'm going to do that damage, but you don't really have that follow-up to damage to go with it. So it's, why would you take a fight 4 versus 5? It's one of those things where you got to cut off your losses.
Yeah, I think this is the position that matters right now for Impunity Esports. How Fearless managed to get that kill, firstly onto KK. It's like an online switch, right? Once she had it, they were all happy to just go in and dive in into Impunity Esports, and everyone was forced to back out. And as you mentioned, how Shaolin was the one to go first, I think that from that point that they lost to Princess Frost, it's one AoE factor that they could actually get a comeback factor against Fearless Esports.
Yeah, but you can't really make those sorts of mistakes now. You can't push the initiative. You're behind. If you were 5 versus 4, fine. Take the fight. You think you can do it, right? You have a numbers advantage. It doesn't matter what's, this Honor of Kings or, basketball. If you're playing with a man up, you're going to have a huge advantage. You cannot be playing these things a man down, so to speak.
Okay, it's increasingly, again, interestingly enough, the Princess Frost went for the Mask of Agony rather than the Frozen Breath, so it's more likely to be the damage Impunity Esports wanted to capitalize on, but again, they did not need to do that, or not completely necessarily commit to those kind of openings for Fearless Esports, because once they lose it, who's going to be the follow for damage here, right?
Yeah, I mean, just the rich get richer in that sense. They're going to do more damage. They're going to get those items. They're going to get themselves in. I mean, this is like, what, a 4K net worth lead by Fearless Esports. Going to be super tough for Impunity to find gaps, because, again, the rich are getting richer, they're getting stronger, they're tankier, and they're going to do more damage. So, again, a very scary situation for Impunity.
I think I know what book are you reading, man.
Am I that obvious?
But it totally makes sense. Like right now, how Fearless Esports is just staying quiet. Man, for all of the minutes that we've seen and observed how they wanted to take this game for a momentum-based scenario, they're not putting everybody on a forced situation to react. They're waiting for Impunity Esports to make a mistake.
Ooh, Shaolin may get caught out there, but a bit of a counter engage from Impunity. Megumi using that Unbridled Outrage to push away Fearless Esports for now. They're just trying to delay the inevitable right now. Both of the all T1s are down on all of these lanes, looking to take another neutral objective over to the side of Fearless Esports.
Oh. This is going to be tough for Impunity right now. Again, the Overlord is open. They want to go for the time. They want to go for damage for Fearless Esports. But one thing also obvious here, they still want to contest this. They don't want to get the other one. Don't you want to share?
Look, Impunity looked like they were going to go for the flank around. They were starting to group, but they kind of gave up on this one. And it looks like Fearless Esports have done a great job of just standing in front, zoning it away. Wow. I mean, they're going to look to just take this Tyrant, but they're going in.
Path of Passing coming through. Is it going to be a steal? No, it is Yuan that gets the neutral objective. We see that Charlotte going into the back line, doing a lot of damage onto the Megumi. And Lin Bang going in with some damage dealt. That is not what you want to be seeing when you are an Ogre, and you want to be tanking and soaking that damage and just be like, hey, keep tickling me. I want that sustain.
So Impunity, this is, again, they were scouting around, they were thinking about going from the Tyrant from the backside, but then they kind of gave up on it. The fact that they were kind of dilly-dallying in no man's land, not really committing to something, you've lost time in terms of farm, you didn't get the Tyrant, you didn't get any kills, and now you're on the back foot even further, more. Fearless Esports right now really starting to grow this net worth lead.
Well, speaking of the front line, I think that's the one problem that we're trying to see there from that first contestant we witnessed from the Tyrant. I'm waiting for X-Hero to actually have that combo, that flash, and with the ultimate combo paired with the Zhang. Man, they have a strong front line to have a combo against Fearless Esports, but having that doubts and hesitations to go up against front line Fearless Esports, it's mainly because of the damage that they built through, slowly but steady, but silent, they're deadly.
You want X-Hero to have that perfect flash, the perfect truth, the perfect engagement, but hey, look, I want $1 million, but it doesn't happen to be this way. You have to be in the right time at the right place. Sometimes you got to be a little lucky.
Oh, yeah.
If you got a buy-in on one of these teams, you might get like a hint of the $1 million, right? So
I got to befriend them right now. I'll be back.
Continuing the Steam fight, again, looking back on how they contested, another point, Fearless was making a live seesaw, like a swing. And Impunity Esports has managed just to follow every possible track there is. See, the zone out, you have the capability of burst, and one wrong out-positioned member of Impunity Esports could lead to a reaction that they will actually have a benefit of.
True, but you know, it's a situation where Impunity, yeah, you're behind, but you're grouped up. Now you're sharing the farm, you're just fighting for whatever scraps that, you know, Fearless Esports will give you, but you gotta play the late game, you gotta push, you gotta deal with the lane management. Kind of split up Fearless in some way so that makes them, you know, maybe take a fight 4 versus 5 on some side of the map.
Yeah, they need to force something out of the Fearless Esports with no contest at all for this Overlord.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to echo back on the point that you guys was on about. Like, having a strong front line is great, but when you have confidence like Fearless Esports, any front line can just be smashed. You are the bulldozer, and that is exactly the playstyle they're going for.
Yeah. I'm just imagining it, man. Like a bulldozer right in front of X Hero and Megumi. They're going to be forced to be a defense right away, but it's not a problem even for Fearless Esports. Man, their name stands up for themselves.
yeah. Approaching fearlessly to the T2 right now. Li Feng maybe getting caught out. There is the destined encounter from the Diadia coming through. We see that the Overlord is going to get pushed into one of these lanes right now. Vanguard's rushing through. It's only going to give a little bit more of an aid into those high ground turrets.
Look, Fearless Esports have, you know, lost one member of their team. They've given up 1 kill in that sense, but their positioning has been flawless. Kiting them out, Impunity doesn't want to take any sort of fight because, you know, when they're about half-life, that was when maybe they might be in a position to go in, and so they've been kind of pushed back, and Fearless Esports playing this one to perfection.
Yeah, initiation is one key factor here. For Impunity Esports, there's a lot of recovery. There's a lot of follow-up they can do. There's a Princess Frost. There's a long. Having this kind of composition needs a lot of chemistry to be in check. Again, we were talking about how these new members of Impunity Esports can actually show up in this kind of synergy. Now it's completely being tested. But Fearless Esports, we were questioning, what's going to be the front line? They don't care at all.
No, you can put anything in that front line, right? It's not going to stay the takedown of this higher ground turret. So already, we almost have a perfect game on the side of Fearless Esports. Only 1 death to themselves, and they've only got 1 turret takedown. Woodwind taking a lot of that early damage in that team fight. We could have been seeing a second higher ground turret in the mid lane being fallen, but hey, Impunity giving due diligence where it is due. They are able to defend.
The positioning, the footwork, dare I say, of Fearless Esports, of just keeping them an arm's reach. Understanding that my range is longer than yours, I'm able to get the pick off. They get the bottom T3 for free. The mid T3 is literally hanging on by a piece of thread. Now they're looking to take this Tyrant here. So they've full control here. Fearless Esports, the vision, the range, the ability to kite has just been perfection.
It's a grocery checklist, man. Everything is just completely in check. Having 3 items right away for KAGE, for Lady Sun, they just given him enough time to just farm the right items in. And we were seeing, or we were waiting on how X Hero and Megumi could be the game-changing factor here on the front line and how to catch one. But so far, it has been like a struggle on how to be in the front line, not even to ice, as you guys mentioned. So this is now our problem. How can they get this? Because they have 2 turrets left in their base to be a defense, and now they're just pushing in.
Yeah, and Fearless Esports right now, all of them level 15, right? Even down to Woodwind, right? If we're looking on the other side, not as great. There are actually 2 levels differentials depending on the roles. This is a situation where now even the top T3 has been taken out. Impunity really cannot find that right engagement.
Yep, Li Feng just gets out by the little bit of an inch of his life there. Dharma into the back though, however. We see Xinling just going for the chase. It is like a 70s cup chase now onto X0. Xinling Dao coming through as well. And with the Undying Sorrow, here is the Diadia coming in with the immobility. There is the Destructive Deluge, but he's going to go over to the Charlotte as well. So again, down goes the Dharma. There is less CC, no Truth Mantras are going to be hitting.
Yeah, I felt that there was an attempt there that they wanted to go for the back line or even an ambush from Fearless Esports. But so far, there was kind of miscom there right away, and how they wanted to pull that off.
I mean, he was looking to split push. I mean, it was going to be a situation where that chase was happening. It was like one of those things where maybe you cue the Benny Hill music, not able to stay alive in this one, but now they're down with 4 versus 5. And again, Fearless Esports just completely controlling them. They've taken the mid T3. They've taken everything from you.
Man, you just manifested that pause completely right away. And now they're going to take a breather for a while. And wow, going back to the draft, they don't actually care about having a front line.
No.
Activation is just completely the name of the game. They have dominated mostly of the map. As you mentioned, the zone, the AoE, and the Lady Sun. I am just so happy right now to be a farm lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is a perfect example, right? Fearless Esports are showing you that there is more than one way to win a Game of Honor of Kings. It's not about all the scrapping that we saw in the first series between FUT Esports and Dahadia. but it is going to be just the pure sort of takedown, the control of the map from Fearless Esports. Minimal kills as possible. They want as minimal casualties as possible. They want to be surgical. They want to get into that crystal.
Well, that's one word to put it. Surgical, momentum-based, and they completely denied the uncles of HOK, like the Long and Ogrun. They not just gave it away. And looking back on how you said that you could actually win in a different situation, having the idea, this is full trust composition right here for Fearless Esports.
Yeah. It's funny because, you know, this would not work in our ranked games because I don't think we have that level of trust.
We need to bond more.
Yeah, we need to bond more before we're at that level. Maybe by the knockout stage, we'll be on the same level as them. We'll be able to kind of run this composition.
What I'm hearing here, Hauler, is this is an invite to your hotel room to just like fall back on each other. Like, hey, I've got my arms out, catch me.
I might drop you, sorry.
This is why it doesn't work.
That's what I'm trying to say.
This is why it doesn't work.
I'm excited later. I think we know where we're going later. Just tell me your room number and all will come together and just see how this game goes. Again,
we got to build that trust. Let's go.
Because one thing that this series matters most of all is the trust of Impunity Esports. Again, we've mentioned about the two guys, the imports from China, and looking at how this is going to be, it's being tested live actually on how the synergy works. And this is a question where there were some sort of hesitations going forward. I haven't seen Dharma shine, Zhang Fei be in the front line.
But it's, I mean, okay, the heroes are one thing, but it's a very meta draft that they picked. And this is going to shake things up. For all of the teams that are paying attention, you see what, you know, Fearless Esports is bringing. Now this could be the new meta. They're shaping that one. They're creating something brand new. Now other teams are on notice. We got to figure out ways to do this, and now they need to go back into the hotel room, do those trust falls in that sense, and just find a way to deal with this draft.
Fearless Esports is literally saying that don't pick strong tanks anymore. Don't pick Ogrun. And have trust with your buddies more on.
Just fight us head on. I think that's what they probably should be seeing here. It's just like, hey, let's see an unstoppable force meet an unstoppable force. Let's just both go at it and just cause like a big catalysm within the gorge. That's what I want to see in game 2.
And speaking of this game, right? You've mentioned about the rich getting richer. Although we were just laughing about it, but one thing also that made sense is how Diadea managed to just go around easily. And when I see Diadea, I see movement speed and gold. Grants everybody money.
I mean, like, flawless, right? I mean, there was one single death. I don't even remember who it was, but they'll probably get scolded at by the coach. Like, how dare you die in a perfect game? But
that was supposed to be a record.
Yeah. You know, and they'll probably go Asian dad with the manager on that one. But I think for this one, it's going to be super important, right? Because, you know, where are the chinks in the armor? Where are the gaps that we can kind of take advantage of Fearless Esports? Because right now, they're playing a well-synergized team. Everybody's on the same page.
I mean, speaking of the same page, right, the minions are on the same page as well at the crystal. And we see the Winter is coming through to try and deter those minion waves to try and get to this crystal. But hey, we're seeing that KK, Dao are just trying to push them into it. We do get another kill over to the side of Impunity right now. We see that Woodwind is going down, so no Diadea going into this one. But hey, no Zhang Fei. No, Ogrun as well. There goes your front line.
Yeah, there's the minions pushing in down bottom. Will this be the end though?
Potentially, we do see the Lady Chen does fall to X-Hero, but there is still Charlotte gets taken out by the crystal. There is Dao, KK here just to finish off game 1, going over to Fearless Esports.
Coming in from a pause, and that's how the first game ended. How Fearless Esports managed to, like, okay, this is one way to seal the deal by having our own comfort compositions. And as you said, they're up against a meta draft. But having this composition in their own hands, full trust, and having more coverage of the map says a lot of plays and having that game to themselves.
Oh, absolutely. I think it just plays back to that sentiment that I kind of to earlier on in the game. No front line is going to be enough against Fearless Esports. They are able to just get through towards the end. Obviously, they had the help of the crystal that was kind of dealing like a bit of a backline, a bit of a your back is against the wall unless you see the Charlotte punch a hole through that wall. It's going to stand up, but that's what happened anyway.
Yeah, and completely looking back on how that draft went, again, there was a moment, maybe at 5 to 8 minutes, it was like something plays in my head, like, okay, Impurity has the right mana draft, but when Fearless Esports had that 8 minutes on their side, it was kind of like delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, definitely delaying the inevitable. I mean, this is the Fearless Esports style that you're seeing, right? Just keeping them afar, just kind of cutting them out. But like, it's funny, because going into that pause, I was just like, oh, perfect game. And then in the end, kind of messy. They need to clean that one up, because that was actually kind of close. Doubt, if he didn't actually get that kill on that one, that could have been, I mean, not to say that they would have been able to come back. Impunity, that is, but it could have been a lot closer than it should have been.
Yeah, again, we were waiting for the Zhongfei and the Dharma. The truth mantra.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Fearless Esports, you hear that? Holler says you need to clean it up.
Come at me. You can find me online at Kindofu.
Yeah, that's my IG, by the way. Yeah, I'm your favorite tofu. Now, if we go back on how that game could still be a possible way of a recovery, I think they needed to stop the momentum of how the Lady Sun and the Farmland just completely having a massive lead by taking all of the gold away from them.
Yeah, they need to do something right. I mean, this is the same kind of strategy we see from Black Shrew Esports. They don't go for the kills in the early game. They just get the acquisition of the gold, all the resources, look to push those side lanes, and that's exactly what Fearless Esports did.
Well, as we look back at all the stats here, I think one thing to see, well, it was just one tower being taken down slowly. And we were just noticing, oh, it was a low-scoring game, like a football and stuff. And yeah, slowly but surely, Fearless Esports, a lot of money, have more ways to funnel into KK, and that first skill dictated everything.
Yeah. It comes back to the team having a little bit of a better mid-game strategy, right? Being able to just close that one out. They didn't need to play anything risky. They knew that their heroes were far superior, and they just need to get a certain point. They need to get a couple items to get themselves in that level where they can, again, just kite everybody out. And that's kind of what you saw here. Fearless Esports playing that one to the T.
Yeah, and our MVP for this one is none other than Dao Dao.
Yes.
Wow, 007.
Hey, that's how you can
James
play
Bond.
the Q1, right?
Yeah, that's
it's
how.
Like, he's the 007 of the Gorge. He didn't need the kills. He was silent but deadly.
He has a license to kill.
The license to thrill as well.
Yeah,
we were all thrilled in that game one, right? Like, there was a lot of thrilling moments.
Yeah, a lot. Thank you for that. Looking back how this game was, get back on the highlights. This was the turning point. At 7 minutes, this was the start. Having the thought of the mind of Impunity Esports, can they still fight back? Or they can still do it against Fearless Esports? Because this was the start where the delaying the inevitable was the point of no return for this team.
Yeah, being able to control it. Again, this is, at least from here on out, from that moment, it is just completely tilted in favor of Fearless Esports. They were able to do it. This is the last fight where things got a little on the messier side, but they were able to pick it off. Not the worst thing in the world. I think that they can kind of clean things up just in the end in terms of just ending the game.
That's it. I think that those are the highlights of the game. Like, for 8 minutes, we see the first blood. Nothing to sugarcoat in that series, but I mean, that's completely dominance, right? Dominance in how they managed to want to set up a perfect game. Looking back on the trophy, this is a reminder on what's at stake here.
This is your front line. You need this to survive. You need this to secure this piece of amazing beauty, right? I mean, this is the last tournament of the year. That's the trophy that all these teams want to be taking home.
Yeah. So inside that trophy, considering the champion gets 300,000 USD, is it inside the trophy, or do I
hope.
Or do I get it separately? How does that work?
Let's go take a peek. Let's go take a peek.
I don't know if I'll do that during the break.
I hope it could fit though, but it could be cake.
Yeah, it might be a little. It might be a little short before the end of the actual tournament. There might be a few bit of notes taken out of there.
Yeah, it's either they do it digitally or just give it to themselves. But that's one way to see on how that draft went. I mean, if we just have a take a peek at that post-game stat, this dictates how it could be just a complete decline on the matrix on how they wanted to get the gold back away from Fearless Esports. See?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go Xinglin and Woodwind. You died once each. Fable, you died twice. I'm going to have to give you guys a C- on that one. Everyone else, I'm just kidding. They had an amazing game. It was a great game by them. They were just completely controlling. I'm just, nitpicking at this point. They had a flawless game.
Well, speaking of being false, man, what was that? Again, 8 minutes for the first blood and having this no deaths at all. It was, I think, Xinglin to fall. You were trying to recall what was the first casualty of FE from that moment.
FE, it was Shinlin.
Shinling, right?
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, so it was all the damage, having even the Frost Scar, having the first item. And that's one thing, if you're Charlotte, having that kind of extra protection with you, just being in the front line, just to make the combo work for yourself.
Right. And let's talk a little bit about some of the other stats right here. If we're looking at the damage, I mean, look at this. 24K from X0, obviously kind of a rough situation. Megumi is 28,000. Again, I hate to nitpick them on a losing team, but you know, X0 needs to do more. He needs to contribute more than just that 24,000. He wasn't able to get that. Did not have a great game going into this one. I expect him to really bounce back in game 2.
It only shows how Dowda was the MVP. Look at that, 100% on team fighting. No wonder in my ranked games you don't ban this kind of hero. And you have this AoE that makes every possible opponent actually have this hesitation to go in. Either get melted down or just completely catch up.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit of a bait and switch, right? Like, you go into the Hue one, she goes up into the air, and then all of a sudden you're up in the air, and you're on your death timer.
Yeah, just looking at this stats, right, it's a complete decline from impunity that they want to just get back away from Fearless Esports. Yeah. It was too late. Like, if they wanted to take the first bite out of Fearless Esports, they could have done it maybe in less than 5 minutes just to counter everything out. Yeah. It was like, what do you call this? It's like you throw a ball of snow in a giant mountain and just completely just rolls down, completely going big and down under.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's definitely what happened in that game, right? I mean, they had the clear gold lead. I think they had like 1K gold lead very early on, and they just kind of just kept going with it. They got the itemization, especially like Lady Sun, and you can kind of see what happened there with the Hue one, Lady Sun, and the Diadea. It's kind of like a hyper carry, right? Like making that Lady Sun just shine.
Yeah. I said it in last series, right? Good teams know how to win with a lead. And I think you just saw exactly what Fearless Esports is great with that. They know how to close out games, and that's what you want to see. You have to be able to do that, especially at this level. You got to close out any sort of game that you have a slight advantage in.
Yeah, and I think, speaking of advantage, right, the problem of the Zhongfei and the Dharma that I noticed is they can't just go in. Either they can do a counterplay. I think Dongwon was even out of the option, right? They were going for the possible ways to have a great, strong front line on their end, but I don't know. They could either did a counterplay from the team fight if they had the catch.
Yeah.
But they were like kind of like reactive in most ways on how Fearless Esports was dictating the swing on where to go. And they were playing the game of how Fearless Esports wanted to finish that game.
And that's the thing, right? I mean, you can play a reactive game, but you need to know the counter reaction. You need to know how to like be the conclusion to that reaction. You can't just be like, oh, I'm going to be reactive and be like, that was nice. And then expect to win. It's like, no, you have to do something there. You need to stop that snowball coming any closer to you.
I think that's the adjustment that we wanted to see, right? How will they have that front line? How will they have the catch, considering that this team, Fearless Esports, doesn't give a damn about the mana draft?
Yeah, I think it's a situation where if you're starting to maybe be on the back foot, you got to figure out ways to get sneaky farm to get yourself back into it, right? You need to play a little bit more risky. I think they were playing a little too defensive, especially when that lead started to grow for Fearless Esports. You got to get, high risk, high reward. You got to go all in at this point. You got to figure out some way to kind of get yourself back in the game. Because, again, if you're going to just group up, you're going to struggle, and you just see that graph just go in favor of Fearless Esports.
I think that's one thing they want to build upon, the double R's. Yes. The risk and the recovery. I think that's one thing that we wanted to see for Impurity Esports. Again, in the first game, I ate my beautiful lunch. You guys were
sat right there.
Sat right there. Oh, it's game number 3.
We locked eyes. I was just like, I'm hungry.
Go ahead and enjoy your game, guys. But connecting to that joke, like, this team needs to step up, man. Like, a lot of the experience that they had was completed with the qualifiers. You both mentioned how they went through all of the challenges, and now we need to see how they want to react at this team who actually wants to step up, right? That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's really showing the experience that Dao brings to the table, right? I mean, MVP of that game, when he came into the team, we was thinking, oh, this guy's come out of nowhere, but the amount of experience, the amount of like success that one player brings to the table was just unfathomable, because AG Global got kicked out 4-0 in their qualifier, got kicked out 4-0 in the Open Series, and then the only time they lost was against Nongshim Red Force, which is a very experienced team, but only lost one round. Not even a game, not even a match, just one round.
Just one round.
That's all you need. That's all you need. I mean, it comes back to that one, right? Getting that experience is super key. And that's why these qualifiers have been great, because you're contesting, going up against top-tier teams. Other teams want to be here, but this is the top 16 going in. And we're seeing Fearless Esports kind of on that rise. But are they at the same level of Black Shoe Esports? Not sure. We're going to have to find out, and it's going to be super interesting in Group D.
I'm excited how the story unfolds with Fearless Esports. When it's day number 1 of a world championship or even at a tournament, this is where their story grows. Because, okay, we study, we gather all the possible information, and turns out the team that we had research with, it's being tested on how this team has no data, becoming the dark horse, moving forward in the next games or the next days.
Yeah. I mean, the interesting thing about Fearless Esports, right, is that they were even part of the Open Series Split 1. They lost at the semifinals to AG Global, so having them come into Open Series 2 with 2 new players to get that revenge is kind of like, it's a scary and chilling story for what could potentially be the conclusion of KC 2024.
I think that's the most important thing, right? Again, as we wait for game number 2, it's all about how they want to recover and how they want to adjust with this team. Again, Fearless, the name stands for itself, and they just don't want to play with the possible way that they want to be trapped in the draft, Okay, yeah. They've taken out the specifically the Arlie, right? Yes. You know how Arlie's just being devastating nowadays. Yeah. I know you feel that, the Arlies, right? But having this in the tournament here being present, that's where you'll be uncatchable. So will Impunity Esports do that? Will they adjust to that? Or maybe, as you said, Risk. How's the recovery going after for that?
It's all about the draft, right? Yeah. I think Impunity really need to go back to the drawing board. They need to figure something out. They've been thrown something that they were not really prepared for. You saw that draft. It was too balanced in that sense. They need to kind of have some sort of counter, some sort of catch, basically to catch a predator, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Some just popped off my head. It's like Alien vs. Predator here, right?
Yeah.
The series. You guys have mentioned about the 007, Highway 50, the chase.
We're here all day, by the way.
Yeah. You don't want to ask on how we stand. But connecting to that story, how will they bounce back from this one? It's game number 2. If you want to push it to game number 3, have the great way of Risk, have a great way of seeing the draft. And if they play, again, the draft of Fearless Esports, that could still be a trap for them to continue this game with a 2-0.
Yeah, I think the thing is here for Impunity is like, we don't want to be seeing like your comfort picks early on, but right now, it's the first day. You want to get as many points on the board as you can. So if you can even take a game from Fearless Esports, which we've seen Foot do against Idea, you know what I mean. The game last match. The impossible can be done, right? So I think that Impunity going into this PP can actually do something and adjust what the outcome could be for game 2.
Okay, so it seems that they want to take the latest one for themselves. Again, their first pick, they have the priority on this one, and it seems like the farm lane could still be the best possible way of Impunity to make the lineup work. Again, we're slowly being revealed right in front of our eyes on how this recovery match will be for them. And that draft, that specific pick of the Lady Sun was exchanged by the Dolly and the Dharma right away. So how about double crowd control setups that Fearless Esports can do against them this time around?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to go with the Dharma, the Dahlia. They're going to pick that one up. To be honest, I kind of felt like they should have. I mean, they didn't get the Yuan because that was banned. But going into this one...
You guys know this.
Yeah,
yes.
The Ming Byron, of course, with the Lady Soon. This is, the Ming has been quite powerful for them, Impunity. They have a decent win rate with it. We're going to have to see how that one plays out. But again, what do you think about this X-Hero Byron? Is this going to be the one you want? Is that the matchup going up against the Dharma? How do you feel about that?
This, on the first 3 picks, this could be actually reactive. And considering that this is a Ming, it's all about how you support the gold lane, right? Support the farm lane with this Lady Sun. And this will dictate on how will they want to defend the farm lane for themselves, because this is the challenge up against Dharma, up against Zol, because this kind of lineup that you're up against Fearless Esports, you might want to consider on how to activate early rather than reactive passively on the initiations that Fearless Esports did from game number 1. They could actually repeat it this time around. They're being the front line.
Front line for sure, and I do agree with that, and I think that they're playing a little bit more standard. They had the frontliners in the Dharma and the Dune, and you kind of combo those, that meat wall, so to speak, that's just going to kind of run at you. But to kind of deal with it, do they have enough to kind of out-sustain the Ming? Are they able to kind of get onto this Lady Soon, who's going to be looking to use the rolling rate to kind of, finesse his way out of there? It's going to be super interesting going into this because, again, Fearless Esports right now are showing different shades of what they can bring to the table.
Well, yeah, speaking of different shades now, a good thing they take out the Shangguan. Do not assist that with the presence of a Dolia.
Absolutely.
Because sometimes it's a bit of a problem. No, not a bit of a problem. It's a major problem if you let it loose.
Yeah, I mean, 2 finishing strokes is worse than 1, right? I mean, if you can go up in the air and get double the airtime and be untouchable, just like the Elaine combo, right? So you kind of want to just negate somebody, a hero, for being up in the air for too long and doing so much damage.
Well, speaking of damage here, again, damage. It's the Arlie and this Mai Shernui being taken out by Fearless Esports. It has been like a staple for their bans from game number 1, mainly because of how the Mai Shernui reacts so quickly with a combo, with a flash, and how he want to deal with the first poke insta-kill up against another team. They don't want that since they have more ways to utilize the crowd controls and ultimates have the Dolia on their side.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to help out. I mean, the Dolia was highly contested, but, we haven't seen the impact. I mean, the Celestial Melodies have been great. We saw it in the last series with, like, the Elaine, Death at Sunset ×2. Yes. It's been great. But the hero itself doing a whole lot of damage aside from that, it's one of those things where it's like, hey, I could give you Celestial Melody, but I'm chilling in my own fountain. I'm not actually contributing in the team fights.
Again, I don't want to see the Princess Frost being forced again, being in the most delicate position there is, because there's a Dun, there's a Dharma. One catch from one corner specifically can just be a devastating point for Impunity against Fearless Esports. They have more ways to utilize crowd control now. Not having the Shongun, they just don't care at all, but having this, they could actually have or create a snowball once again in this game number 2.
All right, looks like the draft is underway. I mean, sorry, the picks are set in stone. The game is about to load. Going into this one, though, okay, is this enough? Is this good enough of a draft by Impunity to take it to Fearless Esports here?
I don't know, man. I mean, the Ming and the Lady Sun is the thing that I'm looking forward to the most. But then they've also got a more of aggressive front line on the side of Impunity. They have the Kaiser and they have the Byron. Byron, we know, likes to sit in the bush and tries to basically enter the team fight a little bit later on. It has the sustain from the force field as well, gets that shield. So it's going to be interesting to see if we see Fearless Esports trying doubt of the Byron very early on.
So that's the question, will they force it out against Impunity Esports? Because if the question still continues with the draft of Impunity being effective early game, okay, let's have a check. They have the AoE from the Princess Frost with the Winters here. They have more ways to sustain this Lady Sun, but they could actually mean business by setting up a trap by Fearless Esports. Again, this Ming alone, I see this hero, a support hero, as a very dedicated one for a marksman that you can't leave your lane just easy.
Yeah. And I mean, to be honest, I kind of like, I hate to sit on the fence on this one, but I think draft-wise, they're both good. They're very balanced. They kind of counter each other. There's nothing that really sticks out to me. I'm just like, where one team has a huge advantage over the other one, which is super important finishing up from a draft.
Something tells me that Fearless Esports with the pick of the Direnji. Again, not everybody has the winning favor of Direnji nowadays in our games, but for Fearless Esports getting this hero, maybe because of the immunity or the cleanse that they can get, because again, you have slow from the Princess Frost, even for the Byron. So one thing they actually want to consider is they have more trust for KK to not be killed right away.
Yeah, why do you keep bringing up our games? You're making me feel sad.
It's okay, man. Like, we want to rank up faster.
We're in the hole, man.
Yeah,
our win rate not good.
We're slowly building it up. I mean, who knows? Maybe we could play with them in the same server here in Indonesia. You know?
Okay. Well, no, we need to not just do trust falls, but we need to play together. Yeah, right? I think that we got to build that trust.
I think we should play together whilst doing trust falls. Play. Ah!
That's a perfect way to start up the synergy, man. Because the name of this game is always about synergy. Again, Impunity Esports in the first game, they need to step up. They need to have an adjustment here on how to get a kill, or even a setup. Speaking of which, it's happening.
Yes, the setup is coming through. The truth mantras are hitting differently onto the Kaiser. The Invincible Warrior gets frozen. X-Hero a little bit deep into the source here, but the winner's coming is keeping him out of that one. But okay, a little bit sustained team fight coming from Impunity. Ming coming in with a clutch heal.
Man, did you see that? They just flashed together. in complete symphony. Fearless Esports, they know what's coming. They know how they got to get caught by Shaolin and Princess Frost in a matter of seconds. Look at the reaction time.
Yeah, no, Fearless Esports, hive mind confirmed. Right? They are such in sync with one another. The coordination has been great, and we're, again, they see exactly what each other is doing and when they need to go in. X-Hero had gone in, he shielded himself up with the force field suppression, but Megumi was on point with that shield to kind of heal him and to keep him going, right? It's a situation where, Impunity had to play perfectly just to deal with Fearless Esports up front that one.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to coin up of OSX's point with the DRNG, right? The cleanse is going to be really helpful in these team fights because, like you said, there's a lot of slow, and I don't normally like the DRNG pick, but into going against this team come for Impunity, it makes absolute perfect sense.
Yeah, this is full trust right here that we're seeing from Fearless Esports. They're really showing the world that our lineup, whatever it costs, all you need is one trusted buddies to go up against this kind of meta draft. Again, all of you are experiencing the same thing. I can see you in the chat right here on how could be a possible pick matter for Impunity Esports, but seeing this kind of way of even activating themselves once and for all, this needs to have complete trust and also vision against Impunity Esports.
Yeah, and, I think Fearless Esports still kind of in the driver's seat, so to speak. It seems like they're dictating things. This is going to be huge. The Tyrants here going to be super important at the 4-minute mark. It's already at half.
Yeah, we see Elite go in. Oh, they're not going to get the crucial kill theft. It is going to go over. Oh, no, it does. Crucial kill theft goes over to the side of Fearless Esports. X-Hero looking pretty low. It is the first blood for Dao once more. T1 in the mid lane as well. This has been a great trade for Fearless Esports. Are they done yet? Not quite. The Destructive Deluge keeps away the Invincible Warrior.
Yeah, that's zone out. I have seen how Fearless Esports managed to just make Impunity busy being in the front line. If we go into a replay, I don't know if there's going to be, but how they managed to distract Impunity Esports that they want to get that objective away, they just completely follow the crumbs of Fearless Esports right away, man.
Yeah, Dao just on points. I mean, this is like two back-to-back amazing things that he just did. The crucial theft on that Tyrant and then getting that first blood. That's exactly what you want as Fearless Esports. Unfortunately for Impunity Esports, they played it a little too close. It's a 50-50, and sometimes you lose on those ones, but then you're giving up first blood. That is not a great start for Impunity here.
Yeah, I just want to say, though, I mean, look at the goal lead compared to Impunity and Fearless. That is nowhere near as drastic as Game 1, right? So Impunity are actually being quite reactive in Game 2.
Yeah, and I think that's one way to see that there's still growth on how they wanted to pull the damage and the draft off of this lineup of Impunity Esports. I think positioning has been a great factor of an adjustment here in game number 2, because if they get trapped, in most of the cases that Fearless East wants to initiate team fights, that's where the devastating points comes in for Impunity.
Yeah, and why the advantages are so key, right? That theft, all of this stuff, it's turned into the mid T1 as well. The top T1 has already been taken out as well. And now Fearless Esports up almost, 1.5 at this point. It's only not even 6 minutes, right? So Fearless Esports, again, playing to their MO, starting with an early lead, understanding how they need to play it. Impunity have not found any answers.
Yeah, commending how Woodwind just being on the river there, just becoming the mermaid there is, giving vision for this team. Fearless Esports has more control. And one key factor or question here, they're not getting the Overlord even.
Hey, they don't want it.
No.
I mean, to be honest, I think that's a good call, though. 1 second, though. Impunity going in here. The X-Hero looking like he may have got caught. The flash saves him, though. Common skill coming through for a common save. But just to going back on that Overlord point, if they go for the Overlord, it gives a lot of gold over to them if they take down the Vanguard. So they don't want to give over any points here. But we do see Princess Frost go down. The summer is here. Winter has gone. But that is another kill. Going over to Fearless Esports.
That's a quick change of season right away, and I don't want that.
No. Global will be back.
No. But that specific kill that Impunity Esports lost from Fearless, that's one way to see that they don't want that AoE, they don't want surprise freeze from Impunity Esports right away, because that could be the turnaround of team fights. I've seen games that Princess Frost did a lot of stuff in terms of recovery, but going back, they don't want the Overlord, they just want to keep this, either keeping this as bait.
Yeah.
For Impunity Esports from the beginning.
I mean, they'll take it when they're ready, and it looks like now is the time. Dao has Smite up and ready and good to go. They've already got the map control. They're kind of pushing things along, so they'll take it when they want it. All right, don't rush them, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. You can't rush art. And that's one way that I learned nowadays, that you just can't rush anything because everything takes time.
True.
Even the first blood in game number 1, it's 8 minutes.
Yeah.
And it only shows that how Fearless Esports wants to do this kind of team fights specifically and with precision.
I mean, you can't hurry love, you can't hurry neutral objectives.
Thank you, Phil Collins.
Only fools rush in. So, we're getting a little bit of a compilation there, but it looks like Fearless Esports are definitely dominating the Gorge, right? I think the reason why they went for Overlord at that point is because they had a clear lead in the gold.
Wait. What do you mean by you can't hurry love?
Oh.
Help me out here.
You just have to wait.
No.
Love will come easy.
No.
It's a game of give and take. Shout out to Phil Collins. Going back to this game again, it's all about the patience. But Impurity Esports letting go of the rope on how they wanted to bring down the goal of Fearless. Look at this. Down there just zoning everybody out, stealing every possible objective there is in their own camp.
Yeah, space created, giving it to KK, right? That's the red buff that you wanted. Dowdow's still up in front.
The wind slash comes through. The Unruly Blade to get out of there. Missing the ultimate shell was a good call by Dowdow.
Oh, that skin is very good.
Yeah,
I
and by the
like
way,
it.
Dowdow was able to do that because, you know, the Unruly Blade twice because of the Celestial Melody, right? So he knows, again, Hive Mind confirmed, right?
Yeah.
They're on the same page. Everybody knows what they need to do.
I think I know what you're playing nowadays when you're during your childhood, man. The Hive Mind. Phil Collins.
Is it that obvious?
Well, it makes sense, right? Because how would you react to that? Fearless Esports just putting on the crumbs, everything on the map right here, and Impurity Esports just completely losing to follow what could be the possibility of a comeback. Again, from the goalie that you mentioned earlier, Blam, it's slowly building up.
Yes.
Almost 4K here.
Almost 4K, and not a single kill on the board for the side of Impunity right now. I mean, they generally get the kills when it's a little bit too late, right? So when they're at the high ground turrets or even at the base, they decide to then get a little bit messy on the side of Fearless Esports. But hey, maybe they'll listen to Coach Hauler and they will clean up that ending gameplay. But right now, they are taking all the jungle, all the resources from the side of Impunity, making sure they know they can't go out these boundaries.
All right, as Coach Hauler, let me just say something to Impunity. You guys are losing. Okay? All right, no, all jokes aside, but look at how Fearless Esports have taken out the bottom T2. That lane is completely going to be pushing for them, so they're going to have a huge advantage. And Fearless Esports know that, so they're pushing in the other lanes, knowing that the bottom is kind of pushing, but this Overlord fight going to be pretty massive here.
Yeah, it's going to be contest, though.
Yeah, I mean, Living's maybe trying to bait this one, but there we go. Occasionally, a little bit too deep. Giving over the kill to Lady Sun. Could be troublesome here, but we do see DRNG gets takedown on the Kaiser. Double kill onto the Princess Frost. They're not done yet. Wind Slash coming through. Megumi is going down. That's a 4-1 trade.
Dowdow is wow. That was amazing.
Looking to push that mid lane. Not even looking at the Overlord. Like, hey, see you in the review mirror, baby.
Xinglin was the only casualty. Even the Overlord knocked him up. But it was one way to see this. Come on, give us a replay. Give us what we saw here. Xinglin was the first one to go, but it was the great recipe to be in the front line. Ling Feng fall down first, followed by Shaolin, and that turned into dust.
Yeah, it turned into... I mean, Jigglet actually died because the Overlord had the knock-up, the launch, and wasn't able to get away. So unfortunate for him, but, you know, great for Impunity in that sense. They got that first kill, but it looks like X-Hero down for the count, just looking to split push.
Yeah, the Overlord was biased there.
Yeah.
You want a knock-up? I'll give you a knock-up.
It's not fair.
Get out my house. Bang.
But Impunity still want to get this through, man. Half HP on the Overlord.
Yes, I mean, the Destructive Loot does actually go through, stopping Lee Think here to try and get the smite off Invincible Warrior. A little bit too late. The killing spree comes through once more. The steal from the Overlord as well. This is a Hail Mary of a play right now for Fearless Esports, currently up by 8k gold. Looking to take some more with this minion wave. Higher ground turret looking like it's in trouble, and they're going to take a clean one in mid lane.
Well, we're not going to sugar things up right here, right, guys? It's now or never for Impurity Esports. You have entered the point of no return, and now they need to have a clutch move. As you've mentioned, they need a Hail Mary play against Fearless Esports. Either Shaolin does something again to turn things around, but it's going to be a risky move. It could be the sacrifice of his life for another defense.
Yeah. Linfeng going in for that one. That was a 4 versus 5 trying to force it, but
X-Hero going down once more from D-Renji. Shielding again, MO straight into the back using the Truth Mantra. Truth hurts, and the truth is Fearless Esports takes a 2-0 victory from Impunity.
Wow. Fearless Esports on their start of this group. It just didn't matter on how the meta draft is. We're just going to play our game and we'll make things work. The Durenji, okay, no bother. Just don't ask them why, and they just did it perfectly.
Yeah, they're perfect, and that's exactly what you want. And I mean, we're sitting right next to them, and they are just shouting, they're hooting and hollering, they're calling out who needs to die. Everything that you want from this team. They are fired up, they're very passionate, they know what they need to have done, and they did it to the T. That was a perfect game, and that was a very quick one, because, you know, Fearless Esports, again, know how to close out games.
Again, there was a point of no return scenario once again that we've witnessed in that game. And slowly, it was the struggle on how to reach the backline of Fearless Esports once again. The Unruly Blade having the Dolia, man, despite the nerf for this hero, didn't matter. You know, it's still the mechanic on how you wanted to amplify your team in team fights and early game.
Yeah, no. The Ming didn't actually, like we were saying there, it's kind of like... It's great when you're in front, you know what I mean? It's great when you're not playing from behind. We saw some really clutch heals in the early game, saving the Byron at certain points from those ganks, but other than that, what else did it actually offer? Especially when you've got like a clear, precise team like Fearless Esports. They know what they want to do. They know when they want to take an objective, and they'll take it at that exact moment.
I just want to also add on that, I mean, it's one thing to take the objectives, but it was like every single ambush, the conversion rate was quite high.
Yes.
They almost always got a kill, and they ensured that that snowballed into some sort of objective, and that's how you want to play. Very smart play by Fearless Esports.
They just had more read on the map, and they had more ways to get a hold of how Impunity Esports want to get those objectives. They have been luring them for some time, right?
Yeah.
There's so much some there in just what I said, but looking back on how that objective was the turnaround of everything, yeah, the take of Dunn, taking that tyrant away from them, just made a crumbling move from there.
Yeah. Smart play, and that's what we expected from Fearless Esports, right? Going 2-0, just cleaning house, just make a short day, right? Let's make it easy. Let's do it for them, and they knew how to close out the game. Very impressive from that. Impunity now backs on the wall. Lose the second game, you're probably out at this point. So it's going to be do or die for this team moving forward. I expect them to bounce back, but being a Group D, tough situation, especially since they have yet to play Black True Esports.
Yeah, we've taken this group as a group of death.
Yes.
So it's a bit of a challenge now. Again, we were looking at the format on how they want to bounce back. I think the points matter on the next series it's going to be. And especially for the recovery that you wanted to see from this team alone, I think they want to go back to square one on how can they manage to pull a draft up against a team we're going to go up against.
Yeah, I mean, this is the good thing about playing the hardest team first in... We'll say the hardest team. I mean, BSE's in this bracket as well. But Fearless Esports pretty much look like a carbon copy, right? Like whatever BSE are going to do, Fearless Esports did it also. And so if they go against BSE in the second game of the within their own group, it's going to be hard for Imp to sort of climb out of that hole, man.
Yeah, it's a big... I want to see. I want to see how they recover, right?
Yeah.
As we go on the next time of this tournament. Let's see.
Okay, congratulations, Fearless!
Woohoo! The Fearless beat 2 out of games, yeah?
Yeah.
Straight breakthrough, I was watching. Wow.
Yeah, and as usual, today we're gonna have a little chit-chat with
Chit-chat.
Fearless Esports.
Yes, please welcome the MVP. Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, also the MVP. Please welcome Tao Tao. Tao Tao, yes?
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
觉得今天感情怎么样？今天感觉怎么样？
挺开心的，
挺开心的。哦，so
挺兴奋的
he's 还有吗？觉得开心还有什么？
挺兴奋的。
挺兴奋的。Okay, so he's feeling very happy and excited.
Ooh, okay.
那你觉得刚才为什么会 ？I'm sorry. 你觉得刚才从1到10的难度这一场和是怎么样？
这一场的话6到7吧。
6到7 Okay. So Sabila, he's the MVP of our star today.
Yes.
He's saying that from the scale 1 to 10 of these matches, it's around 6 or 7. Oh, wow.
6 or 7. Okay,
Yes.
maybe my question is why you choose Dia Dia or Dia Dia on your first match, first game?
Okay, so 让我翻译一下。所以他第一个问题呢，你为什么会选择 Dia Dia 这个 hero 呢？
什么？
就是你为什么会选 Dia Dia？ Dia Dia？ 刀就是对，为什么会选刀呢？
就想
在第一场你选刀是不是？
第一场选。
对，第一场。没有，刚才你就是为什么会选刚才你的选手？
因为邵思源很厉害啊，英雄很厉害。
Okay, it's because his favorite and he's the best hero, I think.
Okay, it's his favorite hero. All right then.
OK 那一句话跟你的观众你要说什么？
支持我们。
Okay, so thank you, Dao for the interview.
Okay, thank you so much. You can go back with your friends.
Yes,
thank you so
thank
much,
you.
Dao,
And
as
once
our
again,
interview.
Yes, and once again, thank you for congratulations for the fearless. Yes.
Of course, and after this, we still have many more of matches because
Yes.
we still have 2 matches for today.
So stay and watch the third and the fourth match.
But before that, Darius, as
Yes.
usual, we're gonna give it back to the casters. So take it away.
Amazing interview, and just how we see that game flawlessly ended by Fearless Esports 2-0. I'm curious on what they went on the post-game stats, man. This shows how they want to do a precise move against Impunity Esports.
Yeah, I mean, that's all what it is, right, about Impunity, is that they just need to be a little bit more precise, a little bit more clear with their objectives.
Exactly. I think that's one key word of the game, objective. Who do you want to take, right? Who do you want to take up against Fearless Esports? Because one thing that they had target in their own eyes and their crosshairs was the Princess Frost.
Yeah, I mean, it was on point. Like, they knew how to do it. They know how to play with the hero. Very smart. Like, you could see that this team is well coached. They've practiced. They know how to, when to go in. Almost every single gank attempt was successful. The conversion rate was quite high. But let's talk a little bit about this MVP here.
I mean, Dao, game back-to-back MVP.
Love the skin.
It's like, yo, this guy is something else. Like, the MVP back-to-back, it just shows that, is it a mage that he plays? No, he's not a one-trick pony. Is it Dune? Yes, he can be a tank as well. So I want to see something a little bit more aggressive, maybe later on in the tournament from Dao, just to see if he has all those different combat styles, right? Because the Dune and the Hue 1 was perfect.
Well, speaking of being perfect here, we've seen the first objective here being zoned out by Dun, and but by this specific team fight, this is where the first casualty, Xinglin, turned things around by Fearless Esports. Having the great chase, they were on pursuit to take everybody out. That almost led into an ace.
Yeah, and, Blam, you're talking about how Dao had this amazing game, double MVP. I just want to see more of this guy because I'm seeing so much potential from the jungle lane. He's dictating so much of the pace of the game, of the control, his team fight, his initiations are on point. He's fearless, living up to their names, sorry, pun aside. But his team is there to back him up, and it's been it's fun to watch.
The thing I don't want to overshadow, though, here is KK. Look at that, 4-0-2. DRNG, we know him as the utility marksman, right? You go for him when he doesn't do as much damage. He's hard to play from when you're behind, but the level ahead we had with KK on this DRNG is just phenomenal. Didn't even go for a defensive item other than the boots. Physical damage on the boots, he was like, hey, I'm clear, I'm good. I've got my boots. They've got steel toe caps. Let's go in.
Yeah, one thing that they want to see there, right? It's the first item. You mentioned the 402 and the DRNG. Having the Doomsday first sets things up that the basic attacker is more enhanced from there on.
Yeah, and it's Fearless Esports, like, they went all offense, all gas, no brakes. Let's just go in and just blow people up. We have ways, the Dharma, the Dune, you have the meat shield. That's going to keep him protected, right? Where you keep him, let KK work, and he's got 4 kills because of it.
Yeah, it's a double K. Double that, yeah, 402.
The synergy with the Lady Jenna as well. I mean, you're able to go in with Dun, you then cast the Destructive Deluge, you then kind of zoned the whole of Impunity, especially when we see the Invincible Warrior coming through from Li Deng as well. Because once he commits to that, sorry mate, you've got to commit. It's like, hey, there's got to be no commitment issues here, you have to go straight in. And unfortunately, that Destructive Deluge caught out Li Deng a lot more than I thought he would.
Yeah, speaking of Lady Jenna one more time, look at this, the similarities of 66% from team fights against Shaolin, the Princess Frost. We're talking about Ana and Elsa here, right? Look at their participation in team fights. They're the most important factors on how to make things in their favor.
Yeah. But I mean, the gold graph, right? I mean, it's nothing like, whoa, it's like crazy. It's like a little bit here, a little bit of a lead. I mean, this was the most important thing, I think, a takeaway for Impunity, is they was actually able to match that early game resource transaction with Fearless Esports. It's matching that, but then also matching just the pure ferocity of Fearless Esports. I think if they learn that over the next few games, it would be good.
Yeah, and if you're looking at this gold graph, it's kind of like chess in the sense that the early game, I match you up.
Yeah.
But my mid game from Fearless Esports, I am so well coached. I have the strategies down pat where I'm able to just control the game. That's an experienced veteran, so to speak. Chess, Honor of Kings, kind of similar in that sense of just being able to play to that level.
Yeah, who's gonna make the first move, right?
Exactly.
That's one point that you wanted to see because again, going back on the post-game stats and the items, wanting to see that the Dowda again, we were looking to see how this guy could actually be a great potential. I think again, they could still be possibly grow or become the dark horse of this tournament alone.
Absolutely. I mean, that was my kind of like inkling going into it, especially Open Series and KC play-ins. It's like, I got to watch out for these ones.
Being fearless, okay? Being fearless. But right now, you guys who's watching us right now online, don't go away because we're heading in for a short break for the next series.
Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Flaming the flames, I'm on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I gotta show fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth is there, another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion's yet to be found. Calling out for the game, there's no time to hide. Won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of the lungs? Wherever lies, it's my ride or die. Won't you yell out my name? Let's begin, crush the foe. Look at me now, ready to go. Victory. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all.
Realme 13 Plus.
Yang, aku pulang lebih cepet nih. Ini lagi OTW rumah ya.
Pulang, udah cepetan.
Teknologi fast cooling dan iFeel membuat ruangan dingin di setiap sudut. Dinginnya nyebar, langsung chill, auto nyaman. Dengan Edgarment, tumpukan cucian kotor gone, semua semua yang ada di dalam jadi lebih terjaga, lebih dingin, dan lebih segar dengan Power Cool. Nikmati gambar yang lebih real dengan Kilet Pro dan Dolby Vision. Rasakan pengalaman suara yang mengitarimu dengan Dolby Atmos.
Sayang.
TCL, semua jadi mudah.
Showcatcher! Biasa jungling, ha?
I think this is the first time of playing a international tournament in other countries. Yeah.
之前我们没有那么多经验，然后后面努力学习，然后努力去改自己的坏习惯，然后就改进了很多实力。就比如游戏中的，就这波不该走这里，然后应该要绕着走，就是这些。
For our team, we do the task on our position, and we add them together. Then just like 1+1 is for our support. He was the Alpha 7 coach. He had an experience of coaching other teams. So when we are playing, he have something to teach us too.
我觉得一点都不怕，我感觉我们比他们好。教练感觉教我们的有点多，然后就之前不了解的都是他在慢慢就把我们改变了。一线的话比较
Impurity, we will send you home.
我们家中单和射手说要打爆你们。
It's Friday! It's okay, babe!
我常常在想，如果我不执着于梦想，我的人生将会如何？这是我的热爱所在，可是这份热爱似乎不被认可。也许这只是梦。就让热爱、勇气成为我追梦的燃料。要实现这梦想，就必须马上行动，做就对了。FLCN或许就是我实现梦想的地方。
Kalah adalah sesuatu yang tidak disukai oleh siapapun. Atau mungkin aku memang tidak berbakat. Saya harus kerja seperti orang lain. Apa gunanya jika aku menyerah di tengah jalan saat mengejar mimpiku? Ingatlah mengapa kamu memulai. Yakini dirimu dan wujudkan mimpimu. Setiap kemunduran adalah langkah menuju kebangkitan yang lebih besar. Di FLCN, mimpi yang mendefinisikan kita.
Fill up the games, half of the show, we're not the same. Flaming the flames, I'm on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sharp fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth is, another day, another way. You got the power.
Realme 13 Plus.
Yang, aku pulang lebih cepet nih. Ini lagi OTW rumah ya.
Pulang, udah cepetan.
Teknologi fast cooling dan iFeel membuat ruangan dingin di setiap sudut. Dinginnya nyebar, langsung chill, auto nyaman. Dengan Add Garment, tumpukan cucian kotor gone, semua yang ada di dalam jadi lebih terjaga, lebih dingin, dan lebih segar dengan Power Cool. Nikmati gambar yang lebih real dengan Kilet Pro dan Dolby Vision. Rasakan pengalaman suara yang mengitarimu dengan Dolby Atmos.
Sayang.
TCL, semua jadi mudah.
I think this is the first time of playing a international tournament in other countries. Yeah.
之前我们没有那么多经验，然后后面努力学习，然后努力去改自己的坏习惯，然后就改进了很多实力。就比如游戏中的，就这波不该走这里，然后应该要绕着走，就是这些。
For our team, we do the task on our position and we add them together.
All right, welcome back to 2024 Honor of Kings Championship Group Stage.
Yes, we have already the third match, Sabila.
Yep, of course, because the last match, we know that Fearless versus Impunity have an intense match.
Yes, it's this clean sweep for 2-0, yeah? And that's unexpected, okay?
Yep.
Because we thought that in the first match they're going to be 2-1 and this is 2-0.
Oh,
okay.
all right, but after this we still have, this is the interesting match.
Oh,
You know
okay.
what?
Yes,
Why?
that's why.
Because the
third matches.
The third matches, yeah. The Dominator Esport, you know what? Dominator Esport is one of the strongest team in Indonesia.
Yes, I heard they have a 100 win rate in Indonesia. Yes?
Yep.
And it's a very big challenge for the Blacklist Internationals to prove themselves.
Yep.
Yes, whether they can break the record or they will
beat.
They will beat or
the strongest team in Indonesia.
Yes,
yeah, I'm agree with you, Darius. But
Yes.
before that, we all see pendukung dari Dominator, mana semangatnya?
Okay, then maybe I can ask the Blacklist International supporters.
Okay, so without any further ado, let's start our third match. So please welcome Dominator Esports.
And please welcome from the right side, the Blacklist International! Well, now the both teams will do the fist bump and go to their place.
And once again, please give applause for Dominator Esports and Blacklist International! Okay!
Yes, I'm very excited for the first match.
And I can't wait to see how this third match out today is going.
Yes, will it be 2-1 or it will be a clean sweep like the last matches?
Okay, let's prove it. Because we're gonna give it to the casters. So casters, the time is yours.
Hello and welcome everybody back to the Honor of Kings Championship 2024. I am Blam and with me this time is Kin Dofu, your favorite kind of tofu, and OSX. Getting into Blacklist versus Dominator Esports. Are we excited with this one, guys?
I am. It's Philippines versus Indonesia once again. We've seen the rivalry grow, and now we're about to see it on day number 1. You said the favorite kind of tofu? I'm the stinky tofu.
Well, you know, there's a lot of favorites in this tournament, but these are the two strongest from their region as well. Dominator, #1 in Indonesia. Blacklist, #1 as well in the Philippines. So it's a monster matchup. I can't wait to see what type of quality they're going to bring across to the stage today.
Again, we've been looking for how this rivalry is going to turn up. Again, we've seen how Fearless Esports in game number 2 show how they were great in terms of how the off-meta picks or even their own comfort picks really mattered up against the meta draft.
Yeah, I kind of want to just like see if there's any other way that these teams are going to bring a little bit of flavor of how they win this game, right? Because I mean, we saw it from Foot versus Lawadia, and then we also saw Fearless Esports, the way they won the game, right? So I wonder if they're going to bring something from Blacklist or Dominator, how they win and secure their victories.
Well, I think they don't want to reveal too much about their cards at this point, right? You have to save some for the last part of the competition, the grand finals. I mean, every team comes here with the goal in mind that we're going to make it to the grand finals.
It's the golden mind, it's the golden purpose, right? We are about to witness throughout the games of the Honor of Kings Championship. But right now, new hero Mengya is available.
Yes, Mengya has been available now. Obviously, it can be drafted in the games as well.
Yes.
It'd be nice to see this new hero come through so that those at home can actually take away a little bit from the competitive players playing this hero rather than you going into a ranked game and flaming Kin.
What? No worries, right? End of the day, you know, new experiences, new heroes. Nonetheless, it's going to be an exciting battle. And we did see some players teasing the pick. Not yet, but we'll see, right? We're going into the bantam picks. It's time to see what kind of quality, what kind of flavor we're going to have between the two #1s.
Yes, interesting what it's going to be, right? I mean, we've seen a lot of drafts. I mean, the Mai Shiranui was going to be... I could close my eyes and be like, Mai Shiranui, ban. You know that, right?
Staple.
Yes, but coming from these two teams, is there anything you expect from either the Philippines or the Indonesian team?
For sure. I'm looking for the Gui Guzi. I'm ready for that because I've seen that in quite a lot of the PH games already.
Yeah, it's a pick that we might consider a strong one up against a team who's actually using a meta draft or something with the meta right now. So to speak about how you say about the Mai Shernui or even the Guegu Zui showing up here, I think one thing that I saw from the games of Blacklist International, do you want to play on how they wanted to consider front line? Just she's more of the flexibility. No matter how he is Clash, either they priority something from the Clash lane or get something right away for their farm lane. It's a bit of a chase or even a test on how do you want to go for.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at this one, these two prio bans on both of these teams, there's nothing different here, right? You got the Diadea, you got the Musashi, you've got the Huan, and you got the Mai Shiranui. But again, in true blue side fashion, the Dolia pick. How do you feel about this, Kingdom?
I like it, right? So there's a lot of benefit and value coming from that Celestial Melody, and this opens up a plethora of picks, right? We have the Shangguan, we even have, example, a double Soul Conductor coming in, Conductor of Souls coming in from the Ogren maybe, and so many different options to explore. So I think this is a great first pick because it leaves the door pretty much wide open.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of how they want to start this game, right? The Dolia, something tells me they want to figure out with Trust here on how to make their crowd controls or even their ultimates work in the favor of Dolia. So, okay, the Shangguan and the Dolia, we forgot about that, but Black International never forgets on what could be the possible recipe against DMT right now.
I think it's really apt that, you know, with the Shangguan as well, it is going to be them trying to use the ink to write them off the script here.
Yeah. Well, the Zhang Fei and the Arlie. This is one key factor of a combo that most of the teams right now make utilize of. You know how the Arlie works in the early stage of the game. Not to be a good situation to be in, but if you get your 2 items in, it's a magic to happen.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of an interesting tale here is obviously DMT Toshi was on Boom Esports, right? So Boom Esports was a Blacklist main competitor. So Toshi's going to be taking a lot of the knowledge that he uses against Blacklist when he was in Boom to feed it through to his rest of his teammates. And on the Arlie, I've got full trust and faith in Toshi.
Yeah, but this is something that, you know, they're pulling so many pages out of many different books. So we could really turn in any direction for this game.
Well, speaking of being in any direction, since they got the Shangguan and the Dolia, I think DMT or Indonesia doesn't want to have the Lady Sun in their favor as well, because having and adding those kinds of skills being reset by this one hero alone could be a devastating answer for damage against Zhang Fei for the front line of Indonesia.
Yeah, there's a lot of openings that they can find from the side of DMT.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at it right now, so those ban picks coming through the lane, because obviously the Dolia came through there, so just to stop that double Death at Sunset that we saw in the first match of the day. But then we look over to the side of Blacklist, and they go and ban the 2 control mages. But I think the Angela, obviously here, works very well, especially into the Doom, right? That anti-tank mage is going to do some damage.
Yeah, lesser margin for error, right? For Chaos Cinders itself, it's going to be very useful, especially if you can catch Aaron off guard. I mean, end of the day, we're looking at Shangguan. Yes, she has huge burst when she comes in with the finishing stroke. It's going to be a disaster. But before she even gets that started, you can kind of delete her off the map.
Yeah, as you get started, right? I mean, the CC immunity is going to come through very good here as well, because, I mean, Dune with the Wind Sword Slash, we're going to see that knock-up come through, and then obviously the Imperial Order from DRNG. But how do we feel going into this Clash Lane pick of the Mayin?
I like it, right? Because it offers so much catch potential. At the same time, she's so fluid. She's able to slide in, jump out. There's so many mobility options for the side of Chami here, right? And of course, with that being said, this is going to kickstart our first game of this series. Champion versus champion, Dominator Esports against Blacklist.
I mean, you saw towards the end there that got locked in, right? That is the Hanshin, right? Hanshin gets locked into the jungle. I mean, that's the first time in a very long time that we've seen that hero come through onto the Gorge. I mean, how do we feel that is going to play into it? I mean, he recently got a buff, right? So let's see how it works.
Well, it needs to be of a certain growth, right? Freddy, great job on the Hansing, but Hansing suffers really hard when he doesn't have a good early game, right? So with that, damage is definitely of concern. I think Freddy will go for the tank.
Yeah, I mean, it's right for here to go for the Crimson Golem first, right? Getting that extra damage as he goes and ganks into the lanes. We shall see the Hanshin come through. So Freddy right now is going to be the one to watch out for. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think so too, right? At this point, it really is, how can they get this growth? So this first blood actually going to be really important for the side of Dominator Esports.
Yeah, so far it's going to be very important, but like when we see the backline come through here, especially the likes of the Mayin, right? That's going to be your access to the backline.
Oh yeah, for sure. So, you know, early game, I don't expect too much coming out from both teams.
Ooh.
Right away, this is the perfect start for Dominator, putting themselves on the map straight away. Freddy gets the first blood here.
Yes, Freddy taking that first blood, almost quite a alliteration going on, right? Freddy first kill. But right now, I think it's all about just like sensing out that early game for Blacklist right now. They're just trying to suss out what's going to happen.
Yeah, for sure. Because at this point, it's a 3-game series, right? Yeah. Not everything is lost if you lose the first game, but you definitely want to have a good start.
Yeah, I mean, a good start, especially with some of these heroes coming through, like the Shangguan, right? You want to get that carry going through into the mid lane.
Oh, for sure. Netto Gauntlet for both of the Clash laners as well. Everything is pretty much evenly matched, with the exception of the jungles as well.
Yeah. So far, I mean, like, there's a bit of a play here going on. The splash coming through from the Dolia, giving a bit of a heal over to the DRNG. But right now, you can see that Juicy is just trying to get the resources through to try and match the Legion.
I'm loving the DRNG pick right now. It's been a favored pick from the second series, and looking back how Blacklist International want to utilize this kind of pick right now up against an Arlie, you have the cleanse, right? You have the cleanse, and you have more ways to be sustainable in the farm lane itself. So going back how Dominator Esports had the first blood, this is the zone of capability of an Angela that they want to take advantage of.
Yeah, I mean, you said it perfectly right there, right? Like the zoning capability of the Angel, the anti-tank come through.
Yep, they're going in here. They might get the kill. It is going to be a quick one, and with that finishing stroke, they will end it up with a perfect start to return the favor. It's not done just yet. Freddy may be in danger. They will use the Unruly Blade to get out. So Juicy keeping it juicy for now.
Yeah, 1-1 for Blacklist International. Slowly looking up on how Dominator Esports wants to get control of the map. He just teleported into the portal in the mid lane. So one of which, they want to be wary of how the positioning of Blacklist International would go from the farm lane to the mid lane. But they want to trap this one out.
Oh, easy. You do all the work, right? Freddy just gets the steal from the camp.
Yeah, you do all the extra legwork there for me, Chemi, and then I'll just come and take the gold. I'll just do the transaction.
Yeah, so far both teams pretty aggressive, and here we go. The beast is dropped and unleashed. Golden Kite is falling a bit low. The slam comes in, not gonna just kill them off just yet, but it's a good start, right? It's some big threats coming in from Dominator Esports.
Yeah, despite that, having the kills, I think the growing lead of Blacklist International right now is slowly on pace on how they want to do against Dominator Esports. Again, Arlie, from what I see here on how this hero would actually shine, get those 3 items in, so maybe to mid to late game, that's where an Arlie can shine. So with this kind of window, Blacklist International needs to double time on how to take advantage of Dominator Esports at this early on.
Yeah, I think the problem is that Blacklist have right now is that if they allow it to go to the late game, Toshi and Jurl are going to be activated, right? So much damage coming through. That Doom pick is just not going to stand a chance. So I think Blacklist have a time limit, right? A time restriction to try and get this victory.
So it's a shredding power, okay?
Yes.
Both has windows, both has advantage from Blacklist and Dominator. It only depends on how they want to take this advantage off one another in terms of getting the first objective. So far, Overlord is open, but still, they want to take one out from Blacklist. So far, it's always about a hero they want to isolate on.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying in the fight against Fearless and it was Fearless Esports and Impunity, sorry. Yeah. A little bit of a mind blank there. I need food. But, hey, blue side, so Blacklist able to take a T1, but right now...
Yep, they're going to jump in right away. Aaron gets caught out. He is so low on health. They're trying to get and finish the job. Does not hit him out. Okay, it does. So Dominator, they get a good kill. At this point, Freddy's still chasing in as well. Ooh. Chaos Cinders into the Blazing Brilliance. Freddy's doing so much work. 1-on-3. Ooh. Will not jump and overdive at this point. But the rest of the team comes in for the backup. Nice knockup. And that's going to end the fight. But Dominator, they are in the lead for sure.
Yeah. That was supposed to be a turnaround, right? From Blacklist. And looking back how that could be an ambush play, it could have been the other way for Team Philippines right there, because the positioning on how L was in, it was to a destructive way of being outburst in the wrong position, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, watching that the gameplay there, rotation, okay.
Oh, jump in, they catch on the 3. Here comes the finishing stroke, not enough damage. Oh, the knockback. Aaron gets caught, he gets punished, dominated at this point in the mid lane. And with just 5 minutes into the game, it's looking like Dominator has secured a 1,000 goal lead for themselves.
Oh, okay, might get caught here. Chami, they're looking to take that T1.
Okay, slowly but surely, you want to take out of the macro play against Blacklist. So slowly, look at how Dominator wants to make this picture. Oh, look at that.
Yep, he commits. Chami is actually falling short here, but at this point, Freddy may be getting caught out. Unruly Blade with the Wind Slash will not be able to finish the job. So Freddy, he gives them a little bit of a threat, right? But right now, Dominator Esports going to just take the pace down a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Freddy is finessing this pick, right? I mean, I'm full of alliteration today when we see Freddy on the Hanshin right now, but it's a great pick for him. He's able to get over the wall, parkour, get to where he wants to be, but right now, Chami's looking like a sitting duck, but with his team coming through.
Yep, the wrap around, and here comes the Beast as well. L gonna make it out safely. They will disengage at this point. They don't want to take too big of a fight because Dominator, they're on the cusp of breaking the map and getting control as well.
That was a worth it, crowd control being let out by the outburst from L. They know that Aaron would actually come for a follow-up from Blacklist, and they just want to have a safe space out because they could actually be taken from that moment on. So Dominator Esports saving the right moment of outburst could be a problem of Blacklist if they don't have the damage to go up against Dominator.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see the two different MOs here. Like, you're seeing that Dominator are just being very dominant in these team fights, trying to get those kills, but then you can see Blacklist are just trying to take those turrets like we saw down into the bot lane with Shang1. But Dominator just showing that they know the knowledge. Just when that final stroke comes through, finishing stroke comes through, you need to clump together to basically just mitigate any of that single target damage.
Well, speaking of single target damage, look at the positioning on where Jurl is just probably being in the right bush, right? The Chaos Cinders, the ultimate combo, he was about to steal that, but that was a complete way of finishing up right away, and we're heading in for a pause. Breaking things down a bit, that was how do you want to start team fights. Chaos Cinders, insta-kill with the burst of the Angela, and that's how do you want to start fights against Blacklist.
Yeah, I mean, so far we've seen... I would consider this an even game, but on different fronts, right? So we're seeing a bit more of a proactive go for the turret objectives on the side of Blacklist, whereas on the side of Dominator Esports, they're going in for the kill. They've got something personal to prove. What's your take, Ken?
I think it's actually kind of weird because if you take a look at Blacklist lineup, they're the ones that's supposed to run in, jump in, get the kill, and get out. But it seems like Dominator is the one doing it instead, which is kind of funny.
Is this the third series that the team slowly is about to speak for themselves in terms of how they want to do with their play style? Because we were observing how things done. It was a great observation because they have the front line, they have the done. It's mostly a reactive thing right now that the Team Philippines is playing against Indonesia. So and the question is, with that kind of front line, where's the follow-up damage? We were looking for it. Like, it was kind of like how Dominator managed to disrupt or divert the team fighting prowess of Blacklist. I think the roamer here has the advantage of a presence in being in the right position.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Celestial Blessing that's needed coming through from the side of Blacklist, right? That's where it's all going to lie, but then you've got Dominator. They have the front line, so when you've not got like that unstoppable force coming at you, you can have that straight edge Zhang Fei that's just going to meet you there, unbridled outrage, and then just completely part the enemy team, and then that's when you see Freddy come through and just pick people up.
Yep, there's one more thing I think we can consider. It's the farm lanes, right? This DRNG going up against Arlie. Late game, I think I'll actually give it to Dominator because for the Arlie itself, once she gets that extra range on the Sun Chaser, it's game over, dude.
Well, I feel you, and it's a more likely situation that Blacklist that needs to stop because again, Dominator and how they manage to zone everybody out of Blacklist, that's the Arlie wants. Space. Well, she's a low-key astronaut, but in terms of getting team fights, that's one way to put it, that it could be a dominating start for Dominator to use that Arlie against Blacklist as they slowly stretch the game, even for a late-game situation. What's the winning condition? That's the biggest question.
Yeah.
Who's going to deal with Zhang Fei?
Yeah,
that's the big question.
Exactly. I mean, you've got the Dune, right, that's going to be trying to take the brunt of the damage, but like you were saying, you've got the Angela, you've got the Arlie. So Angela having that great anti-tank
thing about her, right? She's able to just blaze in brilliance, knock down the health of the Dune, and then it's kind of just like goes from there. Is it Freddy that's going to jump here? Is it Ali that's going to come through? You don't know where it's coming from because they can just both flash over the wall and dive over the wall.
Exactly. No, so many team fights happening. They just managed to just keep, pick one off from Blacklist, and that's how they wanted to deal with the momentum. I don't know, man. Like, that's a great question. The Zhang Fei, how do you deal with that alone? I don't know, man. It's a tough sponge front line that Blacklist need to double time on how to get those damage items right away.
Yeah, you know what? Everything that's running through my mind now just converts into one thing, and that's like the lyrics of Fireball. Like, that's what, you know, Joe is going to be doing, right? He's going to be shooting those fireballs in their faces. And at this point, I don't see how Blacklist is going to be able to sustain and work against this combination because, like we said, I love the Shangguan to bits, but until she gets the dashes in and she takes flight to the sky, she's pretty much a victim at this point.
Oh, yeah. I mean, in team fights, Shangguan favored a lot of initiations.
Yes.
So far, like, it hasn't been a problem for a Dominator when they do team fights. Again, the Shangguan needs to have one way to start up a fight, and when he gets invulnerable at some point, they need to have a follow-up on where it's going to be land because it could be a great or a deadly spot for a Dominator to feast on the members of Philippines from that moment.
Yeah, I mean, with Dominator, you can kind of clearly see it, right? They play the team work a lot cleaner. They're always roaming around with at least 3 of their members, whereas you see Blacklist, you saw that Shangguan just went all the way down to the farm lane and said, hey, you know what, I'm going to take that T1 whilst you're just kind of trying to fight my team in the mid lane. I'm going to try and take an objective here, which only works so well when you have a time restriction, right? And that's what they're kind of working to is Blacklist need to make sure that Dominator Esports don't activate the Ali, don't activate the Angela, because then it's like, oh, that's a ticking time bomb.
Yep, so pretty clear now that Dominator definitely does have the advantage. But of course, let's explore a little bit about Blacklist turnaround game, right?
Okay.
This situation happens when the Dun is able to go in, provide the space required for the team, and then we get that signature Celestial Melody double finishing stroke. I mean, it's going to finish anyone off.
When I had those kinds of games that I don't want to remember, and I instantly deleted my replay right away because I don't want to deal with that kind of situation once again.
Redacted.
Yeah, how do you even manage to catch it, right? You're right. How will you deal with the damage once the Dolly and the Shangguan lands the perfect play? It creates the most devastating scenario of a nightmare when you sleep.
Oh,
See?
absolutely. Absolutely.
See? So with the defense, I think it's going to be in check once they head on to the late game. Again, we have 3 things to wonder or to ponder, like the early activation time, a ticking time bomb. You said how to deal with the Zhang Fei. Third, when will they land the perfect Shangguan signature? I call it like the signature, the script on how to make the perfect move. Because if the Dahlia catches or just landed out or maybe in the wrong position, it could get punished easily. You know.
All right. So first things first. I think one of the things that they need to fix on the side of Blacklist is to stop Freddy from coming in.
Yes.
Throughout this, 4 or 5 minutes, Freddy has had free access into the jungles. Either buff, Crimson, Azure, your pick. He has gone grocery shopping for free.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got no stops. He's got no restrictions because he can get in, he can get out, he can do a lot of damage very quickly as well. But I think this is the thing with this hero. He's a very early game orientated hero. He's got that great base attack damage, but then as he gets towards like the late game, it's kind of like the CC you're waiting for to kind of stop him, right? That's the problem that I think Blacklist are going to have, because if they let them have free reign of all those different kind of buffs and all those resources, there's only so much CC that you can kind of hope for that's going to come through, right?
We have to take a look at what Freddy's build is, right? The traditional professional build is the full tank Hansing, which works wonders, right? Now that you have a Arlie, you have a Zhang Fei as well. But if they're greedy, you could go for the Master Sword style combination and just wreck towers all over the place.
Yeah. We're about to find out. Now we're headed for the game right now. We just head for a pause. Now let's see what's going to be the adjustments of Blacklist moving forward. The gold lead slowly, they're catching up.
They are catching up, to be honest. I mean, Dominator aren't too far dominating in the gold resources there. They are not doing what they do by name. But I think that doesn't really matter, right? They're getting the team fights are going in their favor. They just need to focus on these objectives. Like, they've got the T1 in the mid lane, which are going to be great. Freddy didn't need that T1 in the mid lane to open up so he could go and help himself to Blacklist jungle. But now, it's free roam, baby.
Well, speaking of free roam, now Arlie has the Shadow Ripper present. So slowly, well, Tick and Time Bomb now being in the face of Blacklist as of this moment, they need to hurry up on how to negate or even pacify Dominator as of this moment, because slowly they want to contest, they want to put some traps specifically in their own camp.
Yep, it's 5-on-5. It is going to be stolen from the side of Freddy, and this is going to lead right into the Tyrant. And 8 minutes in, this is a really quick take of the Tyrant. That's a lot of damage coming out from Dominator Esports.
That's what I was saying. I mean, Angela and Ali do so much damage, and then you got Freddy just taking another T1 down into the bot lane. We did see there before the pause, right, that now that the Hanshin has the Blood Rage, so he has that shield, so he can go in, he can be a little bit more of a durable hero, right? So it looks like they are going to go for that tank build, right?
Okay, that's really unfortunate for the side of Blacklist, because as it stands now, Dominator, there is no entry point. It doesn't matter if you dive in.
Yeah, I think that's that's good observation. Like, entry point. What could be the possible turnaround? Again, now the Dun is being forced to be the pseudo tank here, the initiator. Dolia, no, just keep her safe most of the time, because there's no way you could actually risk the Dolia being the first line to, or the first hero to fall down, because how do you even manage to pull up that combo that we were talking about, the signature, the double signature, the finishing stroke to make a Blacklist lineup work? So the entry point could be blocked off, but looking at this point, they need to stop the point of return.
It is just to give as many targets as possible. I like to coin this the dumpling strategy, right? So instead
This guy's
of
making me hungry, man.
Oh, mate, I'm not having food already.
Head-to-head, they should wrap around them, around structures, and they will be able to contain them in. And at this point, it depends on the mental state, right?
Yeah.
If Dominator is feeling stress-free, that wouldn't work. But if they're feeling stress from that fight itself, they wouldn't know who to aim.
Yeah.
And that's where you have free reign, right? As a Shangguan, nobody cares about you. I'm here to finish you all off.
Yeah.
Positioning is really key.
Precision. Surgical with the paintbrush, right? You just need to make sure that nobody's clumped together. You can try and take out those single targets, but that, I think, is the beauty of Shangguan, right? I mean, yes, it's hard to kind of play behind with this hero. But if you can get like 1 or 2 pickups before you die, or even not die at all, that's when you can kind of start to see the snowball. And we was quoting before the pause that the goal lead's actually not that far between both of these teams, right? So it's anybody's game still.
Yeah, you know what? The quote, the pen is mightier than the sword. Technically, it's not a pen, it's a paintbrush, right? But maybe we'll see the Shangguan come out, and we are looking at Chance, we're looking at Chammy. They need to bring up the A game for Blacklist to really take the lead, because like you guys mentioned, DMT, they have a lead. It's not that monstrous yet.
Yeah. So there's a flaw that could happen despite being in favor of DMT having the R lead and taking time up. They're talking about the R lead and the Zhang Fei combo at the late game. You know, guys in the chat, how this composition would actually work. But if you want to do with more damage here, I think it's most likely the mistake that Dominator will commit. Right, and that will be the crumbling factor that Blacklist could actually make use of, an advantage.
I mean,
falls on Toshi.
Yeah. It's inevitable, right? I mean, the aggressive playstyle of both of these teams, as soon as you give somebody like a lead, they're going to be like, right, okay, I'm completely confident with this play. And then Blacklist is knowledgeable enough to try and turn around and know when you're actually overextending. It's not like they're a simple team, right? They know what they're doing. They have experience. They're quite one of the newest rosters within HOK, but they still show a lot of experience and a lot of promise.
I mean, they're practicing what we all want in life, right? It's the ability to buy time. And right now, they're just trying to buy time, at least to the point of the Tempest Dragon. That's when the game truly goes into 50-50. And all of the things you have worked for, the towers you've taken, do you have a tier 3? Those are the moments that will, really reward you for all of the risks that you took earlier before that 20-minute mark.
Do we really think it's going to go to the Tempest Dragon?
Well, we haven't seen it yet. Oh, yeah. Well, that's the biggest question. I said that 2 times. But yeah, it's kind of like a situation that these 2 teams could actually be a key factor of winning. Since you said this could be anyone's game, if somebody commits a mistake, this could go other way. So the only thing, call the Mother Dragon and just finally end the game. But in terms of defense, though, I think one thing that stands out here still is DMT for the defense. Not unless the outburst being forced over and over again and Blacklist sees the potential to spam it over against them. But there's still pros and cons to even observe here, but that's put on for a pause. I'm just excited how they will actually address this kind of situation to take this to a further stages in this game.
Well, based on the draft and the lineup from both teams that I remember, let's be clear, if I remember,
Okay.
they don't really have the best wave clear abilities on either end, right? So that is actually something that might swing the game in their favor, especially if someone takes a tier 3 early.
I think it depends, because obviously Angela with the Blazing Brilliance, that's a great wave clear, right? On the side of Dominator Esports. But then you've also got the DRNG, obviously he's passive, just kind of like fans out. So yeah, exactly. Just like continue that lightning effect and just like zap away at the minions. That's probably like their best bet, right? I mean, if it is a DRNG typical build, you know that start.
Kalau dari kita sih based on scrim aja sih paling. Kita udah sering scrim juga kan lawan tim luar gitu. Jadi tiap beda tim beda playstyle aja kita. Biar gak ketebak lah gameplaynya.
We're happy that we get qualified in this tournament because just as you said, it's our first time. We've been playing Hawk like for 5 to 6 months, and I think this tournament will gonna help us like achieve more experience and to become more stronger.
Pasti pede dong kalau buat lawan tim-tim luar juga. Soalnya balik lagi ke tadi udah sering scrim, kita udah sering menang juga sih lawan tim-tim luar. Jadi pede aja, 100% pede.
We've been joining a lot of tournaments, like international tournaments too. That's why we're confident that we can win against them even though they're playing HOK for like years.
Kita kan ada tim coach juga. Tim coach kita udah pada scouting blacklist juga sih. Jadi udah tahu lah strategi mereka.
I think we can win against them, like it's like 50-50 because on our practice match we're just equal. Like of course we're always study the enemy because that's our goal, to win against them. Yeah.
Black is international, be careful.
To Dominator Esport, good luck bro.
So we were hearing there from the Blacklist player, just seeing like their insight into this matchup, and they said it was going to be 50-50 because of their scrims. And I mean, right now that's kind of reflecting his what he was saying, right? Like it's very 50-50 right now. This is anybody's game still. We've had like a few pauses here, so the momentum for both of these teams is going to be a little bit of a tricky one to come back from and pounce back from a pause, right? So it's going to be interesting to see which either of these teams feel a little bit fatigued from the technical break, or they're going to take it within their stride.
Everything is just being tested, man, from the game itself, from the draft, and we wanted to see how we broke down our thoughts on how Blacklist would actually translate this into a winning success, since it's the mid game, right? So positioning is key for the Shangguan and the Dolio to make it work. Oh, okay, they're about to start it up.
Yep, it is going to be the jump in. They're falling low. Chipings needs to back out, but the beast is unleashed. They're going to try and disengage. At this point, Dominator, Freddy needs to get this Azure Golem. Does not get it. No, he does. He steals it away. And it's going to be Dominator Esports continuing on their winning ways.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Good acquisition there from Freddy, I reckon. Just taking that Azure Golem away from the Dune pick, right? So those cooldown reductions are going to just be a little bit slower than usual and what he would like, right?
Yeah, and now with 20 seconds to go, this is going to be the shadow versions of the objectives. Freddy, very important job here.
Okay, there are two objectives coming up. It's the question on how they want to, or what will they prioritize? Will it be the Tyrant or the Overlords? Obviously, looking at the map, Blacklist would need this Overlord for a push, but so far for the vision of Chammy One is doing here, they want to contest the Tyrant. They would need the damage, mainly because of the front line here of Freddy, but forget that. They want to share the food right now.
Yeah, share the neutral objectives, right? I think this is a good call from the side of Dominator. They've got the Tyrant, now they're going in for some more.
Yeah, potential steal not going to happen at this point. It is going to be the marker for them to try and jump in, but once again, on the cusp of victory, so they don't want to risk it and risk too much as well. Freddy, of course, happy to go grocery shopping again.
At some point, when I reacted there earlier, Blam, I thought they were going for the second objective they want to contest with. Well, they had the damage, despite having the Primal Bond with them. It's a bit of a, an aura that you needed to fill in. If they manage to steal that, it could be a devastating moment for Blacklist.
Yeah, Freddy, he jumps in. The backup does not come just yet as they are poised to try and open up a fight. But once again, it's about the entries, the opening angles, right? And so far, not going to be used up just yet. So with that Overlord, they might see the window of opportunity. Toshi jumping in, but it's an early.
It's an early, right? I mean, they just gotta kind of just get in and get out, do some damage, kind of like poke them, a bit of a tease, right? This is now a game of tease because you're able to get out with a lot of the heroes on the side of Dominator Esports. You've got the dashes from the Dharma, you have the dashes and the parasols from the Ali as well.
Oh,
And
nice
right
catch. Yep, she pings. Actually gets caught out. Oh no! Aaron wasted the finishing stroke. Will they use it? They will give it the replay here. The Celestial Melody goes into the hands of Aaron. Now, it's a reset of the fight, but the opening is not just here yet.
Well, speaking of opening, guys, I know we've been breaking down how the entry point of Dominator could be a devastating play against Blacklist right now. But one thing to note is the items here. The Trinity of Arley is now present. They're online. We have the Eternity Blade, Shadow Ripper, and also the Doomsday. Talking about high crit damage, boosted basic attacks, and the position that she has or he has been doing throughout the game could be a turnaround or an insta-kill against Blacklist. Add that to the Chaos Cinders of Angela, that could easily be a destroying factor.
Yeah, I mean, you got the Sky Piercer as well, so you can kind of see that they're going into the Dawnbreaker. So that is the literally late game item for Arlie. So almost activated, Ken. What do we do from here?
Not sure, but we'll try and look at a fight at this point. Tidal Wave coming in. Juicy falling a bit low. Has to use his blade to get out at this point. It's all about the towers. They want the map control. They're working hard. Golden Kite lays it down, but it's tickling this beast as he's going to just walk away.
They didn't manage to use the outburst, still disciplining themselves to not use that ultimate right away for Blacklist, but we're kind of feeling that tickle, that damage that we mean. So is it now the time for Blacklist to take an isolated kill? Because so far, Dominator, they're really sticking together.
Yeah, I mean, it's less of a tickle, more of a pinch, right? When we look at the gold lead, they are feeling the pinch on Blacklist. They are behind with itemization, and it's kind of showing here that Toshi's just able to clear up, do a lot of damage, even on to do it, and that's their front line.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, the gold lead, man. It's 4K, almost going on 4K. And this is like a sign for Blacklist either to isolate them, but how we see the rotation of Dominator right now, 4-man rotation mostly, that they wanted to push Blacklist to a tight corner. Look at this. Look at the position of Freddy here. Blacklist could be in a tight spot here to defend, or even be taken away for an ace. Let's see how it goes.
It's going to come in. L is looking at the backline. Toshi as well. They jump in. Here comes the ultimate. Aaron gets taken out. It's going to be Dominator. They're working on two separate fronts here. It is going to be one kill apiece for both sides. And as it stands now, it is still Dominator in the lead. L jumps in, gets his knock-up as well. And it's going to be Gerald. He's going to set the stage for the rest of the team. Freddy coming in. Oh my goodness. Toshi. He's going to wipe them off the face of the earth. A double kill as Dominator just dominate the entirety of Blacklist.
Juicy just sitting in the mid lane like, hey, I can get T1, guys, but you're all gone. He's like, turn around, where's my team?
Man.
Where's my damage?
I didn't expect it to happen right away. There was almost close to an ace, and how Dominator managed to bait out Blacklist to be on the top lane worked wonders. And now they're in the base right now.
Yep, 10 seconds for the rest of the team to come out. And Juicy, he's gonna get taken out. Rampage for the side of Dominator Esports. And at this point, 5 seconds too late. It's gonna be game one, Dominator Esports.
What a beautiful end there for Dominator Esports. They were able to completely do a full bang onto the side of Blacklist and then just pick it up from there. Juicy was just like, hey guys, don't worry about it. We've got mid lane dominance. But then it's like, hey, your Clash lane's wide open.
Yeah, it's completely the opening. We were talking about team fight setup, find the angles. Yeah, we'll take the Clash lane. How about that? And they completely lured everyone from Blacklist to be on that road. Man, like the Shang one, the first one to go, it was like a bad sign for them to even dive into that deadly position in that map.
Yeah, I think if we look quickly back at the BP right there, like,
I feel like the Lady Gem would have been a lot better off than the Shangguan, right? Too destructive deluge, that is a counter-engage mechanic. But still, they went for the Shangguan. They wanted the finishing stroke, but they had those little teasing kills within the early game, but nothing more than that.
Yep, it was kind of boiling over after the first 4 minutes, right? Because Dominator, you could tell they were already feeling themselves in the draft, and with the way they were playing, they avoided so many fights. There were so many moments they could have gone in, and they picked the perfect one to really just stab them in the heart.
I feel you, man. I feel you. Like, that moment that you said there was some tingling happening for the damage, they know that in a team fight, Blacklist can completely turn things around. But they had a way to lure them off. They know, in terms of push, they were lacking the class lane to be in a force of like a distraction, since either they wait for the Tempest Dragon or clear something up top. And they completely used it against them right away.
This is insane, right? So Dominator Esports, for the first time in a long time, since I've heard their name, this really is the state of the quality they have given. You know, I wasn't the biggest believer, but today they changed my mind.
Biggest believer? They're the first seed within Indonesia. What are you about?
I have high expectations, but
They
even
got
higher,
Toshi from Boom.
it's the MVP.
They got Freddy from Team Secret, I believe he was from before, and MVP, the Han Shim, man. I mean, that could have gone to Ali, could have gone to Angela, but to have 3 like massive damage dealers but also carry potentials, you're putting a lot of faith into the Zhangfei, into the Dharma to just kind of push that front line.
Yeah, this guy alone completely set up the momentum early game from DMT. Now going back to the replays and the highlights of that game, let's see how it went. Chaos Cinders, insta-kill. Yup, the Shangguan got the first kill, but looking back on how they managed to seal the tight corners when Blacklist wanted to initiate, it was completely gone slowly and taken advantage by DMT right away.
Yeah, just looking at these team fights, man, like the aggressive like engages from L, this is what we kind of like want to see when you see a Zhangfei be drafted, right? He is the beast for a reason. He jumps in, he takes a lot of damage, but he also gets the knockups. He's able to push them away. He's able to just navigate your enemy team for you.
Yeah, the reason why the X-Men exists is because of him. Beast. And completely commending him and how the angles were so perfect. It gave so much space for the Arlie alone to activate. You mentioned about the Piercer being present on the last item. I don't know, man. It's like either you just press surrender or just fight through. That's it.
I want you guys to picture this particular screen, right? So with so many different people that can run around, Toshi running around, Freddy running around, and L running around, who do you focus on, right? So at this point, Blacklist, it's not that, you know, they were that much further behind, but who do you focus? It was so hard to communicate, like, okay, let's go for this guy. But they were not there.
It's hard to focus as well with the lack of CC on the side of Blacklist, right? And we saw Chami never really activate with the Mayin. Mayin is meant to be your access into the backline onto the likes of the Ali, onto the Angela as well, but it was just kind of like, it just never actually popped up.
Yeah, Chaz, I mean, he was so poor, dude. He only had the downlight. There was nothing else. They were probably looking for the Omnis Premonition, but nothing else for the side of Blacklist.
And one thing to note as well, like for the Clash Lane of the main, he was forced to build the Spike Mail earlier rather than the advantage of a damage item. So mainly because of the threat of the damage from Dharma or even from the Arlie alone. So instead of building the Axe of Torment first, went for the Spike Mail just for the physical defense reflection. Well, that sets up like more of like a tanky approach for an Arlie. But maybe, just maybe, you know, be in the back line of DMT. Because going back to your question there, Kin, who do you really catch? Who do you really kill out of DMT?
And one more thing, team fighting 100% from Golden Kite and Chaz, it means they never had time to farm. They were constantly trying to defend themselves against Dominator.
I think we've all been in that position, right, within our games. It's like, do I farm? Do I defend? Do I go to my teammates? And then you end up resenting your teammate. It's like, bro, I could have been farming. I could have had way more itemizations, but I was here to save you. Respect me.
Bro, it's like you're in a buffet.
Yeah.
An eat all you can buffet right now. What do we go for? Dessert? Or maybe mains or appetizers first? Because clearly, Indonesian DMT completely set up a great grand buffet for Blacklist. Who do you pick?
Here's your spread. Which one do you want? No, wrong one.
Would you go for the fondue first? No, man.
Denied.
it's a big question. So it was a challenge as well, and they were forced to build defensive items early.
Yes, yeah. I think that's probably like one of the key things to take away from that is the fact that they didn't really have the damage to counter Freddy on the Hanshin or even the Ali as well, especially as we saw her go to like the Sky Piercer and almost Daybreaker as well. And once you get to that point, it's like, good luck to you.
Yeah, so this sets the stage, right? Now we have seen the style, the aggression from Dominator Esports. Going into Game 2 of this series, are we expecting a 2-0? Are we expecting a 2-1? Your thoughts?
How they managed to get an advantage of a macro play against Blacklist, I don't know. Like, they want to prioritize either the Dolia. You mentioned about the Mai, right? I'm about to ask you a question. So they kind of like respect the fact that it's being in the meta right now of Mai, but also it's one of the favorite picks of Blacklist International. But having that kind of comp out of Blacklist, it's a question on how to address the macro now, like who they want to chase. Because if they don't manage to fix that, it could be a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, personally, it all lands in the BP part, right?
Yeah.
So something like the Motsu coming through with the Cannon Blast, being able to shut down some of these like really aggressive, engage heroes like the Hanshin, like the Ali. I think that will do very well. I think it was just a lack of CC that was stopping Blacklist actually activating.
There are a couple of markers, right? We have Liu Bang, the ultimate roamer around the map with the Battlefield Command teleporting in. We have the Mozi. We also have, example, Da Qiao as well, with the Sea of Fate, sending them people home, maybe the Whirlpool as well. These are all big, like, map control skills. But the question is, if you're going to first pick it, it's an instant counter pick, you know, if you show your cards.
Okay, so what you're saying, either they want to force Blacklist to open another part of their book to make things work. Again, Dolia, that was a great stress. I mean, yeah, it's a stress for the Clashlight, for the Dun.
Yeah.
Earlier, like, am I going to be the tank?
Yeah.
Like, again, the Dolia pick requires a lot of sacrifice in terms of synergy and how you want it to activate for yourself. Because if you don't have the right recipes or items in, it could still be a waste of reset, right? You force a lot of ultimates, but the team's like, is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, all of that for a drop of blood. You know the famous line, right?
Yeah.
That was happening in game number 1.
Yeah.
So how?
Yeah, I think with the Dolia first pick though, it kind of like what we said in the first match series, is that it makes your draft a little bit more predictable, and I think that was the problem.
Okay, I'm gonna go out of hand here. Maybe we can see a Zlong coming in. Zlong is great. We can see a Jing as well. I mean, when you're fighting against a Han Xing, he is unorthodox in the pro scene for now, right? And he's very mobile. So why not fight fire with fire? Burst versus burst.
I think that's a good idea. I mean, considering the fact that Indonesia has more aggressive ways to deal with the front line of Blacklist, and that was lacking. You mentioned about crowd control Blam, and if you just use that and just to hell with it. And then go ahead. Again, in a do or die situation, the coach right now, Blacklist, actually deal. See, another page as we talk about the book they could actually use against this on game number 2.
Yeah, I think the other thing as well was the fact that it was the lack of carry, right? Like, there's only so much DRNG can actually confirm and actually achieve in terms of carry. And then if you're passing that over to the Shangguan for that to be her main focus, that's a problem because, again, all they have to do is clump together. DMT was just like, hey, let's cuddle. We're not going to share anything. We're not going to take damage. We're just going to cuddle under Zhang Fei's warmth. And that's exactly what they did. And looking at this draft, DMT even banned out the Zhang Fei. They're like, hey, let's give you a bit of a break. Let's make it a little bit easier for you. Let's ban out our Zhang Fei.
Okay, but this opens up so many doors here, and right away, Yuan, we've already seen the monstrous performance of Yuan in the hands of other teams, such as Fearless Esports. Now it's going to be DMT, maybe showing us another side to this, maybe the softer side of Yuan here. Beauty and the Symphony.
Yeah, they switch places, yes. Maybe Blacklist would want to read the first one. Again, you were saying about not being predictable. Maybe this could be the great part of their adjustment. Oh, yeah, of course, Diadea. We're talking about a lot of options game number 1. How about this for Blacklist? This is a great adjustment because frontline, well, a lot of ways to utilize that passive from a Diadea. And gold as well.
Not even that. I mean, the immobilization, right? That's a big key. Like, if you think you are being very confident, it's like, swing in, immobilize, and then comes, like, Chami on the Dharma, and then that's it. You're gone. But looking at DMT here, they put in the Lady Sun. Rather than the Ali, they've kept that open. They've kept the Lung open as well. But they go for the Orgrim.
Okay, hear me out. I'm feeling like a Zhuangzi for the side of DMT is going to work wonders, right? You want to deal with the anti-CC, with the kaleidoscope as well. It's going to provide so much value for the side of DMT's draft. Butterfly effect, definitely going to save them from the mantras coming out from Chami, and maybe even the stuns coming out from Juicy as well.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at this draft, right? So this is flex. So Orgren flex, Huan flex. Currently, both got TP. Orgren could go up into the clash. Huan could go mid. Huan could go jungle. Orgren could go jungle. They're guessing right now. This is a lot of guesswork for Blacklist on their potential last game in this series.
They know the risk of being the first pick, right? And considering that this two flex picks could actually change depending on how Blacklist International reacts. Wow, Lian Poban, I'm hurt. Why? It's my hero. I was waiting or looking forward for either one of these to get used with the Lian Po, but considering the Arlie, maybe that's one way to stop it. Maybe respecting the counter, as Kid mentioned.
Yeah.
But how about this?
The Lian Po, I think it was a bit of a phase, right? We went through a big phase where Lian Po had a huge, appearance rate, right?
Yeah.
But hey, Mom, it's a phase. We're growing out of it. We're banning it. Same with the Motsu. I mean, that would have been a great counter for Blacklist, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. And at this point, it leaves just a few options available, right? So we may be looking at Kaiser, maybe looking at a Tun. A Tun would be a more ideal choice in my perspective because, I'm DMT read my mind, so you're gonna get banned out of Tun. Well, simply because the Unruly Blade allows access into the backline.
Yes, it's a great access in there, especially if you don't have anything like the Mayin, right? So having the Dun off the table, as well as the Lady Jen as well, so their mid lane's not locked in. They could still go for something like the Princess Frost to try and negate the Huan's engage or even the Orgren. They are looking to go for it. Hey, that's back-to-back guessing so far. I think we're doing our job very well.
Wow.
I think Jill is going to pick up this Yuhua in the mid. We're going to see Chi Pings pick up the Elaine because as of now, there's nobody's going to save them from the death at sunset.
True, very true.
Okay, so I think that's one thing that they want to consider. It's the back line, since this is a Lady Sun. The Lady Sun wants all the space in the world. Same as Arlie. Oh, that's a great way to put it. How about the Sunbin?
Yeah.
Silence everybody out. You know how the crowd control works. I had this, well, I'm going to bring it up. Another game of mine, and even one of the chats. We were all hard crowd control heroes.
Yeah.
What more better way to silence you up by being in front? Sunbin.
Oh, wow. And not only that, with the time flux, it gives you more room for error because you recover some of the health, you recover some of the mana as well. So you get to make a little bit of minor mistakes before you actually get caught out. No, it is not.
Never mind.
Liu Bang, oh my god, this is a very difficult draft to play against.
You got like an engage coming through, literally. Engage coming through, you're like, hey, there's only Orgren, and then out of nowhere it's like, Shabba! Like, I'm here.
It's like Shazam, you know? Being just physically present when the time you need him. Shout out to our friends who's always there for us. Because that's Liu Bang right now. I was expecting it would be Sunbin, based on the crowd control that Blacklist has right now, but yeah. Played me right there, DMT.
They just want to mow them over, right? Because and I like the fact that they put him as a last pick.
Oh,
because it ends things with a bang.
In name and in nature.
Yeah, and the Mankey up against Freddy. Well, we've seen the first series of the day you guys casted. The Mankey worked wonders in pushing towards mid to late stage of the game. Now, maybe the minds of Blacklist, most likely the recovery that they can do up against the line. As you said, this could be difficult to go against with.
Yep, I like it. I like Blacklist draft. It is very strong in the front, but it's kind of lacking in the back.
Yeah. It's the pie in the front. It's kind of like what we're doing in the back. We have no back. So let's see how Blacklist actually do going into game 2. Can they take a round from Dominator Esports? I like the monkey pick, the dream roll into the back line, but then also the fact that he's had his base defense actually recently buffed as well. Really gives him a great early game now, where before it used to be a hard thing.
This is a very naughty Freddy. This is a very naughty Freddy.
I feel you, man. I completely feel it. Freddy right now, Liu Bang being present once he hits level 4, Freddy would really have the confidence, like make it double from game number 1, where he can actually be in deep situations that could be a turnaround point.
Yeah. But right now,
they get to steal. So L takes one cap away already, and it's small little things like this that really make the difference for the game.
Yes, so far, yes, very much difference. I mean, the presence of having the Liu Bang anywhere and everywhere at once, right? He's able to just
go in, give you shield, give you CC if you need it. He is that backup guy. Okay.
Yeah,
A little
and small pokes. I don't think it's too much at this point.
Nice.
Yeah, so Chaz doing well to really just balance out the damage, right? They're gonna go for a reset, but there are deals at the tower, so I think both sides are fine.
Yeah, I kind of reacted right there because, again, it's the challenge of having the Diadea with you on where to land that swing. It's not about, yeah, I have my white bars full here up top, but it just happens automatically, right? It's about a timing from Blacklist that they can use against this one. So if they manage to get a hold of, if they manage to get a hold of Chaz by just being in the farm lane, gold wouldn't circulate properly for Blacklist.
Yeah. I mean, you can kind of see the pressure here that's going on to Golden Kite, right? You can see that Toshi is very comfortable on this Lady Sun. He's being very aggressive. Every time he rolls in, the damage is extra.
Okay, it might not seem like nothing, like anything happened, but Blacklist just got caught off guard here because Dominator, they cleared up the jungle, so they actually went in for nothing.
Yeah. Well, observing that point, I think they want to fade space more than rather take heroes early on. Because, you know, yeah, Arlie's there, might take some time to shine, but having the Lady Sun as well, both have two situations that you want to, well, prevent. But if the Liu Bang is going to be stubborn as this, they're going to push Blacklist again one more time in their own turret, and they will force members out to actually aid them and not be on the lane and lose XP.
Yeah. I mean, it's the Diadea, right? Okay, Aaron may get caught out.
In. They want to commit to this first blood of Aaron. No, Aaron will make it out with a sliver of health. It's L that's falling down. And at this point, Toshi, he rolls in, tries to get the damage in as well. But here comes the heals. And at this point, evens, Stevens for both ends. But Jill, he's trying to make it a difference.
Well, speaking of which, they really forced out Aaron to be in the farm lane as many times as possible. But hey, same as how Dominator goes.
Yep.
Do you want to...
that's a bit low. Okay, he had to commit the flash.
You're over here waiting. Waiting for the right moment. And we thought there were going to be a follow-up from that moment.
They're just teasing us right now, I think.
Yeah.
They're just like, hey.
Same as the draft.
Keep them guessing. Keep them guessing.
Oh, Dominator right now. Slowly building up the build here. Same as Monkey. So, okay, more likely on the damage with a mix of defense. So, both of these teams, maybe specific or Blacks. Oh no, he could be in trouble there. Going back to my point, it could be an even situation if somebody falls early, right? It could be a different game since we're looking at Freddy and Just She building up the same path. So either one gets actually picked off and starts the first blood.
Yeah, I mean, it's a minor gold lead, right? There is nothing in it, right? So we see the neutral objective going over to the side of Dominator Esports, picking up the Tyrant, so giving over a lot of damage over to Freddy, a lot of damage over to Orgren and the Lady Sun.
Yeah, this is like an Indonesian special, right?
Yeah.
4 minutes and 10 seconds, you have a neutral objective already.
Yeah, with Mawadea, wasn't it? It's like literally, he was like, wait, Overlord came up, it's gone? What's going on?
It's kind of like a thing now, a developing thing for Indonesian Special. Because again, if an opportunity shows up, the team actually maximizes to use it. There it is. Pressure coming on from the farm lane.
Yeah, pressure coming up to the farm lane. It's not looking it's going to be a committed push here, but Aaron?
Yeah, Freddy, he sees the opening. He's going to go for it. First blood. It is going to be them. No, but it's not even here. And at this point, Dominator Esports, they rewrite the script and they remake history again.
They're trying to rewrite the stars here. Early game. First thing, they want to force everything out from Blacklist. Same as the story from game number 1. How do you make or how do you push them out of their defenses? Yes, they haven't got the turret yet. Thanks to the minions down bottom, they take it slowly, as well as the mid.
Make it try in. Dream Roam going to be committed as well, but they're going to walk away scot-free again. Dominator just playing with their food.
Yeah, no, it's not a good look when a monkey is playing
don't spoil
with the food, right? Hey, I mean, I'm hungry. Don't mention food around me. I might, like, devour myself in a minute.
I'm starting to discover Tofu right now and what he wants to go up against. Like, after this, yeah, he's probably heading to the street festival right there where his food is. Because right now...
it's not going to be enough because right now, L is going to jump in. Dream Roam, they're going to try and catch out Joe as well. Falls on a couple of the ultimates as well, but the stun comes in, and once again, they get this engage. And Freddy, in the midst of all that, free farming all over again.
Yeah, I mean, Blacklist, right, they're able to get the T1 up into the clash lane, so it's not like that death meant nothing. They were able to trade the death of Aaron for that T1 in the clash lane, so it's able to just get a push into the side lanes, and maybe even down in this farm lane, Freddy is on the prowl.
Yeah, speaking of which, items building build up right now with Dharma's same with Axe of Torment, now mainly probably for defense. Look at him. Oh, they're trying to squeeze in Blacklist right now to react.
Yep, they're jumping in the back. Ultimate committed by Jora as well. Here comes the stun. Pangs is falling a bit low. He's going to go in. Wow, Flash with the Conductor of Souls. He's falling a bit low. Here comes the Ultimate as well on the side of Chance. At this point, they're just making sure they have the right positions. Freddy, once again, running away with the attention, getting a couple of free hits in that mid T2 as well. And they're chasing him down, but it's a Freddy. How do you catch a guy like that?
No, you can't, man. Like, they managed to get the blue buff out. And speaking of which, they want to pick on Golden Kite, but most of the time, they just want to squeeze off Black. Let's look at the damage.
Oh, he's falling so low. L, does he want to jump in with the staggering charge? Will not overcommit at this point. We want to focus on the objectives. And oh, Aaron, he's caught in no man's land. He is going to be taken out, but here comes a return fire as well. It's going to be a one death, second death on the side of Blacklist International. They're falling apart, crumbling. Finally, to get one in return, but the ultimate comes in. The Hughes coming from Jero as well. They're chasing in. This could be the turnaround for Blacklist, but they will not get more because Dominator Esports just run away scot-free again.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with that one, right, is the fact that he's able to get that a lot of damage over after the T2 into the mid lane and also the T2 down into the farm lane, but that 2 kills for 1 trade, was it worth it? Probably not.
Oh, I've seen some, like, something was popping on in my mind right there from Blacklist. I know that they want to control that turret right away against Dominator Esports, but some part of them, they were willing to risk 2 heroes out, 2 players out, just to make it a defense. Considering that Just She wasn't in the right time, it could have been a wipeout slowly out of Blacklist if they did manage to defend it right away. If Just She or even Chammy wasn't at the right point to defend that moment, it could have gone a different way.
Yeah, I mean, the XP difference between Freddy and Juicy.
Oh, hang on, they get it in. Freddy does not get the steal, gets punished instead. At this point, it's going to be Jero who falls first. Here comes the Battlefield Command. They're going to try and save Freddy's life. And at this point, this could be the start of something new. For the side of Blacklist International, they're going to be looking at that mid T1. Any other members they can catch out. Chammy goes on the back lines, gets a knock-up as well. It is going to be Toshi falling down. And this could be the Blacklist we've been waiting for since game number 1. Cheapanks gets taken down as well. It's all over. Get your pens. The pen is mightier than the sword. You have been taken and found guilty because right now Blacklist have hit the mark.
Yes, what a beautiful engage there, right? That was a 2-0 trade. Didn't quite get the T1 in that mid lane, but hey, this Tyrant is going to go over to the side of Blacklist, which is going to be able to enable Golden Kite on the out.
I'm telling you, man, Monkey, this kind of pick right onto a second game, this only smells for a third game right now. Having that advantage, taking one isolated member out, even on the turret, they do not care because they needed the damage or even a pick off right over.
But this is what we want, right? We want the full 3 games.
The full experience. Honor of Kings Championship day number 1.
Hey, we want as many best of 3s in day 1, right? I mean, that sets up a great 8 days of more of this. It's like, hey, bring it on, baby.
And we're starting to see it right in front of our eyes. Now, that kind of moments that Dominator just committed in terms of mistake, they don't want it because there's a Dharma spicing things up. This is one way to see that Blacklist International in terms of recovery. It's starting to show. Look at that. Zone out, taking turrets out. Slowly, they want to have a pick-off here.
Yep, they want to find an opening, right? But nothing's happening. And at this point, it is Dominator Esports. They found the window. They're blocking them off. Look at the rest of the side of Dominator. They're working hard on their mid T2 as well. The wave is crashing in. Can they cut them off? Freddy's looking for the opening at this point. Chammy, is he going to be gone? No, it's not enough damage just yet. But T2 will be taken away. And Dominator Esports, they establish some form of map control.
That means map control? More like enemy team control. They was like, hey, no, this is the roadworks. You're not going this way. We're closed off, baby.
Oh, Freddy jumps in. Here comes the combination as well. The knockup. It is going to be the first death. Aaron falls low. Dream Roam used defensively. Here comes the jumping as well. Chammy gets the damage in. It's a killing spree. And Dominator Esports, they felt like they were falling for a moment, but it's Blacklist that gets punished instead. Get Dominator because Golden Kite is going to fall as well. Oh, but lost. Juicy 1 against 4.
They certainly know what's going to happen there. Completely Dominator Esports seizing the moment. And this is just the base being slowly opened by Blacklist.
And it's all but over. Juicy gets taken down. And Dominator, they represent Indonesia. And they are here to show off.
Second Indonesia win today. Here's the home ground buff completely.
Well, we've seen how the crowd cheered, and looking back on how that game went, it still could be a possible comeback for Blacklist, but how they managed to seize an opening right from that moment, they take it. I was questioning, why they let just the waves just push in the top lane? They know it's certainly coming.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it was the inevitable, right? I mean, where we saw that absolute navigation of the control of the map, controlling your enemy team, like just kind of just like veering them off in the way that you wanted to do, and then just letting that T2 open was dangerous from Dominator.
Yeah, in the world of business, this is called the loss leader, right? We'll give you some losses, but we're going to take much more in return.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Dominator Esports has been showing us since game 1.
Well, it's the second game that I casted. The team name speaks for itself.
Yes.
From Fearless to Dominators. Okay, you guys show it up on day number 1. That's how you show up on the first day of the job.
So in that sense, in that message, is Vitality just going to pick all tanks?
Let's see. Let's see. Again, we're trying to build a kind of like... I'm trying to compose myself. Yeah, we were trying to build a record here on which team could actually show up in their own name or build up on their own identity, because it's always about the play style. I think this is about the story on how do you want to go from day number 1.
Yeah, I mean, after like I would say the Indonesian qualifier was probably the hardest. So for them to do this was absolutely brilliant, and they're just showing that they are going great into this KC 2024. But we're going to hear from Dominated Esports very soon.
Congratulations, Dominator Esports! Woo!
Once again, we see the third match with clean sweep 2-0.
2-0
Wow.
come from Dominator Esports. Tapi
Yes.
di sini kita sudah melihat ada pendukung dari teman-teman Dominator Esports.
Mana
tepuk
suaranya?
tangannya?
Okay,
There is, you know what, I'm so excited to see that match.
Yes.
Ooh, it's
Also
so
me-
intense from Dominator and Blacklist International.
So that's why we want to interview the
Yeah.
MVP of the Stars. Please welcome Toshi.
Ooh,
Yes.
oh,
Okay, this is
Toshi, hello.
our friends from Dominator.
Yep, hi Toshi, how are you?
I'm okay.
Okay,
Sabila,
I'm okay.
you
Yeah.
know when I see him, I
Yeah.
feel really dominated, you know. When I just see him, I feel dominated, yeah?
You feel dominated. So,
Okay.
so Toshi, at the first game, you pick early, right? Is there anything hero from Blacklist International bother you?
Nothing. Nothing, okay, just nothing, because I can dominate anything, yes?
Jadi teman-teman ini ya, kalau kata Toshi, jadi tuh hero-hero dari teman-teman Blacklist International itu nggak ada yang ganggu sama sekali.
Yes.
Semuanya aman, nyaman, dan terbukti 2-0 dari
2-0.
Dominator. Luar biasa sekali.
Luar biasa ya, oke. And if kalau misalkan ada pertanyaan, mungkin kalau ada kata-kata buat tim selanjutnya nih, apa yang bakal kamu katain buat mereka? Bukan kata, maksudnya apa yang kamu mau sampaikan ke
Is
mereka?
there anything you want to say for the other team that you will defeat it again?
Yes.
To the other teams that we will fight.
Yes.
Good luck to us and hope you practice well.
Oh.
Hope you what? Hope you what? One more please.
Practice well.
Practice well.
Practice well.
Well,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And then the last question. Dominator get their first rampage on our match for
Yes.
today. How do you feel about that?
Is it like a usual things, or is it?
It's usual for Dominator.
All right then. It's
Normal
usual
things,
for
yes.
Dominator.
Yes.
All right.
Oh.
Thank you so much, Toshi. And once again, congratulations,
Yes.
Dominator
Yes.
Esports. You can go back with your friends and go
Okay.
back to your backstage.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Toshi.
And
All
once
right.
again, Sabila, they
Yeah.
keep their 100 win rate.
Ooh, yeah.
Undefeated, yes, until
Yes.
today.
Yep, I'm agree with you, Darius. But after this, we still have one more match for today. But before that, as usual, we're gonna give it back to the casters. So casters, take it away.
We heard it there first from Dominated Esports that, hey, this was easy business.
Yeah, 2-0, a stock standard, right?
Yeah.
Business as usual.
Straight up question, right? It's just a normal day for Dominator Esports. 2-0, yeah.
The wake up this good.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always about how you wake up in the morning, have your breakfast. And I think it's a factor nowadays if you wanna on how you wanna start your game. So, but Dominator Esports, maybe now, since they started with this kind of note, they need to ride with the momentum, right?
Maybe they dominated their breakfast.
Oh yeah, for sure. But
The
the,
buffet.
true
Yeah.
dominator is here.
Toshi, the MVP, on Lady Sun. So again, what a great performance though, right? Like, we was expecting like it's going to be a little bit harder for him on this hero, but he proved us all wrong. Like, that roll in, the extra damage, he was just able to just stay in a very safe distance.
And it's because of Freddy, right? Because Freddy was just running rampant all again, and bunny hopping through left and right, front and back, and it doesn't, once again, who do you catch?
Man, it's the second game, and the question is, who do you kill? Who do you get up against? Now, going back to the highlights, how they managed to just keep on using their objective as straps.
Yes, absolutely. They were kind of like just like tethers, right? It's like, hey, come and try and take this. But then it was like, boom. We see Blacklist was able to get a kill there, but it's like in their own jungle. We saw that Juicy tries to dream roll away defensively, but then he kind of just opens up the side of Blacklist again.
Yeah, do not be confused, right? Blacklist, they weren't really pummeled too hard into the ground. There were moments where they could have come back into the game.
Yeah, I think it's a kind of like it goes to show that Dominator is just such a great team, but Blacklist are also a really good team as well. It's not like it was a complete stomp, like Blacklist got no kills or anything like that. You can see that Game 2's draft was way better. So I think if Blacklist just like draft better like Game 2, I think the rest of the tournament could be a bit of a breeze for them now that Dominator's out of the way.
Yeah.
Okay, going back to our stats here. Again, most of them from game number 1 were forced to build defensive items. I think it was a good start for Chami1. Again, that turnaround situation where he initiated Teamfight with Truth Mantra, it could have been a continuous momentum since you have the monkey with you. But going back on how the targeting system works for DMT, take Princess Frost first, then follow Arlie. Again, that was the main question. But yeah, if you're a Blacklist, it's hard to target members here. Right there for DMT.
Yeah, I mean, you've got two great engages, right? Well, three if you include Freddy, because he's able to get in, get out, and do what he needs to do. You've then got the Hue 1 that can just constantly give you heals and sustain you as well as the ult.
Yeah, if you take a look at the difference between the two teams, right? DMT, every single one of their heroes, they can fight.
Yes.
They can take a kill. But on the side of Blacklist, the moment you have Chaz can't really take a one-on-one, right? But on the flip side, his counterpart, L on his Liu Bang, any day, man, come at me one-on-one.
And that makes sense. With the team fighting press on this matrix, all 75% all leans to what you're saying, that they could actually be independent in taking a lot of kills. Meanwhile, in Blacklist, we have seen some parts that most of the time that Aaron is being forced to rotate down bottom, and that is just a great for DMT. Oh, they're following the tracks. They're following us. So from that point, they were seeing the bigger picture moving towards the middle stage of the game.
That's the problem, right? Because, I mean, when you're a support, you kind of have to be the 100% participation, because if you're behind, you've got to be, you need any kind of edge you can get. And I mean, Diadia with the heals, with the immobilization, was something that they was looking for, but it just never really popped on.
Yeah, if you take a look at the goal graph, there were moments, right? So take a look at this, probably close to the end game here. There was the moment where there was a drop. That was the moment that, you know, Blacklist was counting on, but they made one small mistake, which was to open the front doors without any locks.
Yeah, the late game, that specific, like, triangle.
Yeah.
It could have been, went deep.
Yeah.
But it was like, oh no, we can't let this happen. Yeah, Chami1 got us at the second time, but there was so much in terms of like the macro-wise.
Yeah. They had a latch on the door. They could peer out, and they saw the opportunity, but then it was just like, slam, bam, we are winning this one. Blam, yeah, slam, wham, blam. Thank you, that has been my day. So, yeah, what a great series that was. I mean, the next series, Kagendra against Falcons. I am so excited to watch that one.
Throwback, like, looking back, I'm excited.
Absolutely, very excited. So you at home should be excited too to see Falcons against Kagendra. We're taking a short break, guys. Don't go anywhere.
Realme 13 Plus.
Yang, aku pulang lebih cepet nih. Ini lagi OTW rumah ya.
Pulang, udah cepetan.
Teknologi fast cooling dan iFeel membuat ruangan dingin di setiap sudut. Dinginnya nyebar, langsung chill, auto nyaman. Dengan Ed Garment, tumpukan cucian kotor gone, semua yang ada di dalam jadi lebih terjaga, lebih dingin, dan lebih segar dengan Power Cool. Nikmati gambar yang lebih real dengan Kilet Pro dan Dolby Vision. Rasakan pengalaman suara yang mengitarimu dengan Dolby Atmos.
Sayang.
TCL, semua jadi mudah.
ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့အပိတ်တံမှာအခွင့်အရေးကိုအမြဲရှာဖွေနေပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်လက်ရှိဘဝကိုပြောင်းလဲနိုင်မဲ့အခွင့်အရေးပေါ့ e-sport ရဲ့အတိတ်ဘယ်ကလူတိုင်းအတွက်မတူနိုင်ပါဘူးဒါကအပန်းဖြေစရာတစ်ခုဖြစ်နိုင်တယ်လို့ဘဝအတွက်ရှောက်လန်းရမယ့်ခီးတစ်ခုလည်းဖြစ်နိုင်ပါတယ် professional gamer ဖြစ်ဖို့ကကျွန်တော်ဘဝကိုပြောင်းလဲဖို့အခွင့်အရေးကြီးတစ်ခုပါပဲဒါကအားလုံးထက်အရေးကြီးပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဘဝမှာအခက်အခဲတွေအများကြီးရင်ဆိုင်ရပေမဲ့လည်း HOK ကြောင့်ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုကျွန်တော်ရခဲ့ပါတယ်အရာရာကိုပြောင်းလဲဖို့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ဆုံးဖြတ်ထားပါတယ် HOK မှာကျွန်တော်လိုဘာမှမဟုတ်တဲ့တစုံတစ်ယောက်ကလည်း game ကိုစိုးမိုးနိုင်ဖို့စွမ်းအားတွေရှိလာနိုင်ပါတယ်
Kalah adalah sesuatu yang tidak disukai oleh siapapun. Atau mungkin aku memang tidak berbakat. Saya harus kerja seperti orang lain. Apa gunanya jika aku menyerah di tengah jalan saat mengejar mimpiku? Ingatlah mengapa kamu memulai. Yakini dirimu dan wujudkan mimpimu. Setiap kemunduran adalah langkah menuju kebangkitan yang lebih besar. Di SOK, mimpi yang mendefinisikan kita.
Shining far away from me, black hole gate, speed to look at you, to letting the world, to make the call, and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the lion to your heart, even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the star. The wind surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark, no longer be lonely, 'cause you see. Time to be a part of the lighting from the star, because you've seen stars. This train don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. Throw up the games after the show, we're not the same. Flaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sharp fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth is thin, another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found. Calling out for the game. This all, it's all I hide. Won't you yell my name when I sing on top of the walls? Where I belong. It's my ride or die. Won't you yell my name? Let's begin. Crush the foe. Look at me now. Ready to go. Victory. Power within. We're standing tall. Fight for your name. Ready to give it all.
Realme 13 Plus.
Yang, aku pulang lebih cepet nih. Ini lagi OTW rumah ya.
Pulang, udah cepetan.
Teknologi fast cooling dan iFeel membuat ruangan dingin di setiap sudut. Dinginnya nyebar, langsung chill, auto nyaman.
Welcome back to 2024 Honor of King Championships. Wow.
Ooh.
Today we have been a long day, but
Yeah.
it's been excited games, yes?
Yeah, of course.
And of course with me, Darius, and my partner.
Sabila Aprilia, and you know what, Darius, as we know, last match, we saw Dominator still dominating that match with the first Rampage for today.
Rampage, yeah? I never expect that I'll
Yeah.
see it soon, yeah?
Yeah.
Because, and I don't know whether this last match we'll
Yeah.
see another Rampage, yes? So Tabila, do you think we will see it on the next match too?
I'm pretty sure maybe, yeah. Or we're gonna see a pentakill.
Oh, pentakill. Whoa. Yes.
Yep. And Darius, after this, we're gonna see the two-team woo. For this battle, for
Yes.
this last match
Of day one.
between
Yes.
two strong contenders.
Okay, so maybe we can welcome them, right?
Yeah, of course.
So the first one will be Kagendra. Please welcome.
Okay, the next team. Please give applause for Team Falcon.
And now we'll do the handshake fist bump with each other.
Before they prepare our match for today, that this is our last match on 2024 Honor of Kings Championship Group Stage.
Day one.
Yeah, and you know what? Before we give it to the caster, I want to hear the cheering of supporter Team Falcon! Woo!
Kagendra, raise up your voice for the supporters!
Woo! Ini deh, sekali lagi kayak kalau buat teman-teman Kagendra, mana suaranya?
Wow, I really feel their spirit, so
Yep.
without further ado,
Yep, without any other ado, because we can wait,
Yes.
for our last match for today. So we're gonna give it to the casters. Casters, take it away.
It is time to conclude the day, our last game of the day. Kagendra going up against Falcons. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. With me today is OSX as well as Holla. Let's start off with Holla. What do we feel about this game? It's a rematch.
It's a bit of a rematch. Like, this one goes back, there's a little bit of legacy involved on this one, but it seems like Team Falcons have kind of gone back to the drawing board. They've got a couple new players, new faces to add to their team, and they've changed it up, but they're here, top 16. I expect big things out of Falcons now.
It's a rework. Could still possibly a great addition, since again they wanted to change more of like the composition and the brand of Team Falcon itself in terms of HOK team. Now, in terms of rematch, let's see how the new faces will do up in their first day in the job.
Yeah, we all know, the cornerstone of the team, the foundation is about the synergy. And when you add new players in, it's always about, hey, how are we going to communicate with the new team members, right? Is the language the same? Is the thought process the same? We will see if this brand new Falcons is a totally different beast.
You bring up some good points, right? In the sense that communication might be an issue, but I think that this is a team that was kind of rolling in the MENA qualifiers where literally kill, go, and then that's all you need to communicate. So I think they're on the same page at least with that.
Oh yeah. One thing to add as well. One member from Team Falcons from the MENA qualifier. One is a former coach of RRQ.
Ooh.
So shout out to our data guys. And this is one thing to see that how will they manage to pull off the synergy, the test of like the composition. Well, we all know how to draft first, right? But it all boils down to how the execution will be up against KAGE,
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, so my expectation of KAGE, or my understanding of KAGE, was back in the first few days when we met them, we always recognize them as the late game team, right?
Yep.
Kagendra doesn't have the best early start. Maybe this would be something new. But at the same time, when it reaches late game, it's Kagendra's game for sure.
Yeah. It's not always about how you start, but it's how you finish. And I think Kagendra can do that. But unfortunately, some of the teams are just so good where you don't really get a chance to get to that late game, right? And so Kagendra, it's a situation where hopefully they've shored up that early game because they need to play better to get themselves into that late.
Yeah, speaking of Kagendra right now, they have been, or they were, the powerhouse of Indonesia, and they have been defeated by Dominator. But they are still the same guys.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see how this goes. Again, will they be successful or having a sweep against Falcons right here, or will they be tested on, again, with the adjustments that they're going to be?
Yeah, but this is a situation where Kagendra, they're playing on their home soil. This is the thing where, we talk about the home buff. I don't know if it's real or not. We're going to have to find out. It's real,
man.
Thus far, but there's a lot more pressure. There's more eyes.
Oh, yes.
Like, if you botch things up, every other team had won thus far from Indonesia, but if this one loses out, you're going to be on the bottom looking up. You don't want to be in that situation.
Yeah, Mahadewa, very strong performance. Dominator, even stronger performance. Kagendra, maybe they're the gods here. We don't know.
Well, you just put them in a tight spot there, boys. Well, how will they perform here in day number 1? Now, heading to the draft. You've mentioned about the Luban game number 3 of the day. It's been a great pick in terms of like having great assassin on the field. But one thing also to note here is the Yuan and the Mai Shiranui. We can't see this hero just yet, not unless they are targeting specific players against Falcon. But this kind of composition, this kind of duo just shows up most of the time.
Yeah, the classic example, right? Lady Sun and Ming. This is the death's combination because you can't kill one without killing the other. So in most cases, right, most teams go for the Ming first because with a low health Ming, longevity doesn't work as well. But at the same time, you have to deal with the bullets that are going to fly from the gun of the Lady Sun.
Yeah, and that's one thing too. If you're a Ming, either you get targeted first, and if you're the one to go down or fall down first, that's one way to see that how will the marksman survive without you? Like, will they be fit for an insta-kill themselves? And that's how the question will boil. And the Musashi, finally, we're about to see a Musashi game right here from Falcon.
Yep, I like this lineup. It is a stock standard one. We have seen them play this before. At the same time, we also have the very classic pairing, the Dolia and the Shangguan as well. This also opens up so much room for the Arlie to come in, lift step, maple dance, whatever you want, symphony of skills, right? And then maybe this is the difference maker between the two teams.
Love that you mentioned about the symphony of skills, because I think layering is now starting to build up in the lineup of KAGE. Arlie, I've listed out the best possible partners with this, either the Zhang or the, well, not the Ming. It's a troublesome partner because Arlie just really gets into tight positions, but the Dolly itself, you have the zone out, you have more ways to reach the Lady Sun, and even, you know, the name of the first series that you guys cast, it's the poking game, like the poking that keeps on happening, and with this Shangguan present, a lot of resets might happen here once it hits level 4.
Yeah, okay, so this is a hot take once again. I actually find Niwa to be really good against Shangguan because her push of the first skill does stop that burst potential, because she might, you know, actually use her finishing stroke in the wrong area.
Well, speaking of in the wrong area, I think KAGE wants to ban out the Liang, and that's one way to actually figure out that they don't want that stubborn crowd control, right? The burst coming from the Liang and also the Princess Frost. Wow, we're getting a ban of Princess Frost here up against Falcons, but specifically the Dawn and the Elaine ban as well. They don't want that backline entry from this Death at Sunset. You know how the classic work play with the Elaine, so with this kind of composition, you want to make things in par with their favor.
Yeah, they want to withdraw the risk, right? Because if, let's say, the Shangguan misses the finishing stroke, it's the easiest frigid prison of your life as a Princess Frost. I love it. I've seen it a lot of times. I was not the Shangguan, just to be clear. I was the Princess Frost, right?
Oh, okay.
So at this point,
lucky dude.
right, they just want to make sure they don't make too many mistakes. And if they do, they don't get punished too hard for it. But now Bobby picks up the Mayin for the team, and it's a tough one to play against.
It's all in aggressive, as we see the forced fur picks of Falcon here. You know, you got the Musashi, you got the Mayin on the Clash lane. They need to have a catch here, like who they catch, but it has been a favorite for our 2 games today. The 4th pick of KAGE, how do you think about that going up against Musashi?
I think I like the Hansing a lot. To be honest, I would prefer Li Bai at this point because of the iframes available.
The forgotten one.
You could kind of escape from the duel to the death for a bit, at least escape the damage, right? So, okay, nonetheless, we are going for Hansing. We will be looking at Wii Raw again. I have been super impressed with this jungler all the while. So KAGE, I have very high expectations for them.
And also, the home court buff. Expectation, all eyes on them. Now, this kind of team, Kagendra, again, you guys set up perfectly how the rematch could actually go, but this is a different Falcons. Now, will they be the hope? Will they let the Eagles soar this time around? The Falcon, rather, soar this time around. And they're 2 different birds, right?
Yeah, I mean, one is a Phoenix. They didn't perform. Both are potential to be Phoenix, right? They didn't perform their best. Now it is a redemption arc. At the same time, what a way to do it, because you're doing it against an opponent that you have played before. You know how they play. And it is time to see who actually is the better team.
I'm excited. Are you excited? Are you excited, Haller, about this?
I am excited. I think going into this one, this is the type where, you know, there was the most questions going into this one. I think it's very hotly contested in terms of this group. This is going to be one of the most important games that they play. Set the tone. See, you want to be on top of the group. Now is the time.
Wow, early invasion right away from Team Falcons. Look at that. They just want to contest that boar right away. And leaving the first, maybe the second wave for Arlie and the Dolia, and they're just going to get busy here in the mid lane, mid-money.
Yep, this is international standards, right? Not only do they clear the wave early, they steal the camps away, they funnel it into Bobby, who is the Lady Sun.
Oh yeah. Looking back on how they wanna amp this up, Lady Sun needs to have moments rather and items to get in for the activation period. Again, they have the usual combo with the Ming, so it all boils down on how to activate early. No wonder that Ray is just here, mostly doing their reconnaissance, but at the same time, he's letting the mid lane be with the duo, activate them early. Mindset of Team Falcons after this composition.
Yep, and the wave clear is much faster on the side of Ray as well. And here we go.
Oh, nice duel of death. It goes right in. He gets this Storm Strike, and FF now has to run away. Wawa giving up first blood. A bit of a disaster for them.
Yeah, it felt like we were looking at Falcons having a strong game, and suddenly Kagendra come out.
Oh, Senku getting a little bit low. Bobby looking to duel this. They're fighting this 2 versus 3, though. Clue will keep him up.
and that will end things.
Yeah, the first blood brought to you by Realme, the official gaming phone. We were starting to build that momentum for Team Falcons, but slowly seizing the opportunity to take down one against Team Falcons there. Kagendra had more opportunity right now for an early game, especially with the Byron.
Yeah, it's kind of like, guys, you are in my house. Chill out.
It's one way to put it, you know? And seeing the players right on our screens, Kagendra on this point, slowly building up the lead. But so far, Invasion and the rotation of Team Falcons, I'm getting curious here. They're willing to sacrifice more of their waves, specifically onto the farm lane, but they're willing to rotate more and get busy to get more XP here for Bobby.
Oh yeah, for sure. And Bobby is definitely one of the win conditions. And if Bobby hits that late game stage early, maybe in the 12 to 13 minute mark, it's going to be disastrous for the side of Kagendra.
Okay, we might see a possible later stage follow-up kill from Kagendra, because right now they want to cover the tracks, okay? For some point, Ray wants to be in the farm lane for this rotation. Mainly, they want to force and reinforce on what they can do for the activation earlier for Bobby.
Because he's going to clear the waves faster than Lele, right? That's one of the strengths. And the other part that I think we have to take a look at Kagendra is actually reroll, because once he completes that Burning Cape, it's going to be quite detrimental to the side of Team Falcons because it reduces the healing values as well.
You have the AoE, you have the defense, you have the burning sensation, literally. If you just be on up front, up against, again, Wawa, we're looking at the clash lanes right now from Byron and Hans. So far, they're not committed to any kills right now for Team Falcons. They probably mindset, secure more items, clear the waves, and even hold off potential invasions.
FF actually used his smite. This is not a good situation.
Okay, with this earlier point in time, FF here committed one resource out, but I don't know. Time is going to be tested here for Team Falcons, and so far, they want to contest either the Tyrant firsthand.
Oh, Tyrant is at half-life. It's going to be whittled down. I don't think they're going to go for this one. But, you know, you were talking about Smite, you know, being used by FF. Actually, he had timed it right properly, where like 4:02 is when it was back up off cooldown.
Yeah, but it's Indonesia, right? And Indonesian teams, they get it within the first 4 minute and 10 seconds mark.
Yeah, but 4:02 is when it was off cooldown, so it would have been ready at that 4 minute and 10 second mark.
Yeah, but reroll getting chased down.
Oh, FF goes in, duel to the death. They've got him locked in. He gets over the wall with the Ruthless Assault, and he is fine.
Yeah, timing is everything for Team Falcons. Committing resources, they don't care. But right now, opening up the Overlord is going to give them a push right here against the lanes of Kagendra.
Yeah, it was on cooldown at that point, but FF will ensure that they get that Overlord. So they got something in terms of neutrals. They're trading back and forth. I mean, the net worth is pretty much a wash at this point.
Yeah, but team fight-wise, I feel like Team Falcons actually have the edge.
Well, speaking of edge, Hans is isolated out.
He's taking a ton of damage. Wawa goes in. He gets a little serious on this one. Does get the pick off onto Hans.
Now opening up a push up top. They have the Tyrant with him as well. So the turn's been taken by Kagendra. Slow.
No, FF getting gone on the finishing stroke. Not going to be enough to actually finish him off, but Ray's going to be here. He's going to flash away. He's going to be fine. The Celestial Melody onto Senku. Lets him do it again, but they're going to back off here. They did take the mid T1. Now they're going to be a little bit on the run here.
Yeah, slowly becoming a person. Wow. Whoa, half HP. Still confident taking one down, you know. I think Team Falcons is not too far with the lead as they want to build up in par with Kagendra. I think that's one way to see how they want to manage the macro nowadays, you know?
Yeah, okay, I don't want to burst your bubbles for the Kagendra fans, but Team Falcons are definitely doing better at this point because whatever they're doing, they're evening out the gold difference. At the same time, they have made the plays according to what they've been handed. So they get this overload. Look at what they've done across the map.
That's just your opinion, man. Kagendra is doing fine. They're going to be okay. They have the net worth lead by 300 gold. It's not that great, but they're still in this one.
Oh, of course, they're not out, right? We never count teams out. But at this point, it looks like Kagendra needs to put in a little bit more work to really put the pressure onto Team Falcons. Okay.
Yeah, I'm starting to have, again, a flashback from game number 2 or series number 2, which is a slow game, which is a slow-scoring game, which could lead to a devastating point, such as this.
FF gets Ruthless assaulted, but FF turns this around. He goes for the duel to the death. He's fighting this one. He's got the shield, and it looks like they've gotten Lele. They want to get more. They've got movers, as well as Senku lining them up, and Team Falcons, they are starting to feel it.
Yeah, the Blood Rage coming in clutch for the side of FF, but he was on the verge of death there for eternity.
Yeah, turnaround completely in the hands of Team Falcons. Now they're going to take this tower out. And we're heading back for a replay. How did they manage to start this one? Depleting out the red buff away from KAGE. This was the great position, just continue to fight.
And it goes into the hands of Bobby. And at the same time, nobody was having their eyes on Bobby, right? And Bobby is a lady's son. You don't want to be, left untouched if you're on the side of KAGE because it's just going to be pain, holes, and bullets.
Oh, it goes in. Ruthless Assault knocks him up. Ray gets picked up, and that's going to be a good win for them. KAGE, nice ambush.
Well, speaking of isolated members here, KAGE might want to consider those moments against Team Falcons. Again, they wanted to build this kind of lead that KAGE would rather need to keep up, because with all the isolations that Team Falcons is doing, they need to make their composition work. Again, they have the Dolia, they have also the Shangguan. So when is the activation time? Again, they might be probably waiting for Lilith to be having the Trinity on the side or items on the side for this early to work, because so far they're not initiating team fights, right?
They don't want to, because if you take a look at the strength of KAGE's draft, it is actually the pick-off composition, the hit-and-run strategy, right? They want to go in, get a kill, get out, and they are adept at doing that. You have Weeraw, you have Lala as well, and everyone has a movement ability to get out safely.
Okay, so you have a way to go in and out, peek something out of Team Falcons, just completely have a run and gun, right? So, yeah. But the problem is, like, Team Falcons right now is really rotating as 4 because they know if one member is isolated, it could be a turnaround point for a team. But look at that, they tried to corner off early.
Yeah, but they can't. KAGE has read the game of Team Falcons. They just move away every time Falcons comes in.
Okay, I'm feeling like somebody's feeling where the force is strong right now.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They have read their minds here. And at this point, take a look at the rotations. We were all just cutting the waves. They're making Team Falcons run around the map.
Yeah, look at that. Looking at how they want to set things up with KAGE on the macro scale. Overlord is open, though. Overlord is open for them to be taken. But so far, they might want to use it as bait because nobody's taking the first step here. Because waves pushing on both sides could actually mean a freeze lane here in the next few seconds of the game.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And one thing that's working out well for KAGE is Lolo, hang on.
Oh, they're going to go in. Weeraw gets nice and Ruthless Assault, but Ray's going to be focused here. That's the first. The finishing stroke is going to do a little bit of spread damage onto Clue, but he gets killed in return. It's a 1-for-1. Well, they're going to look to go. They get a nice little launch up with that Storm Strike, but Hans continuing to fight, and it looks like all the way FF is all the way in the heart of the enemy team, picks off Lele, and it looks like they want FF as well, but Moofer's now getting focused, gets shot in the head on his way out. It's a 3-for-2 in favor of Team Falcons.
Yeah, Team Falcons have the better combination. It looks like Lady Sun Ming is the better combo to play.
Well, it's a classic, but now it turned out to be one of the possible disasters Team Falcons would want to take advantage of. Look at this. Look at the lead.
Yep, 9,000 gold in the pocket of Bobby. I mean,
rich.
All of the farm is into his pocket, man.
Oh, man, pointing that out right now for the marksman of Team Falcon. This is a different face. Again, you guys mentioned this is a different team, different players now on their first day. They want to set up on how they want to play their story. Aggressive ones against KAGE.
Yep, and they finally get vengeance, right? Throughout the entire game, they could not get their hands on a Tyrant, and now they rush it in. The moment it gets into a Shadow Tyrant, they get it.
Enhanced one, yeah. And having that, they would really want to pull some strings here on when KAGE would actually take the bait on where's the mama dragon coming from. I call it that, right?
Yeah.
Because it's the mother.
Mother of Lele looking to go in for this one. Looks like they do, and Senku needs to be a little bit careful. He does survive with that finishing stroke, keeping him back, but now Weeraw taking a lot of damage. They want to keep this T3 up as much as possible, but they did take some structural damage.
Hans is not in for a good time. The waves are starting to crash in. He's going to make it out safely for now, but you can kind of feel the pressure they're under, right? Team Falcons, they have already hit their strides. 34,000, 2,000 gold ahead of their competitors at this point.
Yeah, and also, with the gold slowly building up on their favor, KAGE needs to get the grip here. Again, looking back on the winning condition here, 2 frenzies being present for Senku and Lele. They need to utilize that on how to get a pick up. Again, going back to how the composition you play there, Tofu, on how to make this lineup work with the run and gun situation. I think it's a problem. While 5 members rotating against you, you can't actually get one perfect pickup. Look at this. Do you even want to contest this buff against Weeraw right now? And it's so hard to live without food.
Yep, exactly. And Ray does have the Splendor. So there's so many iframes available for the side of Team Falcons. They have the heals from the longevity. And look at that, Overlord's plate mail just for good measure on the side of FF.
Looks like nobody's contesting this right now from Kagendra, and another push. Now with the enhanced situation of this Overlord, they could actually dictate on where to divert the attention of Kagendra.
Yeah, for sure. And this could be the start of something big for the Southern Falcons. They smell that potential opening on the tier 3s.
Yeah, look at that. Waves pushing down bottom. They might know. And look at the position on where could Weiro can come from. And Wawa knows what could this might pull off from Kagendra.
Look at that chip damage. The top T3 already taken down. FF looking to go in for this one, but Han's still up in front. Doesn't have the tower to keep himself alive. They're going to back off Falcons, that is. And it looks like they're going to focus their attention on this mid lane here.
Okay, that was a good call to get the push right down bottom for Kagendra. Now, this sets up for a split, right? How would you manage to catch one? And we are seeing some hopes from Kagendra, or from Rira specifically, but Wawa knows what could happen from the back line. So, looking at the stronghold right here where the Ming supporting Bobby where he's at, this is a strong position for Team Falcons to be in team.
Weiro this looking to go in, the Ruthless Assault, but he's a half-life. He's taking most of the damage. He's going to have to retreat. The rest of them, the duel to the death, not enough, and it looks like Hans is going to be killed here, and Team Falcons take the initiation. They punch you in the face, they destroy you, and they take your T3.
Yeah, and that's the Dragon. March in your base.
Oh, they want to go for this one. Weiro looking to go, but it looks like Senku, he's the first to fall on this occasion. Muffers is going to be killed as well. Weiro solo, he's going to have to heal up, but Lele is down for the count as well. Weiro's the last one. The base is going to be under siege, and Team Falcons are going to take game 1.
Yep, that was a really quick game, and Falcons, they have just evolved to a different level.
Wow. Team Falcons slowly building up the new faces, their new story right here, right now, day number 1. Well, another game, and completely, and just gonna say hi to Kagendra once again.
Yeah, okay, Bobby right there, he actually took off his glasses when he's playing, but when he after he won, he just put them on. It was like no big deal. I feel like instead of glasses, he needs sunglasses because he was styling throughout that entire game. He was my clear MVP of that one.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I really like this Team Falcons lineup because the way they position themselves has been eerily scary and perfect. Because we were talking about, hey, who do you pick off? And my actual answer to that was maybe they don't want to go for the pick-off. And that's where the Storm Strike comes in, right, as a Byron.
Yeah.
But he can't go in. Hans can't go in because Wawa was always waiting at the side. He was waiting for the opening for the whatever.
I think this is like the composition that we're trying to witness like for most of the series of the day. Once the Dahlia loses the chance to have a great reason for everyone, it's like, am I gonna do it again? That's the clash lane. Like being the pseudo tank in front of everybody is I don't know, a mean sacrifice in team fight such as that, because Wawa on the other hand, they were covering their tracks by not being infiltrated from the back line, you know? And it was a struggle on how to pick off against Team Falcons, mainly because of the presence of the Musashi alone for the insta-kill.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, for the first time, it feels very muted. You know, normally when you see the Shangguan and Dahlia combination, it feels like, oh, it's so golly, it's unbeatable. But Falcons, they've just answered every single problem that Kagendra has given to them at this point.
It helps to have the Bobby factor. Right?
Oh, yeah,
On the lady soon. It's like, oh, Shangguan, you want to go? Okay, finishing stroke. It doesn't really matter. It's just a matter of time. I'm just going to be able to blow you up regardless. I have ways to deal with you.
Oh, yeah,
the Bobby factor.
Now, let's take a look at the MVP. Is it going to be Bobby? Yes, it is going to be Bobby. He was just on point today. He's here to make some, you know, some of the competitors scared. And I think Kagendra have been hurt in this first exchange.
In the previous series, it was the Lady Sun as well. So something is up, right? Bobby has tricks for today, and seeing this for the MVP, I'm really excited how we go back to the replays, because that set up another advantage to activate this Lady Sun right away. First off, in the early stages of the game.
Yep, and this was a really quick game, right? If you take a look at it, this is a specialty for Falcon now. Do you know what's a Falcon's favorite move? It's the blitz, and they'll really blitz through the entirety of Kagendra. This game was pretty quick.
Yeah, very quick. I mean, they were just, like, look at how systematic they were. We're going to see this highlight reel here, and you're going to just see exactly where his positioning was. Bobby, that is. Always on the back line, always skirting around, but he's able to do damage, pick people off like Bobby, left and right. I'll just take you out. Doesn't matter where you are.
Yep, and, you know, the position of doing everything by not doing anything, that was the role of Wawa, because he was always having eyes onto the other members on the side of Kagendra. Hans could never come in, Weeraw could never come in, and even when they did, he was ready with the catch as well. So Wawa really enabled the entirety of Team Falcons to show up today.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do as Team Falcons. That is a great confidence boost going into game 2. This is, again, you're kind of putting it to their faces in Kagendra. No small task.
Well, speaking of that, 6-0-2, Bobby, the MVP. You were pointing out right onto the screen with a gold lead that he has, a 9K gold lead on the early stage, of mid stage of the game. It's a complete rich Lady Sun. Axe of Torment first with the anti-squishy, of course. But so far, I was kind of waiting for the right point on where or when Lele will shine. She had a Trinity right away, right?
There was no way, because there were too many targets. One-on-one situation, no problem. I think Lele should have been able to take the one-on-ones, but there's never a true one-on-one here, right? When you fight Bobby, Crew is going to be next to him. When you fight against FF, he does have the Blood Rage as well. So what do you do against people who have the extra saves, extra life bars you have to melt through? It's never a fair fight.
Yeah, Lele also with 25% team fighting on this Matrix. So we haven't felt the presence of the damage of Kagendra, which was completely needed, but because of the zone out that Falcon has coming from Wawa and FF alone, even from Ray, man, he was so busy. Well, I want to join you guys in the farm lane, and this really negates the fact that Lele was completely held to a thread how to manage to get those items in, even for a kill.
Yeah, exactly. And as somebody who was coming into Jakarta looking for a sugar mama, I did not know that the first one I was going to see was going to be Bobby, who was incredibly rich with his lady son. Bobby, you got my attention.
Yep. You know, and besides that, it's not just about one person, it's also about the difference of junglers here. Weeraw was finding it difficult to invade the jungle as well, because there's nothing left to take.
Oh yeah, like completely seeing this victory, and even for the graph here, boys, like it could be a great mountain, but KAGE here, they were trying to decline most of the moments. In the mid to late stage of the game, they were trying. They were looking for angles, they were looking for avenues on how to shut down even one. It was so hard. They were having a great barricade, especially for the Lady Sun, to not be killed most of the time.
Yep, so right now it is a question of, does Falcon really have the number of Kagendra? Can they really close the second game of the series out? Because based on game 1, this is a very scary looking Falcons.
Yeah.
Just you know, the composition was great. They knew exactly what they had to have done in terms of the roles. You know, Ming was just, Clue was just kind of doing a great job of keeping Bobby alive. That's exactly what you want to see from them, right? And just, Bobby, his positioning was flawless.
That's one great job of the day, right? Your thing, just keep him alive.
Yeah. You know what? It works well. The best combination when you're well all up and you have a great position you're in. You know, that's the best result you're gonna get.
Agreed?
That's a great point to point here. Lady Sun and Ming, ladies and gentlemen, the great combo. A well-oiled machine with a great positioning is key, and they've done it in game number 1. Let's see how the adjustment goes in game number 2. Will they stop rather Team Falcon from being slippery? Because I think Musashi, on the other hand, maybe that's the reason why he was banned the first years of the day, is because of how the range actually works for an insta pick-off. So maybe from this, I think from the game of Fearless Esports from today, I'm starting to feel like the hard tanks right now could be or not be an option.
Yeah,
slowly.
You know, there's so many problems for them to fix, because right now they're just shining bright with a well-oiled cogs here, and at this point the slip and slide is really easy. They're able to weave in and out into those small gaps, and just take whatever they want, right? Enjoy the game to its maximum.
Yeah, and Kagendra, I mean, they had an early game, or a good start. They got first blood. They were kind of doing themselves a favor and putting themselves in a prime position to get into that mid game. But Team Falcons is like, hey, we don't need to panic. We understand how to farm. We're gonna get FF going. We're gonna get Bobby a lot of space, and we're gonna take over the mid game, right?
Okay.
And Team Falcons did a great job. They were like this death ball. And they didn't really have any answers for that. Kagendra, that is.
So, do we ban out the Lady Sun? Do we ban out the Ming?
It's not a hero situation. I felt like it was a play style issue.
Okay. Wow. You're so politically correct today.
You know, sometimes.
Well, I'm trying to catch and maybe not laugh for the next few minutes. But going back to your statement right there, I think it's more likely of the play style. Like, how do you manage to go up against this Lady Sun and Ming? And we've seen teams let these two combinations or these two duos open. So how do they manage to counter that? Either you pick off, well, the Elaine was banned, right? The Elaine was banned. There was no way to reach the Lady Sun. And if you did manage to reach Lady Sun, it could be the cost of your life. So
yeah, and it's not a good trade, right? When you
No.
give your jungler, even if it's a farm for farm or jungle for farm, it's not going to work out in your favor because then it opens up the doors for Falcon to take objectives, take the turrets as well, even take more kills.
Well, speaking of which, they still want to go for the same ones. So Liu banned, okay, by KAGE and the Yuan as well. I think it's been a menace if they just want to let this hero loose because of the AoE and also the response. Because if they want to see Falcon, you know, if they want to go up against Falcon in this time around, macro-wise, Falcon is showing up on how to deal with Kagendra in game number 1.
Yeah, it seems like the winning formula today, right? Similar to what Dominator Esports was doing. They had very good map control. They knew exactly how to funnel all of the gold to the respective members. But
Yeah.
in the midst of controlling the map, they could also tell the rotations that will potentially come in from the opponents as well. And that feeds into the gameplay so well.
Well, speaking of which, we will see Arlie once again. Rotation. Oh!
Really? Dolly again?
I don't know. But, okay, would you want to switch up with a tankier, either Clash Lane or jungle, since Dun is specifically a flex. So it depends on how they want to play with this. But being on the same heroes as Kagendra used in game number 1, they want to pull something off this time. I mean, the idea.
Yeah, it's not looking good, right? I love the idea if she's on my team. And when I'm playing against her, I feel like it's a huge mountain to climb because the heals that come out, the shield values as well, and the rotations, you're able to jump in and out anytime you want.
It's timing and positioning if you're the idea, and considering how Falcon now is slowly with the new players and faces here, synergy and chemistry slowly being in check, and with this kind of frontline initiation coming from a Diadea, banding out the Elaine as well, I think they have their more counter hero secured by not being picked off from the back line.
Yep, the big question here is how do they deal with FF? Because FF, I think based on game 1, he has been really successful into target priorities, right? Getting onto the correct members on the side of Kagendra and just finishing them off. More importantly, he attracts the attention of other Kagendra members, leaving room for Bobby to just go insane in the team fights.
To answer that, maybe pick the Dongwon, something like that. Like, you need a catch for the Musashi, right? And looking at the Dahlia and the Dun, we're not yet sure on where this Dun is going to go, either for the jungler or for the Clash Lane. They need a catch for this one. As you said, Falcon has been starting a lot of ganks and pickoffs here, and they need to deal with that. They need to catch something from Falcons from the time that they move from minute 2 to 5.
You know what? I would love to see a Nerza coming in for the start of Kagendra, right? What they actually need to do is to split the fights. That's one of the solutions they can go for. So instead of having a full-on death ball coming from Falcon, just cut it in half, right? We'll deal it. You don't eat, I forgot what's the quote, but essentially you don't take one big bite.
Yeah, pace, you know, man?
Yeah.
If you eat fast, you get full.
Are we really going to see a Ganemo? It is going to be okay.
One more time.
Senku, I trust in you. I've seen you play in the Esports World Cup. You have been phenomenal. Show me more.
Gun and Mo. And the Charlotte being reset as well. So, okay, talking about zone out in space here.
Yeah, like this is the way to split the fight.
Oh, okay. Okay, I feel you, man. Since the mid lane, rather, from KAGE from Game Now was getting his hands busy, being present, and to either being more active in team fight participation with the Gun and Mo present here, it could reach and poke the hell out of this D-Renji and also the Lady Zen.
Yep, and there's a lot of defensive capabilities to reposition themselves. Guard a Grave, that's perfect. I play Gun and Mo myself as well, and I love it when people get close. There's two things you might be confused over, which is when you get close to Gun and Mo, instant kill. No, it's you who will get instant kill because she gets to proc all of her skills on you.
Because people get the wrong idea, because Gun and Mo is like range, right?
Yeah.
You get the thorns, I call it the frisbees, because of the range. But having that kind of idea on how to counter things with your, well, one-to-one things, that could mean business with this gun and
Yeah, and if Senku's reaction is fast enough, he can even plan the aiming during the duel to the death.
You're getting deep there, man, and I love it. Let's see how this goes. Will this be a 2-0 sweep on how Team Fellas would want to start their story? Or Kagenja will say, oh, not today yet, because we want to make things in par with you in this
They
game.
definitely need to realize this Indonesian pride. They hear this is the hometown. They want to make this a 3-game series. So it's up to Kagendra to really hold fate with their own hands and bring them to the correct destiny here.
Wow, that's deep, man. How many books have you read? Like, I feel how the poetic storytelling here is just really showing up.
One.
It was actually a coloring book.
Red
For a second, I was so close to believing.
Oh, taking some damage here, and that's going to just kind of start things off. But okay, Team Falcons right now, they're up in terms of the games here. Kagendra, is this draft good enough to deal with this Falcons lineup? Are they able to stop Bobby? A lot of questions going into this one.
Yeah. Okay, we're getting the pokes right into this. Half HP, taken off from Layla as well as Hans. Wow, things are getting busy from the both sides of the maps right here. On the first minute, well, aggressiveness, if you have the Dolia, well, you have more ways to zone up members if you're an early. Again, if you're playing an early, space is the most important thing right now for Kagendra to activate this hero on early, but looking back how Diadea could still be present in most of the front line, this is a complete disrupt for any possible team fights. But if Clue goes with the same rotation game #1 and give everybody gold, everybody's going to be happy by being rich.
Yeah, but at this point, I think Kagendra has recognized the rotations, right? The fact that we all came into the farm lane at that particular timing, it didn't do a lot for the normal eyes, right? But if you take a look at it, he actually opened up the doors for the Fire Hawk to be taken away. And that is precious farm going into the hands of Lele. EXP as well.
Slowly, we're seeing pressure here from the farm lane.
Step back. The Ocean of Tears, though, did not catch that one out, and Bobby gets first blood. A big win for Falcons. Nice ambush there.
Yep. Revenge is best served cold, and cold it was.
Oh, that's what we're talking about, the close range, if you're a gun in the moment. But that was completely a zone out from Kagendra because they would just actually reacted.
Wawa looking to turn this. He gets the whatever, but both of them get low. He's going to, Wawa will use the healing do and just kind of walk that one off.
Yeah, he will not give him that satisfaction on the one-on-one win.
Especially on the Clash lane.
Yeah.
With the Mayin itself. So let's see how this goes. Because this move that Team Falcons did, they pushed Kagendra to react and destroy rotation. As we wanted to see how they wanted to address this kind of reaction for Falcons. Look at that. Clue, they're giving more of the steps here on what to react in the farm lane.
Yep, and that's the benefit of picking a Diadea because she can be absolutely aggressive and still get out safely.
I think that's one of the great passages if you want to take the idea to the next level. You have the zone, you have the recovery, and as well as the movement speed. Also, good luck. That's the passive of Diadea. Good luck to the teammates and bad luck to the enemy. And that's how the Diadea right now is a great influence in team fights. No wonder in our games you get banned specifically, mainly because of the toolkit that it has.
Oh yeah, for sure. And another marker for victory. I think this time let's take a look at Kagendra. Senku needs to have an absolute perfect game. He needs to land those couple blades perfectly. If he gets it done right, that's a 4v5 essentially in team fights.
I'm waiting to see for that, man. Like, looking at this, they want to control more of the river here by gaining vision against Kagendra. Taking more advantage of who's going to peek first. Like, look at this. Rotation on the mid, gather the possible resources to force out. And the top lane, speaking of which, making the way for a heal.
Okay,
still
so
safe.
They committed the duel to the death, but once again, right, it still feels like advantage to Falcons.
Tyrant going to be started. It's about half-life. The Ode pushing most back, but it looks like they will take this one. Wero takes the Tyrant and walks away, but the Overlord was traded. That was picked up by FF.
Okay, slow and steady for Team Falcons getting the first kill, but so far, I think they might want to consider getting a push against Team Falcons, slowly moving to the mid stages of the game, because from the early and the dolly here, we would want to see how it's going to be activated, because they decided to go with the same duo once again for Bobby and even for Clue. So This forces out another possible gank, and it seems right now are reacting really good by not letting another vision being taken away by KAGE.
Yeah, but KAGE definitely has learned their lesson, right? They're matching them pace for pace, punch for punch as well. They're kind of doing the cha-cha, right? They're making sure they don't lose out at gold at all. The gold lead has never crossed that 1,000 gold mark.
The cha-cha. You dance.
Yeah. It's like, okay, all right. If
Okay.
you're doing well,
I
it's a
don't.
cha-cha. Because when we played our rank game, we were not doing the cha-cha. But as I say, this Clue backs off. Movers takes a lot of damage. It's going to be zoned away. Again, nobody's really trying to go for a team fight.
FF, he's hiding, he's waiting for that moment. And at this point, I think it might be Weeraw who gets punished.
Oh, he's going to walk into this one.
Oh,
He's going
no.
to walk into
Oh,
They
no.
go for this one. Weeraw, though, is a little tanky, at least for now, but he gets knocked up. Oh, but they're turning it around. Clue is actually going to be worse for wear. He's going to back off. He will survive, though.
It's all Senku. It's all Senku. That was the couple blades of doing so much work.
Oh, Bobby, he's looking to go down, and that's going to be the first death in this series thus far. That was a nice pick off by Lele.
No wonder they were trying to hold off for the River in the Vision, because one thing that they want to consider here is not to be disturbed by KAGE, but having that first skill onto Bobby, delaying things down for Durange to get the items in.
Yep, and this is a draft difference, right? So Lele on this early definitely going to have a little bit more advantage, especially when you give her that vision advantage. The KAGE, they're just milking it right now.
I think that's one thing to observe, right? The milking factor. That's one thing to see that there is still the idea here. The question...
Sorry, can we talk about a different topic? I'm lactose intolerant. You're making me
Oh yeah, I forgot. How about cheese? No, never mind. Well, now KAGE would need to address where this clue or where the idea is coming from, because if you are up against a team who's really busy going around the map giving everybody gold, that's one way to activate everybody.
Yep, and one detriment is that if Clue falls, he doesn't just give clues, he gives gold as well.
Oh yeah, you're starting to build up with that, huh? The coloring book.
Yeah.
And
he's only got 4 colors. He's struggling here.
Yeah.
The rainbow has 4 colors. No.
Man, right now, guys, for those of you just watching, right, we were waiting to see how they will address the situation in terms of macro-wise, because they're trying to put Team Fox in half. Look at this. Okay,
Yep, they
no
found
fight
a
at all.
solution. This is a good solution, right? So Hans, on this Charlotte, will be able to escape from Wawa. So this time, Wawa needs to, stay on his toes. And at this point, FF looking for more, maybe?
Oh, the Unruly Blade, he's going to go forward. FF is going to back off. Movers jives in for this one, but it looks like the real fight is in the top lane. Hans and Wawa, again, a little bit of a pillow fight in the top lane.
Oh, yeah, the Thief of the Night here, just laying down some pain onto the structures. So good structural damage on the farm lane. So Lele, he's been virtually untouched this entire game. And KAGE, this is the best performance just yet.
Oh, nice knockoff. They do get the pick off, and they find Senku. FF looking to go, but the Unruly Blade, Weera, he's going to be fine.
I'm sorry, Senku.
Another isolated pick there from by Team Falcon. So looking forward here, Hans could be next though.
Oh, Wawa can get some pulled back. They want to go with the power gradation, but Wawa and Hans, this is a better love story than Twilight, I would say, in the top lane.
Yeah, for
Twilight?
sure. Oh, someone's revealed his age at this point, but nonetheless,
Wait, Twilight wasn't that long ago, guys. I'm not.
That was the storytelling that my grandpa told me I was about to sleep.
Yeah, that's not too long ago, but right now timing is of the essence. The major objectives are up.
Yeah, the question is who's the Edward and who's the Bella here,
Oh, so you know the names. Look at you. Look at you.
That was the thing.
Oh, Wawa taking a lot of damage. Hans looking to fight this. He's going the wrong way, though. He thinks he's red. No, I'm just kidding. He's looking to push that top T1, creating a lot of space. You have 2 members. Now Ray getting a little bit low on that side. The couple blades will continue to push. But through it all, Hans actually maneuvers his way back to the team. He's going to be fine. FF, though, now on the run. He's getting focused. He duels to the death, though. He's continuing to fight. FF getting a little bit low, but Lele dies in return. It's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, but I think it's a win for Falcons here because they actually got the kill onto Lele. His farm is going to be dwindled at this point. Yeah, sure, you lose an FF, but right now it doesn't really matter because they are evening things out. It's just a difference of 300 gold once again.
Going back on the replay, from the top lane and how Charlotte or Hans wanted to pull them off, it was a clear vision that they want to go for an isolated team fight. Yes, they lose FF from this moment, but what they get in return? The early, man. Slowing things down a bit because we were waiting to see how the Arlie here could be the winning factor in terms of damage and also push against Team Falcon, because that is one devastating way to think of if the team fight would be in the favor of Kagendra.
Yep, at this point, Kagendra seems like the Falcon Tamers, right? Because they have kept them at bay, they have put a lid on the growth of Team Falcons, and every single time they want to catch out Hans, he's not allowing it.
Yeah, speaking of which, they're not allowing to cross even this line. Team Falcons creating a line here against Kagendra by gaining data and information here, opening up a diverted attention of Kagendra here could lead for a team off, such as a team pickoff such as this. Oh, Muffers as well. Okay. Nobody's initiating still, but the Tyrant now open for Team Falcons.
Yeah, just pick that one up. Wira will happily take this. Again, a lot of it was kind of because Hans was creating so much space, but Wira now all up in front. He's going to continue to fight with this. He's going to look to trade. FF getting a little bit low, needs to be careful, dodges the couple blades, and does survive. But Lele on the backside, Lele, okay, he's going to list that back. I thought he was going to go for this one, but Wira going aggressive. He might have been a little too deep in that sense, but again, space created.
But this is the best form of Kagendra, right? We will fight with you, punch for punch, but nobody dies. We get the turret instead.
Kagendra read through it. Like, they know, like, Team Falcons committing and overstaying positions from that moment. And they say, oh, yeah, no, you don't care about buffs and objectives. Well, how about damage here? They didn't care about the Overlord from that moment. They want to take the damage off, and that's how they wanted to divert Team Falcons. Because there were some hesitations, even for Vision, for the few moments that we've seen. As you said, a perfect version is slowly building up with Kagendra right now.
Yep, they're peeling them every layer by layer like an onion. No tears involved this time. Okay, maybe for Falcons.
Yeah, and with this, another setup for Kagendra to take the Overlord. Yeah, they have the Primal Bond being taken out by 20 seconds, but they will really push Team Falcons here on a defense and probably push them to contest as well.
Oh, Hans once again, he's going to pull the escape card.
Oh, he's going to try to stay alive. Power Gradation, Splash Bomb, but he looks like he's going to be picked off and given to Bobby. Not what you want to do. Kagendra, you don't want to give up that lead.
Yeah, out of position as well. So despite having minions pushing up top, no additional damage for Kagendra in case of a team fight because, again, the Primal Bond is off, so this is their way to contest the Overlord. But it seems like Team Falcons right now has a window to take advantage against Kagendra.
Oh, they're going to go for FF. He takes a lot of damage all the way up in front by Wira, but he gets Unruly Blade back. He's going to be fine, but you got to be careful as Kagendra. You only have 4 members at this point.
Yep, and only Wawa and Lala both have their ultimates up. Everyone has thrown most of their stuff out, and at this point, FF just got the cooldown back, duel to the death. This is a good fight for the side of Team Falcons if they want to take it, but they have to take it right here, right now.
It could still everybody's ball game right now. As you've mentioned, FF here has got the Blazing Cape as well, so more likely thinking of the sustain factor since Kagendra has damage right now.
Bobby's still up in front, doing some chip damage onto Wira. He's going to Gale's Benediction, and it looks like he's going to start the Overlord at this point. Falcons do see this. They're making their way around. They know it's about half-life at this point if they want to go. This is going to be the next big one. Who jumps in? FF looking to go. Well, Wira gets the Overlord, and it looks like FF, they found Hans. Hans looking to get away, the Splash Font, but Wira, like a savior, the Ode is on point, pushing them out, but it looks like movers have gone too far. Bobby gets a pick off. They want to get more. The Ocean of Tears, and it looks like they get the pick off onto Wawa, and it looks like he's going to Wawa as he's dead.
Yeah, it's a painful one for the side of Team Falcons. They lose one, but they lose more because they lost that Overlord into the hands of Kagendra as well.
Okay, speaking of losing objectives there, although they're not letting off the Mother Dragon just yet. They're waiting for the right moment to where to lead Team Falcons right now. So getting Muffers off as a first pick-off in that team fight really sets up for no additional repeat of ultimates here for Kagendra. Could advantage Team Falcons in terms of taking 1 out or 2 from Kagendra.
Oh yeah, for sure. But you know, at this point, they also have that get out of jail free card for Kagendra because with the Shadow Overlord, they can. I think they will either put it at the top or the bottom, right? They want to pull Team Falcons away from the mid lane or the corresponding lane as well.
Oh, we were looking to go for this one. He Unruly Blades back, starts the Tyrant right now, so this is going to be the next big one. FF scouting around, spots it out, decides to go in for him himself. Wira looking to just find the right engagement, gets it. Unruly Blade right onto Bobby. He's got the Gale's Benediction, but he's getting whittled down. The Unruly Blade the second time. All the shield is on point, keeping him alive. Hans looking to save him, but they're backing off. Hans right now a little on the low side. Everybody low on Kagendra. Team Falcons, though, are looking to recall right now.
The wonders of done. Why Wira was the key factor there for a retreat back for Team Falcons. That specific pull, using that unruly bait to lure everybody from Team Falcon was a perfect picture to stay the hell out of our way.
Yep, and I like this play for Lula, right? With the lift step, he's just trying to bait FF in. Duel to the death. Can you imagine if he duels him to the death and gets pulled all the way back into the middle of 5 Kagendra members?
No, it's a mistake. The Team Falcons that don't want to commit, because right now Kagendra could push us to a game number 3 because we will know how the adjustment went from their draft. And it's a better picture that their adaptability and recovery from this game is slowly shining off. I mean, again, Lela did have a great time from the first 10 minutes of the game, but right now with the addition of the late game capability of the Dun, even for the Gan and Mo, really work wonders in terms of layering. As you said, onions have layers, but the damage of Kagendra right now could put Team Falcons into tears.
Yep, and Lula with the frenzy, hang on, getting caught out.
Clue looking to go in for this one. He's gonna back off. He should be fine.
Yep, Senku is the guy that I'm looking at because his reforged blades into couple blades is what's going to make the world's difference in the team fights. And based on how Team Falcons are positioning now, it's really playing in the hands of Senku.
I think that's the
they're
main.
looking to go
Oh, the duel to the death. It's FF just is gonna go look to turn this. Weera getting whittled away. He actually gets over to the edge. The unruly blade, but Ray, he's gonna be down for the count, and it looks like he's gonna be killed. Hans gets credit for that one. Weera continuing to fight, and they found Bobby, they found Ray, and it looks like they want to get FF. Weera chasing after him. They slow him down. The nice wind slash knocking him up and takes him down. That's a 3-0, and Kagendra looking to end this game in the mid lane.
A crucial team fight once again by Weera, the Dun in the latest stage of the game, man. You don't want to mess this Dun as this moment turn around. One more center of attention play by Dun.
Wawa and Clue with the last miracle hold. Are they able to keep themselves alive? And Wawa's already been killed. They've got Clue as well. And it looks like Kagendra will strike back and take game 2.
Yep, they just tore them apart. I mean, Kagendra, this is why we call them the late game monsters. And boy, did they come alive at the correct timing. You know, 2 games in, that's when they hit the strides. And Senku, my goodness, really just doing so much work. But more importantly, Lula catching out Bobby at that critical moment, just isolating him one position at a time.
Weera, the Dun. Man, it's
done deal.
Dun. I mean, it's a perfect answer to the late game situation. Nobody wants to take a team fight? Oh yeah, I'll be the puppet, I'll be the pinata. And that's how he made a great attention, or be the great diversion against Team Falcons. Lure them in, and that crazy sustain that Dun has in that game, no, I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, he took such a heavy beating, but he came out even stronger. And you know what? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger for this, for sure.
Yeah, and we were just an expert on that hero, right?
Thank you,
The dude
Daniel
just
Vaughn.
playing it to the limit, understanding when he's kind of at risk, and he was able to get himself out when it was close to dying. We were really started it out. Obviously, we're going to have to see the actual stats, but in terms of gameplay, he definitely put his team in a position to win.
Yeah,
it was.
It's a difficult one because this is the first time. In fact, it's an eye-opener because you get to see Diadea have the first L of this tournament. And, you know, for all of the players that are loving Diadea, watch out. This is the solution, right? You have to be careful. When you meet a player like Weera with the Dun, with Senku's Gan and Mo, and obviously with the Le Arlie, it's not going to be a good game.
Yeah, either if I go up against the idea, either I pick a Dongwon, or if I have a Clash Lane Dun, well, something just to catch. But right now, they completely showed how to have a great counter in this kind of composition. And the MVP, who's going to be? Oh, there you have it. The Weera, of course.
It has to be him.
Yeah, man.
Who else is it going to be? He tanks up so much damage. He got the cake and ate it as well.
Yeah, let's talk about
cake. I'm a little hungry, but we were out here getting that MVP. No surprises there. He was definitely on point, understanding how to kind of put themselves in a position to win. His initiations were on point. I really want to see how much damage. I mean, he definitely took the most damage in the game, but in terms of damage dealt, I think he's going to be top 3 at least.
Oh, for sure. He was the enabler of the team, right? He opened up so much space on the map. At the same time, took away a mindshare away from the other members on the side of Kagendra, right? And this is the first time Lula actually had quite a bit of space to explore the backlines as well.
Well, speaking of exploring things, back in the highlights, we've seen such early losses from the early game here from Team Kagendra, but they waited for the right moment to strike, and that's where they want to divert the attention of Team Falcon. These were the moments of Dun were starting to show up against Team Falcons. He is just being the meat shield here, starting the team fight, a great enabler as you guys mentioned, and this worked wonders for the Arlie. Space, again, call in NASA because this is the one thing that Arlie wants.
Yep, and I need to give a shout out to Mr. Hans or Hans at this point, right? Taking the D out of defense from the side of Falcons and just laying the pain. The way he entered into the backlines, he was also another reason why there was so much disarray on the side of Falcons because they had to deal with this Charlotte. You can't leave Charlotte alone.
Yeah, it's just completely layered damage. And looking back on the stats here on how we see Team KAGE manage to pull off another game for this best of 3. Now Hans, also team fighting presence, a bit of a safe passage as well. Maybe clean up was the main objective here for the Charlotte, mainly because of the escape that the toolkit of Amayin has. Looking at this, the only one who's activated here probably is Bobby, but it was completely slowly negated.
Yep, it's all about buying time, right? Eye of the Phoenix, Hans. Eye of the Phoenix, we have the Splendor from Senku as well. And this all open room for Lele to just go in with the damage. 75% team fighting, a good healthy amount of farm, and look at the damage that it translated into 68,000. But here's what I'm raving about. Guys, you can give Ganemo a try. 127,000 damage. That was the difference maker in the fight.
That was the biggest thing because you kind of start the fight and you throw out those couple blades, you do so much damage that you kind of have a huge lead. The thing is that his positioning, he's a little on the slower side and he can get caught out. So as long as he's able to kind of kite his enemy team, he's going to have a good time.
Oh yeah, for sure. So this is the brand new KAGE, and they have now tied up the series 1-1 against Falcons. Boys, what do we feel about this? Let's start with you, OSX.
Well, this is like the comeback potential. Like, this only sums up my idea. Like, why did they go for the Arlie? Why did they go for the Dolia once more? Like, for me, it's like a trial once again to make
PTSD.
this. Yeah, man. They want to try it once again, and maybe in their own scrims and their preparations, it actually works. But this time around, having the Dun being the front line, that was the main problem in game number 1. And they had a quick solution to have more ways to divert the attention of Team Falcon, which is the map control. But now they use it against them. So with this kind of recovery that KAGE has, well, you're now looking at the factors of how to counter this kind of life, specifically with the Diadea present.
Oh yeah, so now they have drawn the stage in such a way that this is now a nail-biter between the two of them. So Falcons and KAGE now, this rematch is looking like a true rematch all over again from the past. No, right here, right now.
These guys are playing chess. It's one of those things where it's like, you punch me in the face, I know how to get back in this one. They're going to continue to play. I think the drafts have been super exciting. They've been very interesting. You were talking about the Arlie pick first. Lele was just like, I got it. Let's just go with this one. I know how to just kind of dominate it with it. And going into this game 3, we're going to see, again, backs on the wall. You do not want to lose this first series. It's a terrible position to be in.
Oh yeah,
I love it. In a best of 3, everybody just shows up once they have like, we're one loss away and we're gonna be swept away. That's where like, okay, let's pull out the great cards. But they didn't manage to like change mostly of their draft, right?
Yeah.
The Dolia, again, we were mentioning again, the Arlie, just having a great front line and having the great advantage of space, that's where you take the Renji out of the map.
Yeah, one thing I want to take note of is that KAGE did a really good job of limiting Bobby. They got that early pickoff, and that changed the whole dynamic of the game, right? Bobby wants to be untouched. He wants all the space and farm in the world, and he wasn't able to get that because he was kind of a little behind, and Bobby doesn't like that position.
Okay, so let's welcome our audience back into the caster drawing board here. On the draft, do they ban out the Arlie? Because Arlie seems to be a huge problem for the set of Falcons.
I'm wondering if they even maybe pick it themselves. I always find like, there are so many other good picks. But Lele has proven he is a master on that hero, right? You've got to be careful, but he's very good on other heroes as well. I don't know if really taking the Arlie or banning the Arlie is the right move here.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, man. Like, for all the Arlie users out there, even for you watching right now on the stream, it takes a lot of practice to actually make an Arlie work. It takes a lot of position, even timing as well, where the umbrella is going to leave, right? And where it's how are you going to go back? Because they're like 4 or 5 seconds to react once again to make the Arlie be in a safe position. But in the hands of KAGE, they're completely showing mastery of the Arlie pick here once and for making this another game for this best of 3. But for me, maybe respect ban it.
Okay, respect ban. I think we raw special as well. We've seen this dude for months, and now he brings it back, and it's the same kind of performance, highest quality, right? And I think maybe Falcons might want to consider taking out the dude. But you know, it's been months, so maybe we raw has something else in his kit.
Yeah, everybody's kind of coming prepared. Nobody's coming in here with as a one-trick pony. You know, there's too much research, there's too much data out there in terms of the games that have been played. So we know what, you know, players are good at, right? That said, I don't think Dune is going to be enough. Maybe they change it up. The Musashi pick was good. He did a lot of damage, but he wasn't really the answer to Weera's Dune here.
Yeah, not the true anchor of the team for Falcons in the second game.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing here for the playstyle of KAGE, we just kind of like going in our heads, like how will you manage to do with the pickoffs in game number 2, right? You guys mentioned like maybe it's a playstyle problem, but for this, how KAGE would want to address game number 3, I see them as a team like, don't change what's not broken, right?
Yeah,
and from that, it gives them an advantage for a contained hero pool heading for the next stages of the matches, right? And it's an edge. And with that kind of winning formula that they have in the draft in game number 1, this could lead them to a possible great outcome for their journey heading to the group stages to the playoffs.
Okay, I have some pattern recognitions here.
Go ahead.
I think KAGE still holds on to the notion that they're not an early game team, right? I think Falcons has established that they do have the stronger early game, and KAGE still goes back to the inclination that once we hit the late game timings, we are going to stomp all over you. So maybe Falcons want to draft in even earlier game-centric pick, like a Pei, right? We've seen the heavy invasions. Maybe we have the Athena as well. It's pretty disruptive as well. There's some options we can explore.
So you talk about how KAGE is not really a great early game team. But game 1 and 2, I would think that they had a slight edge. Team Falcons have not done well in the early game. They've been playing a little bit too passively. They've been playing on that defensive side. Game 1, they came back, right? It was off the back of Bobby. So I think that this is it's something they need to work on.
Yeah, but I want to hear some thoughts on the desk as well. So let's see how the interview is going to go.
For our roster, it was our first international tournament. We didn't really get the results we were hoping for, but it was, I would say, a good experience for the team to play against best teams globally. I mean, hopefully, we have some high expectations for ourselves and our team, and we hope we can prove ourselves and prove our level in the global level.
I hope so I can aim for the big prize, but looking at it realistically, I think our target will be at the top 4, but we won't give up easily. If we have the chance, we want to get the biggest prize, of course.
I wouldn't say that we are the favorites to win or to beat most of more experienced global teams, but we definitely have our chance, and we have our hopes that we can prove it. KAGE is our first game, and they're the second seed, if I'm not mistaken, from Indonesia. So they're definitely not a team to take lightly. So we're gonna give it our all and try our best.
In Esports World Cup, since we are in the different group, we have practiced with them 2 times, and it was a quite good result. We win, but we also lose a little bit. For Falcon, Bismillah, menang.
For KAGE, watch out.
Pretty respectful feedback from both teams, right? And I think they definitely have witnessed and understand the power levels of their opponents. So it is true, we are at a tiebreaker right now, so they want to get these points in the bags. We are in the group stages, this is the first day only, but every step matters. So, Holler, which camp are you in right now?
I'm always of the team of which is the last team that won.
Okay.
I feel like momentum is a big thing, especially with that home buff, and you're kind of seeing just how ecstatic that they were.
I believe in you.
This one, I think that KAGE they have a slight edge going into this.
Okay, now we're into the draft. It's a tiebreaker once again. From being, you guys being in the first series, right? We're not going to end this day without a best of 3 once again.
Yeah, how we start, how we end.
Yeah, that's it. I'm starting to feel, and who is the person here? on our table. Okay.
I'm wondering if it's Kin. He was there in the first series. I know I was as well, but
Interesting day.
It's going to be an interesting one. Where of course, this is going to be the third game. The draft starting off, and it looks like they're going to go with the Dharma on the side of Falcons.
Similar to the drafts, the picks and bans, there are opinions and then there are facts. And the fact of the matter is we are in a tiebreaker right now, and Wawa is looking to change up the stage with this Dharma pick. And so far, we've seen quite a few nice Dharmas on hand. With the stuns coming in, the mantras have been working out.
Okay, we haven't seen some really good. No, it was a 50-50 kind of thing in a series of today that we haven't seen great Dharma setups on the Truth Mantra, mainly because of the zone potential that team composition has. So one thing that team capitalize on right now, well, for the first series, again, it's day number 1. We can't expect too much, but mainly of the zone out with the prowess of a Yuan and an Arlie. So with that kind of zoning capability, you would really need to have a nice catch to counter them off right away. Now, they respect the Lady Sun, but the Arlie, okay, not respect ban, but they take him off how to cells.
You know what? It feels like they're more confident that Bobby is able to kind of outplay Lele in this farm lane with the Loom.
Oh, yeah. Good thing that we pointed out the marksmen here in the farm lane for both of these teams, because even if along and early, distance-wise, they work in poking counters. And also, you have the exchange you see in the farm lane, because most of the time, from the 2 series that we've seen here, it's more likely they get 2 kills, they get either 1 isolated kill away, but this sets up an even way of reaching 2 members out from the farm lane. They ban out the Mozu and also the Diadios. From this point in time, they don't want the frontline aggressive initiator factor, and as well as the Mozu. Again, the Arlie, you want to pair it up with that, but so far they don't want Falcon taking it for themselves.
It's the same kind of weakness, right? They don't want to deal with the CC. If you get caught out, it might dwindle you, it might stun you long enough that you can't get that infinite vastness. At the same time, for the side of Lele, it could be the lift step that could be cancelled. Maple Dance maybe not going to come into the correct timings as well. So they don't want to deal with the stuns, hence the bans on the Diadea as well as the Morts as well. And Lady Sun for good reason, right? They don't want to deal with a situation where a destructive deluge is going to come in, especially the way they're drafting. They are going to clump up. You have a U1. You want to make sure that Melody of Peace is going to be put to full use. Instead, maybe you will get caught out. But yeah, no Lady Chen, so I think that's a good pick.
Okay,
Ban.
what are the possible options here for the early? Ban out the Dahlia, the Zhongfei, the best possible partners. Even Kage ban out the Mozu for themselves. I'm thinking one thing. Yarya.
I like it. I like it. I like Yarya as well. Wandering Beam definitely going to be good at disrupting the flow of the game for the side of Falcons, or even for Kagendra as well, right? But I think they need a little bit more damage in their kit. Right now, you know, Yuhuan is great, Mankey is great as well, but they don't have that huge burst potential, especially in the early and mid game. They need something more.
Oh yeah, I can definitely slowly agree on that, because how would you give the... Again, it's always about the space for the Arlie, but if you want to be zoned out most of the times, the pick with the Princess Frost and the Ming, this is a full sustain in the farm lane that we can either expect from the lineup of Falcon. More likely, they don't want to get picked off too soon. Oh, okay. Is this a real hover? Is this the Sunbin? Oh, of course! The Dashiao, man.
Will they lock it in?
Will they lock it, though? Oh, really? Come on, make me happy. Take my guy, please. Oh, no. No, okay. Okay, I'm good with that, Xiao. It's a complete call. Wherever you are on the map, I will be with you. Is this final, though? Come on.
Yeah, at this point, right, regardless of who they pick, there are so much benefits to doing so. So Mufa is going to lock in that Da Xiao. At this point, Da Xiao, it is that Severing Surge, right? The Leaping Koi Tide. Not only does it disrupt, it also offers a bunch of damage as well. People underestimate the total damage over time that's dealt with these skills.
Oh my god, please don't. Do not underestimate Dasha right now, especially specifically with the adjustment right now in this patch. Talking about lane sustainability, Arlie would be really happy. Yeah, get poked off half HP. Just Just tell Dashao, can you let me go back to base? Oh, sure, no problem. Complete sustain, you have damage over time, as you mentioned, and also zone out. Will this be a great recipe? Let's find out.
Yep, Sea of Fate definitely going to be one of the win conditions here. If placed correctly, it could change the fight entirely in favor on the side of Kagendra. We have seen their growth, we have seen their efforts. Right now, it is who is going to get those points into the bag. Falcons and Kagendra, final game.
We're just looking back on the best of threes. And now having the tiebreaker now for the last series of the day, we will know what kind of plays that will rule from this. Again, we set up the story from these two teams, met a few months ago. And will this be a rematch? Will this be a great rematch? Look at the poke coming from Bobby here. As we mentioned in the first early games of the day, an international standard, the rotation you mentioned.
Yep, this is a much better wave clear, simply because he's able to out-damage Senku right off the bat. But Hans.
Oh, wow on Hans dueling it. Oh, Bobby from the side gets him with the flaming palm. That's going to be first blood. Catches him off guard. Bobby with a nice play.
It's Bobby. They never saw it coming. Right onto that. And completely a great way of giving off information. Kagendra starting off really, really strong here. Or completely having the great counter with the long itself. Getting things busy because they know with their rotation they start in the mid lane, this could shake things up a bit.
Yep, that was the best kind of surprise in the eyes of Wawa for sure. Now he has the lane advantage, he has the level advantage as well. And it's going to start cluing us in onto the rotations and the aggression that Falcons can we start looking at.
As I drink my water there, I can kind of, looking back on how we wanted to observe this rotation here from Team Falcons. Looking back here, FF, they're getting busy here with Wawa. They want to control the river as well. Oh, look at this.
Yep, nothing much at this point, right? Because they can't overcommit. They don't have enough damage on the side of Kagendra just yet. So Falcons, they're going to walk away kind of scot-free. They take a couple of punches, but it shouldn't matter too much.
So once, Shenku is now on level 4, we could actually expect how will the ultimate be utilized against Team Falcons in terms of macro-wise. Look at this. Hans and Wawa focus on the clash lane as well as the farm lane.
Oh, but Weera's here. It looks like he's going to be going in. He's trying to flash away. He has the enlightenment, but Wawa's the low one. It looks like he's been knocked back. Wawa, formlessness. He's trying to get away, and I think he will, and Wawa somehow survives. But Senku, on the wings, too slow.
Yep, a little, just too little too late for the side of Kagendra, and they're going to have to be content with their first blood still given all the way to the side of Team Falcons.
Okay, now it's been open, being calling everybody from Kagendra here. They might be put in a situation to respond. Meanwhile, Bobby and Clue getting more information out of Kagendra. They know that the ultimate has been used, and this actually gives them a timer that what can they do with the moments that the ultimate of Muffers is active or not active, because that could actually mean a great way of ganking everybody up from the lanes.
Okay, yeah. So with a minute to go, less than a minute to go, Team Falcons, they have been the one trying to push up the ante, right? They want to force the pace of the game against Kagendra, but Kagendra has kind of pushed them away time and time again.
Okay, Wawa here.
Taking a lot of damage, but in the bottom lane, Clue, he needs to get back. He needs to be fine, or he's going to be safe here. They do have the Sea of Fate if they want to go back to safety, and it looks like they will take that portal back. Senku finishing strokes just to get back in. Bobby doing a lot of damage. You got to respect it.
Yeah, and they give away the Firehawk. This time, it's all about Bobby once again, right? Everything is funneling into him.
Well, speaking of being funneled, right? They're not leaving this lane just yet. And Ray here being in position. Winter is here, could come anytime, but I think they read through it. They felt something was completely right in the bushes, and now they're calling for a great another rotation to mid.
Oh, he goes the 360 on those Dream Roams, so it looks like he's going to re-engage, but still, he's going to be fine. Senku's still up in front. They're doing a decent amount. Lele, they want to go in for this one. No, he lists us back. They're not going to go for this. Muffers a little on the lower end. Needs to be careful, as is Ray. But Hans looking for the pull-off, but FF is actually blocking it in, and it looks like they do get Ray, and FF looking to turn this around. On the backside, Clue is going to be there as well as Bobby, and it looks like they got the Tyrant.
Yep, it's a perfect game, right, for Kagendra. Sure, they lost another kill, but that was a sick dodge with the iframes against the FF duel to the death. My goodness.
that was a great initiation coming in from Hans, but that cost him his life. But that really responded Team Falcons to get a great team fight out of the way of KAGE. Looking back how Bobby wanted to have
they
a
want to
counter.
go. They found Clue. They
Look at
knock
that.
him up, and they get him killed with the Koi Tide Severing Surge. That control is on point, but Bobby is limping away.
Oh!
But they don't care. All but the infinite fastness keeps him alive, and Bobby with a tiny sliver of life.
I mean, testing his reaction times there, that was a heart stopper if I've ever seen one.
I love it. I love it how he managed to escape that possible takedown freely. But that advantage goes in the hands of KAGE. They might want to push down another turret down bottom with no defense at all.
Yeah, but the wraparound may start if Ray wants to start proceeding down this bot lane as well. But take a look at the structural damage coming in for the side of KAGE. They're not done yet.
They're completely zoned away. They have so much of the kiting. This is kind of like, you know, a very ranged composition. You have Wira to kind of be that tank up front. So they kind of know what they're doing in terms of just how they want to proceed in this game. They've been chipping it away. They've taken the bottom T2, and it looks like KAGE are really in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they kind of like, you know, tenderizing the meat and they get the chop down and suddenly a huge chunk of your flesh is taken out.
I thought they were going for food there, but never mind.
Yeah, that got a little morbid. I was like hungry, and then all of a sudden you're like chunk of my food, like my flesh, and I was like, okay, that's enough. But the pullback, Wawa taking a lot, formlessness. They were thinking about going. Lele's gonna join. He's gonna step back. Doesn't actually commit for this.
Overlord open for KAGE. This sets up another objective to be taken away against Team Falcons, but having the vision, what Wira is doing right now, Menki just being cute, but not being cute at all for Team Falcons, gave so much information, and with no contest at all, KAGE will now initiate another push from mid to top lane.
Yeah, Mofa's just really wasting their time at this point. Falcons, I thought they had a good early game, but all of a sudden, KAGE just upped the pace, and seems like Falcon are struggling to keep up.
Well, speaking of keeping up here, I think, how will you even counter? I think it's a psychological kind of decision-making if you're up against a Da Xiao, because they could easily arrive at any location. So they have no information on where Muffers is coming from. And that has been a great problem for Team Falcons, because they would know the threat. If somebody doesn't know where the Da Xiao is, everything that they know could actually be devastated from the moment that they pull off another team fight, such as that.
They want to go for this one. They found Ray. He's in a bad spot. He gets over the wall, but the Dream Realm chases him down, and it looks like Wira will get that pick off. And KAGE find what they want. They get Ray. This is so clinical.
See? What were we just talking about? How will they manage to see where that Whirlpool is coming from, where Muffers is coming from? It's a problem right now from KAGE. No, from Team Falcons rather, because they don't have information just yet, and they will be squeezing a corner just as this.
The Dream Realm connecting onto two. That was a nice one. They've got Clue, and it looks like they want to go for more. They're going to chase him down. FF has no choice but to fight back, and here comes, from the side, Wawa looking to keep him alive. Senku doing some damage. FF somehow survives, but Wawa is worse for wear. He's going to go down instead.
Oh no, there's no possible way he could come back from that. And Wawa and Clue falling down, there's no sustain for the marksman right now, Team Falcons. Now this opens up another push for KAGE. They're literally playing here with the map of Team Falcons, opening up, making everything red from the moment that they had an opportunity on where Team Falcons would be coming from.
You have the AoE of death, man. I mean, if you take a look at the Severing Surge, that's Movers laying down the CC, laying down the Pain, and then you have the Mournful Tempo coming out from the side of Senku as well. There's just too much range for Team Falcons to handle at this point.
Yeah, and with the objective here,
Tyrant,
who
it's
gets
going to go
this?
down. It looks like it's going to be quickly taken out. Bobby makes quick work of that. That's a big win for that. They needed to get some sort of neutral at this point.
Yeah, but the trade comes in for KAGE, right? Top lane. Look at Lala, takes another turret, and now suddenly the map is so much darker for the side of Team Falcons.
Lanes, minions pushing in as well against Team Falcons too. So they have two problems here. The map as well, how do they even get a push here, because the Da Xiao presence of Muffers here creates an opening for everybody to be wiped out at any second now. So they have no way of getting information out. Like, this puts up pressure for Clue, because if he commits for a check push or even Wawa, either of them could come down dying.
Yep, and the other part is Ray has to use Shattered Ice to check the bushes, and at this point, that's one skill wasted before the fight happens.
Oh, yeah, I feel this lineup is really it's struggling on how to counter this kind of great coverage of the map and playing with your head. The Jedi mind tricks.
FF still up in front. He really wants this red buff. He does take this one, but the Dream Roam, FF still out in there. He's looking to go for Senku, but he's in a bad spot. He's kind of getting controlled. He does have the shield, the Flaming Palm, trying to cover the retreat. Wawa's been killed, though. The Infinite Fastness on back on out of this one, but Kagendra come out the victors with that one kill.
Wow. Yep, take a look at the health bars. They aren't exactly very low. Reroll, he's comfortable with this. He's going to get the shield values as well. And this is a Shadow Tyrant. I feel like the game has been going on for 20 minutes, but it's just been 10.
Wow. I feel it, man. There was no kills. It's more like a peak with an in and out situation from Kagendra. I feel the situation right now, Team Falcons, how do they get vision? How can they get a pick out of Kagendra? Because they don't have a clue on how to make this lineup work. Yes, they have the damage going back to the replay, and this actually sets things up on what happened few moments ago.
Yeah, look at how much reroll is tanking up. Hans making sure that there's space for Lele to really just jump in, get the damage in without taking hits as well. So everything working in conjunction for the side of Kagendra, and it's just perfection at this point. 11 minutes in, Team Falcons, they need more than just one clue here. They need multiple clues.
Yeah, but clue, please, make your way. You need to have a clue on where Kagendra is coming from. But look at that. Gaining control. We see Wawa here trying to get a push, but everybody's just here.
The T2, the Ride the Wind, pushing him back. Movers is going to eat most of this. Bobby clearing the top lane. Ray looking to get pushed away. Rira, just this menace all the way up in front. FF, duel to the death. He wants to commit for this one, but it looks like Hans is going to go down. They had to see a fate. It looks like they don't want to take that exit on out of this one, but now that's a bit of a win for Team Falcons.
Yeah, 2 waves pushing in as well from bot in the mid lane. Another setup for another objective to be taken. An enhanced Overlord for Kagendra. Now, from this moment,
Wawa needs to be careful. He's going to look to go. He pushes him back with the truth. The unending sorrow, but they
Bobby!
look like, Bobby, infinite fastness, gets on out. He's going to stay alive, but that was way too close for comfort.
Yep, and the pressure is alleviated from Team Falcons for a little bit, but once again, the threat is still here. Shadow Overlord, ready for the taking. No more Primal Bonds for the side of Kagendra.
Okay. Oh, this is going to be very deadly if they don't take it, and they're not really taking the risk here. Team Falcon just being cautious from the moment that they lose focus on where this Dashao is coming from. Muffers is becoming a problem. Finally, looking back how they build upon the items here on our screens. Looking back on the main damage dealers of Team Falcons right now, you have Shadow, Ripper, as well as the Eternity Blade, as well as the Axe of Torment for Luong, specifically for Bobby. The Princess Frost went for an anti-heal item here for Kagendra.
Yeah, the Venomous Staff actually does wonders, but at this point, it's still too far behind. It is a 4,000 gold lead coming in for the side of Kagendra, and once again, they've given away the Overlord, a Shadow Overlord, mind you.
Yeah, Team Falcons down 4K, but Bobby actually hits the 10K mark. He has the most net worth in this game.
Yeah, but no one's able to protect him.
Oh, yeah. And that is a problem. Second, they sacrificed the magic damage of Ray here. That's why he just picked up the Mask of Agony like a few moments ago. And I was wondering, what was the first item, right? So it was a Frozen Red, but they wanted to go with the anti-heal stuff here for Kagendra, mainly because of the tankiness that Weero has. But so far, the Winter is here. It's not much of an effective tool in case of zone out or even a kill.
Taking the mid T3, they've just kind of backed off. Kagendra, just a really nice play. Just slow siege, not overstepping their boundaries, so to speak. They've been up front, and Weera has just been this massive tank, just being a nuisance.
Yep, and right now, Falcons, they need to be really careful because, hang on, it expired. Lele actually had the Crimson buff on him for a bit.
Now they're closing in the base of Team Falcon slowly. Another ultimate use, so far it's not making damage against Kagendra. And another push as well, like Enhanced Overlord now pushing it up top. Now they're really pushing Falcons to go out of the base, but so far they're not reacting, and they're really trying to hold off as much push as possible.
Senku takes a lot of damage. He's going to heal, try to shrug that one off. FST3, they want to go in for this. FF trying to get it, but he's going to be low. The Whirlpool, the Bat Signal has been committed on this one. FF is so low. Weera is as well, somehow surviving, but Wawa is gonna be killed. That's gonna be FF as well. That's a double kill going the way of Hans. The infinite fastness. Where does Bobby want to go for this? He's gonna look to go. He picks off a little bit of Hans, who walks into the winner's ear. Bobby wants this, does not let him go. He gets to ride the win. Not enough to kill him, though. And Bobby just barely not able to get that kill.
I mean, KAGE just pushing it to the absolute limit. Lele was just a pixel health. He somehow survived multiple times throughout the fight. Hans makes it out with a sliver of health, even eating up all of the riding with the wins. Like, just KAGE outplaying Team Falcons at every possible angle.
Oh, they're pulling it off for a reset.
A little bit of an awkward moment right there. Nonetheless,
Don't worry, we just saw that, and everybody who's watching right now. But for KAGE, looking back on how the turnaround went, the reaction time of Bobby could get him a kill, but it wasn't damage. It wasn't enough for it to be taken. And imagining the distance that the Princess Frost created.
Yeah, it's tough. And also, Wawa actually caught majority of the backlines on KAGE, and nobody died still.
Oh,
Nasty
okay.
free bottom. It looks like KAGE are looking to make one final push. They've pushed out all of the lanes. The minions are in the base. And KAGE right now, you know, just putting their foot on the throat. They're almost close this game out.
Yeah, but we don't count teams out, right? At this moment, we have seen turnaround, the comeback potential be made a reality from the side of Team Falcons as well. Now we are in the element of KAGE, and this might be the start of the end. Can they close this game out? That's the big question here. Oh, they caught him!
Oh, they found Wawa. Senku's gonna chase him out. Wawa running away. Not really much he can do. He has the formlessness. He does have the space, but Senku is just like, I'll just keep you kited away, and they get the pick off, and Wawa down for 45 seconds.
Wait. That sacrifice that Wawa did bought more time for Team Falcons to get this Overlord right away. A sacrifice for a greater purpose.
Yeah, but it's a momentary relief, right? Because that's 3 lanes of super minions marching down. They're gonna try and pencil them. Clue! Oh no, he's gonna get caught out here.
Oh no, Mo first. Oh, it looks like they found FF instead, and Wiro will just kind of attract his attention. But look at the base. The base is going in. They've got the Vanguard. Ray is going to be killed, and it looks like the Infinite Fastness all the way back in the final, but they take the base down, and KAGE will win Game 3.
The crowd is crazy at this point. The KAGE fans are screaming because that was the best possible solution, and they caught Falcons in a disarray. 5 different members supposed to be in the crystal. It was just 3, and stragglers left on the top lanes, fending for their lives there.
I was waiting for a sliver of hope there for Team Falcons. Again, they sacrificed the Dharma. Again, I really kind of expected for a greater purpose right there, but it was like a problem. Will it be worth it, though? Everything was just closing in the crystal completely against Team Falcons.
And wow, to our last match.
Yes, congratulations KAGE!
Woo! Where are the supporters of KAGE?
Tunggu sebentar dulu. Darius, sekarang aku pengen dengar mana nih? And also nice try to Team Falcon.
Yes, because once again, it's a very outstanding match.
Yeah,
yes,
of course.
because both teams have already did their best. Yes.
Yep.
But-
And now, as usual,
Yes.
kita akan ngobrol-ngobrol sama teman-teman KAGE. Let's go, Wiro.
Let's go. You can find the
dia
middle.
di sini, Wiro.
Okay, KAGE, my bro.
my bro.
My bro, wait.
Wiro kayaknya moodnya hari ini lagi baik banget ya.
Iya, benar.
Baik banget.
Lagi baik banget. Oke, mungkin Darius silakan.
Tapi ini kamu lagi baik kan? Tapi ada apa? Kenapa di game pertama bisa keselipan begitu? What happening in the first game?
Belum panas aja.
Belum panas. Bukan
panas.
karena pick Shangguan.
Enggak lah. Draft kita kan udah latihan. Cuma ya belum panas emang.
Oh, belum panas aja. Oke.
Jadi kayak mobil belum injek gas gitu ya? Masih belum ngegas?
Masih perlu diangetin dulu.
Angetin dulu, oke.
Oke. Tapi kalau misalnya dari KAGE sendiri nih ya, mungkin kalau misalnya dari KAGE sendiri persiapannya apa aja sih? Kayak what's your preparation for KAGE teams?
Yang pasti sebelum lawan Falcon sih baca bismillah dulu karena lawannya kan dari Arab ya.
Nggak lupa Tuhan ya, bener
lupa,
ya.
Soalnya
betul.
lawannya dari Arab, jadi harus
Sadar diri lah.
Agar diri ya, betul ya, luar biasa. Mas,
Oke.
apa respect tetap selalu sportsmanship-nya tetap ingat sama Tuhan ya, betul ya, luar biasa memang. My
Wirau,
bro.
aku mau nanya sama kamu. Aku mau nanya sama kamu dong, gimana nih? Apa yang pengen disampaikan buat teman-teman supporter Kagendra yang dari tadi udah support kamu terus dari di
Betul
game
banget.
yang pertama sampai dengan game yang terakhir. Walaupun tadi sempat kepleset ya di game yang pertama, setuju ya? Setuju. Nah, itu apa yang pengen kamu sampaikan?
Ya makasih banget lah yang udah support Kagendra di depan sini kan.
Suaranya
Kami
mana?
jadi tambah panas banget tadi.
Oh, oke.
Langsung panas, langsung semangat ya? Oke, mungkin buat Wirau, ini last question ya. Last
Yes.
question buat Wirau, di mana next match di besok hari, iya berarti
Yes.
Kagendra akan main lagi melawan dengan tim Vitality. Apa yang pengen disampaikan buat tim Vitality?
Ya, untuk tim Vitality siap-siap aja, terutama supportnya. Kalau bisa Benji yang main, Senko kangen.
Oke, for Vitality, please.
Yes.
Benji plays tomorrow. Because
Tantangan.
Senko miss Benji, right?
Yes,
Ya.
tantangannya langsung ya, itu kayak surat cinta buat itu ya, luar biasa buat besok.
Oke, baiklah kalau begitu terima kasih banyak Wirau, pastinya dipersilakan untuk bergabung
Oke.
bersama teman-temannya. Sekali
Thank
lagi
you.
kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk Kagendra.
Wow, a very outstanding match at day
Yeah,
one.
Of course. And also to be the last match for today.
Yes, okay, I'm very exciting to wait for the tomorrow matches.
Yeah.
But now I think we have to give back to the casters.
So casters, take it away.
Welcome back. It is the day for the Indonesian teams. No one falters today, and what a performance by Kagendra in the last game of the day. We really saved the best for the last against Falcons. Now, all of the teams here today, they have put points into the bag. This is gonna let them have a better step into the grand finals. Now, boys, OSX, let's start with you. What are your thoughts for tomorrow's games based on this?
It could be 50-50, maybe two zeros and two 2-1s, mainly because of how they set up this day number one again. Boom Esports going to go up against with teams tomorrow, specifically from Philippines, and right now from teams looking up for a different group. I say they have more advantage in terms of how they want to see this day number one, in terms of how the meta rotates around the Honor of Kings Championship.
Okay, for sure. You know, Holler, we had our thoughts about Kagendra. Have they hit your expectations today?
Actually, they've exceeded them.
Wow,
I
okay.
actually think that this is a team that is actually kind of started to level up. They looked a little shaky in that first game, but maybe it was just the nerves. But the fact that they were able to bounce back, they did it very strong off of the back, of course, with Rira leading the charge, so to speak. But they did a really good job today.
Yeah, definitely. So with that, we will be very curious. I think this time we may have a different MVP, right? Reraw was the MVP of game number one. Let's take a look at who's going to be the MVP for game number two. He is going to retain that title. The Mankey doing so much work, soaking everything like a sponge.
Oh, yeah. You can never go wrong with the Mankey. With all the games that I've witnessed today, it's all about turnarounds, all about recovery from these teams to actually work. Reraw, from game 2 to 3, I am the shield. Nobody crosses. I am. I hold the door. Whole door.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, with that being said, this was the way that they clawed their way back into the series itself, right? You know, I've heard little birdies told me that Kagendra is one of the strongest teams because of their team synergy.
No, I do agree. You saw it, just how, you know, they were taking the fight to them. They were kind of controlling it. They didn't give Bobby the space that he needed. Yeah, it's, you know, he's going to get his points. But you just kind of stay away from him. And they did a great job of just kind of controlling the map.
Yeah, exactly. Going back on the highlights once again, it was like at the minute 8 where they managed to isolate everybody. This is where the moments comes in. They were trying to put some crumbs all over the map to make Team Falcons react because they're not going out of the base. Because one way to seize an opportunity to get a kill here is most likely somebody gets lost. It was the build-up of a possible greater purpose, but it was a question, was it worth it? It wasn't. And that was the one way to seal the deal for this game number 3, and completely Kagendra wins over Team Falcons this time around.
Yep, they completely read the later parts of the game against Falcons, and this is the strength of Kagendra. This is not a hometown buff. This is just them at the next level.
Yep, and looking back here on the stats, looking back on the items, while on the other hand, again, you need a front line with the lineup that you have with the Ming and the Luong. mostly it was some magic damage and also for the shield for the Ming to actually get a counter against Kage. But we also need to also note,
Savant's Wrath, August, well, he was having a good early game. Clue was on it, right? But, you know, when they hit the strides, Lele here, even with the Curasa savagery, didn't go full damage, it wasn't greedy, get that damage in as well as shield values.
This is like all of my rankings. I'm Bobby, this is my KDA, this is my net worth, but I'm on the losing side because everyone else is terrible.
Wow. You just revealed it once again. Don't worry, man. We'll get back at it once we end the broadcast today. But this, guys, this completely shows that Kagendra right now, being on the team fighting presence, Muffers, yeah, it was a greater problem for Falcon Esports. Man, it's a problem. Like, again, I said it 2 times, mainly because of it playing with their mind psychologically, because Falcons, from like 8 minutes to 11, they had no clue on where Muffers is coming from. And they can easily call everybody from Kage, oh, somebody's here missing, somebody's here at 4 members, and they can easily wipe it off.
Yep, and this time, Kagendra, they take and change the script entirely. They were in control pretty much the entire game from the get-go after that first objective, right? And not only that, I want to point out, this is the scene for Senku tomorrow because he was the one that caught out Wawa in the bot lane. He got them the start of the win. And this time, we are going to see if he's going to do his best against Benji from Vitality tomorrow. That's another monster matchup, another rematch coming in from months ago.
It's going to be the last game of tomorrow as well. So the same timing, the same area, and it's like prime time, I would say. It's going to be a lot of expectations going into that one.
It's all their strengths, right? Late game, late timing, so it's all about Kagendra's strengths at this point. OSX, what do you think?
Man, they need to ride their momentum right now, completely. Because if they lose it, if we're all, man, continue that MVP streak going, because the team needs it. The Clash lane right now is a complete buff to everybody who wants to pick Dolia, or even more like a sustained hero, because Clash lane right now is a great pick. Hino doesn't even considered in this series today, you know?
Yep, exactly. There's many twists and turns, right? And this is what I love about Honor of Kings. So today, it has been Indonesia's day. Right? All of the Indonesian teams coming out, stomping everyone. Yeah. But day 2, are we in for a surprise, right? Do we see new players coming in? Maybe, wrangle that stronghold away, peel away the defenses and say, hey, there is a competition to be had here.
It looks like there's a potential for, Dominator Esports and Kagendra. They're playing in the 3rd and 4th game. So those are the only 2 potential wins for Indonesia. We're going to see some other new teams kind of play in tomorrow. So I'm excited to see, what Black Shrew Esports, Revenant Esports is going to bring to the table.
Yeah, that's going to be a spicy one. Black Shrew Esports, as you know, have been renamed from LGD Gaming at Esports World Cup. They were the ones to beat, right? And internationally. So now we're going to see them traveling here live at the venue this time. Will they put up an even stronger performance? I don't know how they're going to put up an even better performance than what they've done.
Yeah, I've seen even the video as we start the show today. Like, there's only one king, as he said in the video.
Oh, yeah.
Musang King. And with this kind of experience this team are going to witness tomorrow, man, I hope everybody is just ready to prepare what's going to happen in kind of team fights that we're about to see.
Oh, for sure. And we're definitely going to have an even more packed venue. I mean, we've heard the cheers of the Kagendra fans. Will we hear the fans cheer again? And of course, if you're online, you're at home, you can cheer as well. Don't worry, nobody will judge you. Maybe your neighbors will call the police, but yeah. It's
no, man. No. They probably want to invite more, have a watch
invite
party.
Your neighbors to come in and, hey, look at Kagendra. What did they do today? That was a star-studded performance all the way.
Yeah, it was a reverse sweep.
Oh,
yes. Just witness.
It's inspiring, right? I think at the end of the day, seeing some of these teams really come back and just stick it to their opponents, I think that's tremendous for them. And to see them moving forward, it's great to see a team really start to, get into the groove and to kind of just push along right now.
I think this with the kind of tournament format that we have, either with your last game in the next of line, happening tomorrow, either you show up your possible best picks or your pocket picks. Again, you were expecting Greg Zui today. Sorry, buddy.
It's okay. But, we have, what, 12 days?
12 days. But in that 12 days, teams who lost today need to double time.
Oh, for sure. These are points they needed to get. And, as the table closes in closer towards the end of the group stages, this is where you start to see the difference, right? Sure, very minute differences will make the world's difference
in this battle for the placement out into the knockout stages?
I'm interested. Let the story unfold tomorrow.
Yeah, but first and foremost, let's go over to the host. It's been great. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you, casters. And once again, congratulations for the winning team for today's matches.
Wow.
And also, thank you to all of the participants
Yes.
for joining this championship today.
Because tomorrow we still have a lot of outstanding matches.
Yes.
But of course we want to see today's results.
Yep.
Okay, and now
We will see the today result or today's standing classmen.
Woohoo.
Let's see.
For a lot of hot
Yep.
matches for
Yeah.
today, yes?
Yes.
There's 2 Swift Clean. And now we'll see from the Group A.
The Dominator still dominating, right?
Yeah, number 1. And there's
Mahadewa.
Mahadewa.
Yep.
And on the Group B, there are KAGE
And
the
Fidelity. Yep.
And Group C, there will-
A7.
Yes, and the Boom on the second, but they haven't played yet, yes?
Yes.
And there's Group D, there's a Fearless Esports standing on the first.
Yes. And then the second one we have
Yes.
Black Shoe Esports. Okay, and this is for tomorrow's schedule on the first match. Play at 3 p.m. So don't forget to come to our venue again.
Of course, if you want to support them at Real, just come here and
Yep.
we will see it together who's going to win the second day.
Yep, of course. And I bet tomorrow is gonna be more heater, more
I can't wait, yeah?
exciting,
Are
more
you-
intense match.
And maybe if people can come more and you see on the YouTube, we can
Yeah.
still feel your spirit, right?
Yep, of course.
'Cause
So
every
don't forget to give your support to all of the player, all of the team who's gonna play on 2024 HOK Championship Group
Yes.
Stage.
And so then I think it's come to the end of the day, Sabila.
Yep, of course.
And I'm Darius Lin. I'm so happy to see with you all and my
Yeah.
partner
Yep, I'm Sabila Aprilia. So we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
at day 2.
Never I surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will arise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of ahead, and it never dies. Right here, right now. Give it all, get it out. Never I surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will arise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never I surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of ahead, and it never dies. Right here, right now. Give it all, get it out. Never I surrender. I fight and never fail.